Have you ever thought you were having a normal day, only for an unexpected disaster to change everything? Fortunately today, you'll just be watching as we show you 80 moments captured seconds before disaster struck. These unbelievable clips will keep you glued to the screen. Let's jump right in. Don't leave your chargers in the dryer, people. That was too close for comfort. Things got a little too scary at this African port when a container broke free from a crane. Would you try to drive under this wind turbine? We wouldn't. Guys, who keeps coming up with these ideas? This bitumen boiler had enough that day. Thank God the worker moved aside in time.
Peace.
That crane couldn't battle it out against the high wind pressure. is it with scary wind turbines today? What was bro thinking?
Video. I'm sure it'll end up on somebody's MySpace page. About 10 minutes.
There goes a yacht worth millions of dollars. Yikes, floods are really scary. You're not watching a horror movie, guys. This building's roof couldn't survive the extreme winds that day. Thankfully, no one was injured.
See if he does anything.
No, those packages the truck's unloading. And it just tipped.
Lovely.
Something tells us the construction job on this place was not very good. We bring you footage from the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore, which collapsed after a large boat collided with it. A lot of people won't be getting their parcels in the coming weeks. Beware of flying tires, folks. These cops had it rough that day. The Metrodome roof could not handle all that snow. Their plans to make aluminum have been foiled. Guys, why are we not blaming the guy? It's clearly his fault. Classic Russian teenager activity.
Блять, 30-50, пиздец.
Holy moly, that looks terrifying. Thank God no one was on the balcony at that time. Watch this chilling footage from Ukraine where a water pipe explosion destroyed a road.
There it goes. There it goes.
Damn, that's a bit scary. No pun intended. The villain's about to make their entry any moment now.
Pretty intense.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Pretty sure it was supposed to fall the other way. That is one chaotic daycare right there. Never use fireworks if you can't handle them responsibly.
From this angle, the two wide-open cellar doors look hard to miss. Minutes later, a woman appears down the block, walking straight towards the cellar. Right before she gets to the open door, she looks at her phone and flips headfirst into the basement, about 6 feet below. This is not just another case of texting while walking. He says his mother is diabetic and legally blind and has trouble seeing blended colors.
This scary footage is from Utah, where two houses collapsed due to saturated soil. Fresh wine, anyone?
Madre mía, qué bestia vino. Madre-
Pato, tengo un contenedor de vino rasado en la vida.
He stuck that landing perfectly, though. Thank God the ladies had the common sense to run away just in time. That footage is from a devastating explosion in Beirut. These people are putting a lot of trust in that bridge's foundation. We wonder how much the plumbing team charged them.
Damn, dude! Woo! Holy!
Guys, only a set of really bad decisions lead you to where this guy is right now. Don't make those, please. This is just sad to watch. My man's having a very shitty day. That's how powerful a 747 is when blasted to maximum burner. This guy was just too impatient to get out of the plane.
33-year-old passenger opened the emergency exit door about 850 feet above ground right after the pilot made that routine announcement that the plane was about to land. Now, the passenger, we're told, was traveling alone. Police have not said why he did it.
Oh!
watch as this guy takes everyone else climbing the peak with him. Well, nothing you can do about it at this point. Might as well just film it.
Check out this earthquake in Taiwan. The calmness of these people is truly amazing. This guy just wanted to turn on the pool pump, but the filtration tank had other plans. It exploded! Luckily, he wasn't in the way when it happened. We don't know what caused the roof of this pool in the Netherlands to collapse, but it's clear that no one will be swimming here again anytime soon. These incredible images were captured in Nepal. During an earthquake, the hotel pool turned into a raging ocean that flooded the entire area.
Number 13, Wayne Roth. In November of 1997, Pennsylvania man Wayne Roth was at the home of his friend Roger Croteau, who had a pet cobra. Roth decided that he wanted to play with the highly venomous reptile. He reached into the tank, but the cobra perceived him as a threat and bit the 38-year-old as he picked it up. In spite of his friend's warnings and against what most would argue as common sense, Roth didn't go to the emergency room. Instead, he believed that he'd be able to withstand the reptile's venom, reportedly telling his friend, "I'm a man, I can handle it." Instead of the hospital, Roth went to a bar where he had a few drinks and boasted to other patrons about having just been bit by a cobra. The animal's venom attacks the central nervous system, but it's generally rather slow acting. In spite of Roth's belief in his masculine imperviousness, he ended up dying a few hours later. Number 12, Stephen Winfrey. On New Year's Day 2015, British man Stephen Winfrey was hunting for rabbits near his home in Doncaster, South Yorkshire. On January the 2nd, a passerby found a 50-year-old man with half his body sticking out of a rabbit hole. Winfrey's head was inside, while only his legs and torso were visible. The man had been dead for several hours. The ferrets he'd been using to hunt were found in bags, while his dog was discovered tied to a tree nearby. Next to the man's lifeless body was a mound of soil and a dead rabbit. Judging by the scratch marks on the ground, Winfrey had struggled to get out, but his efforts were to no avail. He'd succumbed to asphyxia after sticking his head inside the hole and becoming stuck. Number 11, Daniel Kaluuya. On January the 14th of 2021, a teenager from Benadibeli region in the Democratic Republic of Congo died after striking a soccer ball filled with hardened concrete. The team that 18-year-old Daniel Kaluuya played for had brought the ball and intended to use it to prank their opponents. However, the players then decided to warm up using the concrete ball and to test their abilities to kick it. Kaluuya called for a header and his teammate passed accordingly. The teenager struck the ball with his head and the impact inflicted severe injuries. Kaluuya died as a result, while the player who passed the ball to him reportedly faced charges. Number 10, Quimby Gilotti. On June the 2nd of 1997, teenager Quimby Gilotti died in an accident involving 32 other students from California's Napa High School. They were on a senior class trip to Concord's Waterworld, USA. The students wanted to see how many of them could fit on a single section of the 40-foot-high Banzai Pipeline water slide. By piling into it, they subjected the attraction to weight forces 3 times greater than those for which it had been designed. A section of the slide broke open and twisted upside down as it fell, sending students plummeting to the ground. 18-year-old Gilotti died, while over a dozen students were hospitalized as a result of the accident. Number 9, mauled by Bengal tigers. In May of 1999, 2 elderly German tourists were mauled to death by 3 Bengal tigers at a wildlife park in Spain's Alicante province. The unnamed married couple, both reported as being in their 70s, ignored the warnings issued by staff at Safari El Virgil. The park's safety guidelines stated that visitors should drive on the grounds with their windows rolled up. Signs written in multiple languages informed the couple that they were in a dangerous area and under no circumstances were they to exit their vehicle. Even though their lives were at stake, they still got out of their car. Before long, 3 massive Bengal tigers pounced on them. The felines swiftly inflicted devastating neck injuries, to which the man and his wife would later succumb. Number 8, explosive selfies. In January of 2015, 2 young men traveling in Russia's Ural Mountains found a live grenade and decided to take a selfie with it. Some sources report that they discovered the explosive weapon without a safety pin, while others claim that they'd pulled the pin out specifically for the selfie. Whatever the case might have been, a grenade without a safety on is extremely dangerous, as this means it's armed and ready for use. Both men were instantly obliterated as the grenade went off in their faces. Only the phone with the picture remained and served as evidence of how they died. In 2017, another grenade selfie went horribly wrong. Russian man Alexander Chechich had sent photos to a friend of him holding the armed explosive in his hand. It's believed that the man couldn't put the safety pin back in, at which point the weapon went off, killing Chechich by tearing his body in half. Number 7, Clifford Ray Jones. In 2016, Detroit man Clifford Ray Jones died in a car crash under rather unusual circumstances. He was watching an X-rated movie on his phone while driving down I-75 without wearing pants. Jones's seatbelt wasn't fastened, and the roof on his 1996 Toyota was open. At some point, the 58-year-old had become too distracted and crashed into a roadway ramp. His vehicle rolled and Jones was ejected through the sunroof, sustaining fatal injuries. Upon reaching the crash site, one Michigan State Police lieutenant referred to the incident as the strangest thing he'd ever encountered on the roadway. Number 6. David Monk. British man David Monk died in the Italian Alps in 2008 from an accident involving an improvised sled. 46-year-old Monk and a few of his friends had removed some of the foam barriers that were used as protection at the end of the run. The men then used them as sledges and sped down the ski slope in a dark, ironic twist. The men crashed into the very fence from where they'd earlier removed the foam barriers. Monk struck a post with his head and was killed instantly. 2 of his friends were also badly injured, but they survived. Number 5. Jose Tony Alvarez Umanzor. On the 4th of July 2020, a man from Washington, D.C. died in the aftermath of a mishap with fireworks. 33-year-old Jose Tony Alvarez Umanzor was reportedly holding a commercial-grade firework above his head. The mortar-style pyrotechnic device was described as being so powerful that it was deemed illegal in the state. Nevertheless, Umanzor held it above his head after lighting it. Once ignited, the base of the firework ejected downwards, causing critical injuries to the man's head and upper body. Umanzor was rushed to the hospital where he was ultimately pronounced dead. Number 4. Sukram Yadav. In January of 2021, Indian man Sukram Yadav died after what was described as an air compressor enema. The incident occurred in the Katni district of the Madhya Pradesh state. Yadav had been suffering from constipation and asked his friend, 35-year-old Vino Thakur, to help him resolve the matter by inserting an air compressor nozzle into his rectum. Thakur did as asked, and within seconds Yadav's stomach swelled up and he became unconscious. He was rushed to the emergency room and later transferred to a different hospital, where doctors performed 3 surgeries in an attempt to save his life. Unfortunately, the man succumbed to his extensive internal injuries. Even though the matter was attributed to ignorance rather than malevolence, Thakur was arrested by the police. Number 3. Cynthia Covert. In May of 2020, Cynthia Covert was visiting a friend on Kiowa Island, near Charleston, South Carolina. At some point, the 58-year-old beautician saw an alligator near the pond behind her friend's house. Covert decided that she wanted to pet the beast, which is frequently mentioned among the deadliest predators in North America. Her friend warned Covert that she'd witnessed the alligator snatch a deer from the water's edge only a few days prior. The woman replied that she didn't look like a deer and proceeded with her plan of touching the animal. It was still immersed in the water when Covert bent over and reached out to pet it. In an instant, the beast lunged at the woman, clamped on her leg, and dragged her in the pond. A struggle ensued, from which Covert emerged, albeit briefly. She only had the chance to jokingly claim that she won't do that again, before the alligator bit her once more. The attack ended with the beast dragging the woman underwater and drowning her. It was later reportedly killed by local wildlife officers, even though it was argued that the beast had simply done what was inherent to its predatory nature. Today's topic was requested by David Chalmers and Forever Army 0482. If you have any other topics you'd like to learn about, subscribe and let us know in the comments section below. Number 2. Henry Hill Jr. In November of 2020, a man from Kershaw County, South Carolina, died in a fire under what was deemed as entirely preventable circumstances. 68-year-old Henry Hill Jr. had become trapped in his trailer home when it caught fire in the early hours of the morning. Hill and 2 others managed to get out. However, according to the responding firefighters and witnesses from the scene, Hill went back inside the flaming structure to retrieve a pair of pants. The man was found dead on the bedroom floor after succumbing to the intense heat and smoke inhalation. Number 1. Michael Anderson Godwin. In the 1980s, Michael Anderson Godwin was convicted of murder and sentenced to death via the electric chair. However, that verdict was eventually overturned on appeal, and Godwin was given life in prison in 1983. Still, Godwin would end up dying of electrocution several years later. In 1989, The 28-year-old was sitting on a steel toilet in his cell. At the same time, he was trying to repair a pair of headphones that were still connected to his TV set. Godwin would make the fatal mistake of biting into the cable while trying to split and reconnect it. He sustained a massive electric shock and was found dead in his cell at the Central Correctional Institution in South Carolina. The combination of conducting metal and the frayed cable essentially meant that Godwin had died on an electric chair of his own inadvertent design. Thanks for watching. What's the dumbest thing that you've ever done that caused you physical pain? Let us know in the comments section below.
There's a new viral drink on TikTok that's landing people in the ICU.
Guys, don't drink this cut water.
Do not drink the pina colada cut water. I cannot breathe. I do not feel normal. What's in that? What is in that?
You've probably seen it on your timeline and thought nothing dangerous about it.
The Cutwater margaritas.
Espresso martini cut water.
But now, countless customers are sending out warnings.
I'm checking out, and no joke, the guy at the till was like, whoa, are you sure you want to buy that?
This is your friendly reminder to not drink cut water.
And even forming conspiracy theories.
You can't convince me they're laced with.
Is this new viral drink really safe for the public to have their hands on?
We need to have a conversation about what's in Cutwater.
That Cutwater is going to kill people.
While canned cocktails have been around for decades, and Cutwater spirits became official in 2016, it was only in the past few years that it became popular across TikTok.
We got the Cutwater, hold on.
People noticed that despite having an average to high alcohol tolerance, Cutwater managed to affect them much harder and faster.
You up? It started sneaking up on me, and I just took the probably no less than 30.
And with how accessible and cheap it is, the beverage quickly became a trend on TikTok.
Cutwater.
What are we doing? And why are these on sale for $4.99?
Why am I searching store to store to find me a pack of Cutwaters?
Now people are trying the beverages just to see the drastic change from before.
This is my first Cutwater.
This is me before Cutwater.
First time ever trying to make a Cutwater.
First one, going down.
To after.
What the hell? What the hell? This is my third Cutwater.
This is me on Cutwater too.
Cut! Tastes great. Cut! Tastes amazing, actually.
Cut!
We are 2 down. And I don't feel so good, Mr. Krabs.
And for some, their afters were messier than others, such as embarrassing falls.
Notice that these Cutwaters and water cuts and like the little guys. They easy as hell, gang.
And right now, you can save £50. Nothing beats a cheap holiday. And right now, we've got millions of free child place holidays.
Ladies and gentlemen, something just happened on Fox News that has Democrats sweating harder than a vegan at a Texas barbecue. Greg Gutfeld rolled one old Barack Obama clip, one clip, and suddenly the entire carefully polished hope and change fairy tale started wobbling like a Walmart ceiling fan during a hurricane. Oh, now here's a twist that nobody expected, okay? The whole panic, it didn't come from Republicans. Oh no, not this time. In fact, the panic came from the people who spent 15 years telling America that Obama was basically a combination of Abraham Lincoln, Iron Man, and probably even a motivational podcast host from Netflix. Now all over the internet, people are rewatching those same speeches very differently. The teleprompter pauses, the media worship, the you can keep your doctor promises. Suddenly, the spell doesn't hit the same way anymore. Imagine that. Now, here's where this really gets bad for Democrats, because now that Donald Trump is back in the White House again in 2026, Americans, they're comparing eras again. Grocery bills, gas prices, borders, crime in Chicago and Baltimore, and folks, guys, the comparisons are brutal. So tonight, we're gonna go ahead and break down the exact Obama clip that Greg Gutfeld resurfaced, why even CNN struggled to defend it, and why the media suddenly wants everybody to stop asking questions. So buckle up, guys. Subscribe if you enjoy watching political narratives explode in real time. Oh, and before we get started, if you need free Medicare help through Chapter, click the link in the description down below or call the phone number on your screen right there at the bottom, 909-563-8279. And if by the end of the show you're laughing as hard as I did when I was watching it, hit the like button on the way out. All right, guys, ladies and gentlemen, the absolute second that Greg Gutfeld played that old Barack Obama clip on Fox News, the whole mood changed instantly. I mean, you could feel it, guys. The smile disappeared, the energy shifted. Suddenly, that carefully protected Obama image, it started cracking right in front of everybody. And here's the most important part, guys. People weren't reacting to the clip itself. They were reacting to what it represented. Now, for years, correct me if I'm wrong, Obama was treated like a political superhero created inside of a Netflix writer's room, right? I mean, was he not? I mean, every speech was historic. Every pause was powerful. Meanwhile, Americans are sitting at home like, okay, but why does everything still cost so much, right? So then Greg Gutfeld rewinds the tape. And suddenly, people start hearing Obama's words differently in 2026 with President Donald J. Trump back in office. And this is pretty much when the panic starts, because once the spell breaks, people start asking questions. And of course, Democrats absolutely do not want those questions asked right now. So now, this is why this clip exploded online. The gap between the Obama brand and the Obama results.
Paul, is it helping the party to tell them to return to the rhetoric that helped them lose in 2024, like the dictator kind of stuff? It doesn't work on half the country. It's not going to get any better.
I don't think they have answers. You know, and is it me? He's looking banged up.
Yeah, he's
right? It's the first time. It's something I've never seen with him. He looks scared.
Asking you to believe, not in my ability to bring about change, but in yours. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Oh, God. Well, it was a moving speech, and the audience response equally moving. So if the Obama presidency were a film, this speech would be the climax. All that's missing is the horse, the sunset, the rousing closing music as the title card reads the end, perhaps in cursive.
Look, nobody denies Obama could give a speech. I mean, he could give a speech. I'll give him that for sure. The man could probably read a cereal box and CNN would interrupt programming for breaking news coverage. Like, you know what I'm saying? But regular Americans, we're living in the real world, okay? People weren't standing in grocery stores quoting speeches. They were staring at prices like they were solving algebra equations under pressure. The economy felt slow. Wages felt stuck. Healthcare costs just kept on climbing up. But of course, the media kept acting like America was living inside of a motivational TED Talk sponsored by organic almond milk. This disconnect literally became impossible to ignore. And of course, Greg Gutfeld, he knew exactly where to hit. Not Obama's charisma, the gap, that little gap in between like hope and change. And opening your mailbox wondering why your insurance premium just exploded in your face again. This is exactly why this resurfaced Obama clip hit like a truck online. Because people suddenly remember the feeling behind those years, not just the speeches, behind the Obama years. Oh, and by the way, send this video to that one friend who still thinks that every problem in America magically started 5 minutes ago. So now, this is where things get really uncomfortable for Democrats. Because once Donald Trump returned to the White House again in 2026, or technically 2025, Americans started comparing eras again. And folks, that comparison is absolutely brutal. People started comparing gas prices, groceries, paychecks, energy bills, border security, confidence, and suddenly those old Obama speeches started sounding very different because now voters aren't grading speeches anymore. Now they're grading the outcomes. This is why Democrats suddenly want credit for every positive economic number under Trump. You ever notice that? Like, if gas drops like 20 cents, they're like, well, technically Obama invented fuel efficiency. Please, guys, these people will credit Obama for sunlight if MSNBC ran enough graphics packages, okay? And Greg Gutfeld, he understands exactly what's happening. Americans are rewatching Obama clips after inflation chaos, after the Biden years, after watching politicians lecture struggling families nonstop. This changes the emotional reaction completely. I mean, the speeches, they're no longer sounding so magical, are they? They sound completely disconnected. Oh, and once the voters emotionally disconnect from the Obama brand, the whole narrative starts wobbling real fast. So now I want to talk about this whole protection operation, okay? Because CNN, MSNBC, celebrity talk shows, you know, your favorite late night comedians, these people, they didn't just support Obama. They curated him. Like, every stumble became like historic leadership. Every criticism became dangerous rhetoric. Every scandal became, well, let's focus on the real issue here. More like a redirect, you know, all these distractions. It was incredible what they were doing. Like, if Obama paused dramatically before a sentence, journalists reacted like the heavens had opened up over Washington, D.C. You can't even make this stuff up, guys. Meanwhile, Americans are yelling at their TVs, okay, but my grocery bill looks like a mortgage payment. Somebody help me make some sense of this, right? And of course, the second that anybody criticized Obama's policies, corporate media treated them like villains in a superhero movie. I mean, so this is why Greg Gutfeld's clip landed so hard, because it essentially bypassed the media filter completely. No soft music, no dramatic narration, no carefully managed image, just Obama's own words, played back years later against reality. Oh, and suddenly millions of Americans started realizing something. The media didn't just report on Obama, they emotionally invested in him. And when journalists became emotionally invested, well, they stopped asking tough questions. This is when trust collapses. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk about the sentence that may follow Barack Obama forever. If you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor. Whew, whoa, wow. So, guys, that line aged like mayonnaise left on a dashboard in July, because Americans, oh, believe me, don't ask me why I know how well that ages, because Americans believed him. The calm voice, the serious face, the teleprompter rhythm, kind of like he was narrating a national documentary on Netflix. I mean, he was damn near borderline Morgan Freeman. And then, of course, reality showed up with a steel chair. Premiums climbed, deductibles exploded, people opened healthcare letters and felt their soul leave their body. And the rollout, oh my God, the Obamacare website launch, it kind of looked like it had been coded by raccoons fighting over a Chromebook. It was good luck with that, right? Americans were told healthcare would become simpler and cheaper. Yeah, but instead millions of Americans felt confused, stressed, and squeezed financially. Anybody a fan of Obamacare? But here's what really made voters absolutely angry and furious. The media just kept on pretending people's frustration wasn't real. Like, if your costs went up, corporate media acted like you didn't understand the vision. No, people understood it perfectly. They were paying more. And this is exactly why Greg Gutfeld resurfacing these Obama clips hit so hard emotionally, because people remembered exactly how frustrated that they had been feeling during this entire healthcare battle. So now, of course, I want to get into the issue that conservatives still bring up instantly when Obama's name appears. Iran, right? Because for millions of Americans, the Iran story became symbolic of weakness. The image stuck permanently. Cash going overseas, while Americans, meanwhile, were struggling here at home. That vision never left people's minds. And Greg Gutfeld knows emotional imagery beats policy papers every single time. Then came ISIS, Middle East instability, concerns about American strength abroad. Yeah, and many voters felt like the Obama administration projected hesitation while enemies kept testing boundaries. Meanwhile, elite media personalities sitting comfortably in Martha's Vineyard kept assuring Americans everything's under control. Sure there, Bob. Nothing says working class connection like discussing inflation beside a beach house worth $14 million. Then add in tensions involving Venezuela and Cuba, and all of a sudden conservatives started seeing a pattern that they deeply disliked. Now, whether every criticism was fully fair almost stopped mattering politically, because emotionally, the perception locked in. Obama represented caution, Trump represented strength, and in politics, emotional perception usually wins. This is why these resurfaced clips are such a nightmare for Democrats in 2026, because they reconnect voters emotionally to the memories that they never fully let go of. Now, ladies and gentlemen, something massive is happening right now beneath the surface of the global economy, and most Americans have absolutely no idea. So while the media spends 24 hours a day screaming about polls and celebrities and the latest manufactured outrage, a completely different war is being fought behind the scenes. A war over metals that power electric vehicles, military weapon systems, AI infrastructure, batteries, smartphones, fighter jets, and the future of American manufacturing itself. Now, here's the scary part. The United States spent decades handing control of these critical minerals to foreign nations, especially China. And this is exactly why President Donald J. Trump has made critical mineral independence one of the biggest strategic priorities of his administration. We're talking about executive orders permitting reform, billions of dollars in government-backed funding, strategic mineral reserves, and a full-scale push to rebuild American industrial strength before it's too late. And that brings us to the sponsor of today's video, sponsored by Outside the Box Capital on behalf of the Metals Royalty Company Incorporated, currently trading on the NASDAQ under ticker symbol TMCR. Now, here's what makes this company absolutely fascinating. TMCR is not actually operating a mine, and that's very important to understand. Instead, TMCR is structured as a royalty company focused on critical minerals tied to America's supply chain future. Their foundational asset is a 2% gross overriding royalty tied to the Nori project being developed by TMC, the Metals Company Incorporated, one of the world's largest estimated undeveloped polymetallic nodule resources containing nickel, copper, cobalt, and manganese. Now, most people understand owning a mine, but far fewer people understand the royalty model. So a royalty company receives a percentage of production revenue without bearing the massive operational and development costs associated with actually running the mining project. So that means exposure to production upside while avoiding many of the cost overruns, inflation pressures, labor issues, and operational headaches that can hammer traditional mining companies. And historically, royalty companies have often outperformed traditional mining operations over long periods of time. So this is why companies like Franco-Nevada Corporation, Wheaton Precious Metals Corp, and Royal Gold Incorporated became so well known in the resource sector. Now, here's where this gets even more interesting. Since President Donald J. Trump returned to office, the United States government has aggressively accelerated critical minerals policy. In March 2025, the White House issued executive actions designed to rapidly increase American mineral production. Then in April 2025 came another executive order focused specifically on offshore critical minerals and resources. And by January 2026, NOAA finalized streamlined permitting rules for deep seabed mining applications. In other words, this isn't just a private sector story anymore. This has become a national security story. Guys, we've also seen massive strategic funding initiatives emerge, including billions of dollars aimed at reshoring and securing mineral supply chains. Meanwhile, you've got companies and institutions, they are pouring capital into the sector as America races to reduce dependence on foreign-controlled resources. And TMCR's leadership structure has also attracted attention. The company has backing tied to major strategic investors, including involvement from the Hess family and SAF Group. Chairman and CEO Brian Pays Braga has reportedly participated in transactions totaling billions of dollars over his career, and strategic ownership alignment remains a major talking point for the company. Meanwhile, TMC itself has continued advancing the Nori project, including
What's that? Oh my god. Oh my god. It's gonna crash.
Fun fact, did you know that an average iceberg weighs 200,000 tons?
Oh my god.
Check out this rare natural phenomenon in Canada. It's created by powerful tidal currents rushing through a narrow channel with underwater obstacles. The water's speed can get incredibly high, causing intense turbulence and forming whirlpools. This year, something unusual was caught on camera in Norway's Stjoa River. Due to temperature differences, a huge mass of crushed ice is plowing through everything in its path. Check out this extreme sport, kayaking in Antarctica. Not for the faint-hearted.
People are having a blast.
The glowing lava in this volcano can reach a scorching 1,200 degrees Celsius.
Gooey, gooey, gooey. You can't get a piece off.
That would be really cool.
Awesome.
The sand dunes of the Gobi Desert can make tourists believe in the supernatural. Just listen to those sounds.
The dunes are singing. Wow.
When the sand moves with the wind, it creates a resonant sound, earning this place the name Singing Sands. Scientists explain that this sound comes from the thin layer of schist covering the surface. We're at a Dirt Riot Southwest round race in Arizona. Robbie Flandro and his co-driver Nick Schaefer had an unexpected encounter with a cactus. Imagine seeing this right before your very first flight.
Ooh, that's not good.
This isn't just any passenger plane given a weird task. It's a special model designed to carry space shuttles. No need to worry, no one is dumping scrap metal into the water. They're actually building a drilling platform here, and those are its foundations.
What powder are you using in that job? What powder? 870? Okay. Fucking water off the What?
Keep going, keep going.
Hey, rocket. What? All right, it's going down.
It's going down, it's going down. Oh my god. This is so beautiful.
Oh, whoa, I fucked up.
Dude, that rocket's still going. Dang, that was nice.
Holy
People used to enjoy watching rocket launches, but thanks to major advancements in the space industry, now we get to see them land too. The person who shot this video had the misfortune of attracting the attention of a cottonmouth snake. Though it might seem harmless, this reptile's diet includes even small alligators. This creature is a sea anemone, and it eats small invertebrates. This incredible hunting scene was filmed in a zoo in Miami. This steel furnace tips the scales at 110 tons.
Are you videoing too, Nichols?
You can take a picture off the video.
People were likely more thrilled about the demolition of this bridge than its opening ceremony.
You did it?
The demolition went beyond what was planned, but I doubt they'll get a bonus for it. Drone technology has made huge strides in recent years, and not just in photography. Clearly, the drivers weren't expecting winter to arrive so suddenly. The person filming this video bravely stepped out onto the intersection to help prevent accidents. But even with his assistance, the drivers struggled to maneuver. Kilauea isn't just an active volcano, it's a hyperactive one because it rarely takes a break. If it weren't for the fact that you can see the opposite shore, you might mistake this for the sea or ocean. Normally, river waves aren't this intense, but the Hooghly River is something else. During the rainy season, the water level here can surge by up to 3 meters. The heavy rains in July 2021 in Atami, Japan, triggered devastating landslides. Buildings in the area crumbled like houses of cards. Even mountains can turn into raging rivers because of landslides. Watch as thousands of cubic meters of rock crumble and transform into a powerful current, forever changing the landscape. You might think this is just another night in Nepal, but judging by everyone's amazed faces as they watch this huge rhinoceros, it's clear this isn't an everyday sight, even for the locals. Moose can become aggressive if they feel threatened. These animals can run as fast as 56 kilometers per hour. Check out what a seagull can do just flying by. This snow avalanche was captured on camera in Denver, right near a recreational center.
Whoa. All right, we're going spillway.
The Lake Avery Spillway is a source of fun for the locals.
Everybody wants a cool bus, but then any Ranger's got a few more fans.
This is the biggest and most powerful rocket ever built. In this clip, the pilot shows off his skill by landing on a moving ship. Cameramen don't die, but sometimes they go through something even worse.
Wow.
This video from New Zealand gives a clear idea of what happens to houses during a magnitude 7 earthquake. Probably the worst thing that could happen at the end of your workday.
Balão. Balão.
Anyone scared of insects would have had a tough time in Madagascar back in 2013. The weather created the perfect conditions for a locust storm. According to eyewitnesses, in some places, all you could see were insects. Just more proof that tigers are basically giant cats.
The fact that we can take it to the top is because he has a sense to climb back down to a nice safe place. Otherwise, rather you better take halfway up to 6 let's go from forever you think. Instead of coming back down really well off the street, in the capacity, this is how much you use your tail as well as help. And help with his balance and stability. There we go. Have a big round of applause for a great job with your start there. And one minute down, come on, get the pace up a little bit. Well, finish the pace.
The rivalry between tiger siblings can be terrifying. Almost no one dares to get in the middle of it. The great wildebeest migration happens in Serengeti National Park in Tanzania. It's a never-ending spectacle. The vast park lets the animals move freely between grassy plains. Thousands of wildebeest and zebras gather in enormous herds and enjoy the space. Volcanoes can spew more than just ash and lava. Sometimes they can hurl huge rocks too. These tourists got to see the destructive
Welcome to Fatal Files. Nathan here. I've seen a lot of people who don't just ignore the rules. They argue, push, and force their way past every warning until there's nothing left to protect them. From a woman who grabbed a chainsaw she had never operated before to a woman who planted herself exactly where she shouldn't be, where staying changed everything in the craziest way possible. It was May 14th, 2016, in a quiet residential neighborhood in Maricopa County, Arizona. By mid-morning, the temperature had already pushed past 90 degrees. Dry, relentless Arizona heat. The sky was clear. No wind. There was nothing about the conditions that day that should have led to what happened. Nothing except the decisions Tylet made before she ever picked up that chainsaw. Tylet Droft was 44 years old. She worked part-time managing rental properties in the area, a job that suited her personality. She was detail-oriented to a fault, the kind of person who kept records of every email, every phone call, every minor infraction she felt needed documenting. Neighbors described her as persistent. Some said stubborn. She wasn't cruel by most accounts. She just had a very firm idea of what was hers, and she held onto that idea like it was a principle worth defending at any cost. The dispute with her next-door neighbor had been building for months. A large tree sat close to the shared fence line, and several branches had grown outward, extending roughly 6 to 8 feet over onto Tilet's side. To most people, that's a manageable inconvenience. To Tilet, it was a violation. She had made it clear, repeatedly, that those branches were hers to deal with, but that the neighbor was legally responsible for the removal cost. The neighbor disagreed. No agreement was ever reached. 3 days before the 14th, Tilet told the neighbor directly that she would handle it herself. She purchased a gas-powered high-powered chainsaw shortly after. She had no prior experience operating one. A licensed professional quoted her a fair price to do the job correctly. She turned it down, calling it a scam. This is where I have to be honest. The moment she rejected professional help and decided to do this alone, she made the most consequential decision of her life. Everything after that was downstream of that one choice. On the morning of the 14th, the neighbor came over and warned her. He told her not to cut overhead limbs without proper rigging, without something to control where the branch would fall. She argued back, made it clear she didn't need his permission or anyone's help. Then he left, and she got to work. She dragged the ladder to the fence side and spent a few minutes repositioning it after the first placement felt unstable. The soil was too uneven to fix properly, but she seemed satisfied enough to proceed. She primed the saw, pulled the cord until it caught, and climbed with the engine already running. The limb she targeted was roughly 8 inches in diameter, above shoulder height from the second highest rung. To cut it safely, you rig it first to control where it falls, then work in sequence. A relief cut to release tension, then the finishing cut from above. None of that happened. She went straight into a single top-down cut with no rigging and no staged approach. The saw bound almost immediately as the limb compressed under its own weight. She forced it, leaning past what the ladder could support. The limb split and dropped, striking her across the upper chest. She fell approximately 5 feet. The chainsaw was still running when her grip failed. Before it hit the ground and stalled, the chain made brief contact across her upper torso. She landed hard on her back, her head and neck striking the ground with significant force. She lost responsiveness almost immediately. He called 911 right after he heard the engine stop and the impact. Responders arrived and found her unresponsive in the yard, the saw lying nearby. The ladder tipped over. There was nothing that could be done on scene. Investigators documented everything: the unstable ladder, the absence of protective equipment, the incorrect cutting method. Witness statements confirmed she had been warned that morning and proceeded anyway. Her cause of death was judged by the medical examiner to be fatal blunt force head trauma with cervical spine injury from the fall, with associated non-fatal chainsaw lacerations sustained during the descent. The chainsaw wounds did not kill her. The fall did. Tyler Droff died in her own backyard over a tree branch. The property line she fought so hard to defend was still there when the investigators left. The tree was still there too. Some people argue their way into danger one step at a time, and the hardest part of covering these cases isn't the outcome. It's watching the moments where it could have gone differently. That's what the next one is. It was September 3rd, 2017, on a residential street in St. Louis County, Missouri. Late summer in the Midwest. The heat hadn't fully broken yet, and the air sat heavy. It was a Sunday. Most people on that block were inside. The ones who weren't would remember that day for a long time. Myrna Clave was 52 years old. She worked in retail, had for years. People who knew her described her as someone who didn't let things slide, especially when she felt like someone was overstepping. She had a history of confrontations over what she saw as authority being used where it didn't belong. It wasn't that she was looking for conflict. It's more that she had a firm sense of what she believed were her rights, and challenging that required a response. Co-workers described her as someone who would argue a return policy to the bitter end, not out of spite, but because she genuinely believed the rule was wrong and that silence meant acceptance. That part of her personality matters here, because on September 3rd, it drove every decision she made. Officers responded to a call about a barricaded individual inside a nearby residence who was believed to be armed. Units arrived, assessed the situation, and established a perimeter. Residents were instructed to stay back, a safety boundary drawn, because no one on that street knew what was about to happen inside that house. Neighbors who complied moved to the back of their homes or stayed low inside. The street cleared out quickly. Everyone except Myrna. Myrna came out of her home and didn't like what she saw. Officers blocking off the street, being told where she could and couldn't stand. She began arguing, told them they had no right to restrict her movement, asked for badge numbers, threatened complaints. Officers told her repeatedly to retreat behind the line. She refused. At one point, officers physically repositioned her. She went, and then she came back, returning to the same spot near the curb, a position with a direct line of sight to the residence. That curb was where she had decided to stand. From there, she was directly in front of the house, offset from the officers' firing angles, exposed to anything coming out, not between officers and their line of fire. Officers continued telling her to move. She continued refusing. There was a moment, brief but noticeable, where the scene shifted. Commands sharpened. Officers adjusted positions. Attention locked onto the structure. Something inside had changed. Then the suspect fired from inside the residence. Officers responded with directed fire toward visible openings. Body camera footage would later confirm that even as shots were exchanged, commands for Myrna to get to cover were still being given out loud. Not once, but multiple times from multiple officers. She didn't move. A round fired from inside the residence exited through a window opening toward the street. It struck her in the upper torso. Given her position, aligned with the residence openings and outside police firing paths, she was exposed only to rounds from the suspect, not crossfire. She dropped immediately where she was standing. Once the suspect withdrew from view and officers could safely approach, they reached her. EMS responded and assessed her on scene. She was declared deceased at the location, in the same spot she had refused to leave. This one is hard to process because, unlike some of the cases we cover, there were multiple people actively trying to keep her safe. That's not a failure of information. She had the information. She just didn't move. Body camera footage from multiple officers documented every command given and every repositioning attempt. The warnings, the physical repositioning, her return to the curb. All of it on record. Ballistics confirmed the fatal round originated from inside the barricaded residence, not from law enforcement. The suspect was the source. The medical examiner listed her official cause of death as a penetrating gunshot wound to the upper torso, resulting in rapid internal hemorrhage, sustained from a round fired by the suspect while she remained in an unsecured active scene. Investigators noted she had been repeatedly ordered to leave and return to the exposed position voluntarily. That line appears in the official record without commentary. Doesn't need any. I always find it harder to cover the ones where nobody expected anything to go wrong. Just an ordinary place on an ordinary day and someone who decided the rules in that space weren't meant for them. It was February 11th, 2015, inside a casual dining restaurant in Orlando, Florida. Midday service, the kind of shift where the dining room fills up fast and the kitchen runs at a controlled but relentless pace. The dining room was warm, carpeted, and quiet enough for normal conversation. The kitchen was the opposite: hard floors, stainless steel, open flames, and people moving fast. Two completely different environments, separated by a door and a clearly marked boundary. Most people never think about crossing it. Jade Blocks did. Jade was 36 years old. She worked as an office administrator, someone who managed schedules and kept things in order. People who knew her said she didn't accept loose ends. If something was wrong, she wanted it fully addressed. She had a reputation for escalating complaints further than most, not out of cruelty, but from a belief that standards mattered. That mindset had likely served her well professionally. On February 11th, it led her through a door she wasn't supposed to open. The meal hadn't gone as expected. She sent her food back once, then again. Staff responded both times. First the server, then a manager. For most people, that's enough. For Jade, it wasn't. She wanted to speak directly to the cook, not a manager relaying a message, face to face. She said it loudly enough that nearby tables noticed. The manager explained more than once that the kitchen was restricted, off limits to anyone who didn't work there. A divider and posted signage reinforced it. The manager even stood at the entrance. For a moment, it worked. Then, something else demanded attention, a brief shift in focus, and Jade moved past her and into the kitchen. To be fair, she wasn't trying to cause chaos. She thought she was exercising a reasonable right, but the kitchen wasn't a customer service desk. It was a hazard-filled workspace she wasn't trained to navigate. Staff saw her and told her to stop. She didn't. She kept moving, raising her voice, demanding the chef. At the fryer line stood Marco Alvarez, 41, handling multiple orders. He was repositioning a large container of freshly heated oil, turning through a tight lane. Jade stepped directly into that lane, blocking him. The argument became immediate, loud, and close. Marco tried to pivot while holding the container, but Jade shifted with him, staying in front. In that split second, his footing adjusted, his grip shifted, and the container tipped. A huge volume of boiling oil poured out in a continuous sheet. It struck Jade across the chest, neck, and side of her face, soaking her clothing and cascading downward. She recoiled instantly, gasping, trying to wipe and pull the oil away, but it clung, thick, heat-retaining, impossible to brush off. Disoriented and in pain, she stumbled sideways. Instead of moving toward open space, she moved toward the heavy-duty gas range, where burners were lit. Still focused on tearing at her clothing, she stepped too close. The oil-soaked fabric reached the flame and ignited on contact. The fire caught low, then spread rapidly across the saturated areas. Staff reacted immediately, shutting off gas, pulling her clear, smothering flames. But the sequence had already escalated beyond recovery. The combination of prolonged contact with high-temperature oil and ignition of saturated clothing caused severe, deep burns across much of her body. She became unresponsive before emergency services arrived. Paramedics transported her in critical condition. Despite intervention, she was pronounced dead shortly after arrival. Investigators documented the overturned container, active fryer, open flame range, burn patterns consistent with ignition at the stove line, and restricted access signage. Staff confirmed she had been told to stop and that the incident occurred inside an active cooking zone. Her official cause of death, according to the medical examiner, was extensive full-thickness thermal burns over a large body area, leading to burn shock and rapid cardiovascular collapse. The injuries were not survivable. Jade's story happened in the middle of the day, surrounded by people. The next one happened in the dark, alone, with no one around to help. Different in almost every way, but the decision that started it, it's the same. We've got more shocking, entitlement-driven tragedies coming up, so hit that subscribe button if you want to see how confrontations fueled by ego can turn even deadlier in seconds. It was July 22, 2018, on the outskirts of Columbus, Ohio, an active construction site, kind of half-finished development you pass on the edge of town where the road turns to gravel and the streetlights stop. By late evening, the crew was long gone. The site was dark, uneven, and quiet. Temporary fencing ran the perimeter, and stacks of lumber sat staged across the ground in various states of organization, some banded, some not. Nobody was supposed to be there. Tara Schwab was 41 years old. She ran a resale side business, sourcing materials and salvageable goods and moving them through secondhand channels. She had been doing it long enough to develop a system, spot the material, assess the value, figure out how to get it. She had an eye for what could be flipped and strong opinions about what counted as waste versus what counted as property. To her, materials sitting unused on a job site were fair game. That belief had probably helped her find good deals over the years. On July 22nd, it put her on a site she had no right to enter, in the dark, alone. Earlier that same day, Tara had shown up during working hours and approached workers directly about a stack of lumber near the staging area. She believed it was scrap. She told them as much and said she had a right to take it. The workers were clear. The lumber was active material, still part of the project, and the site was off limits. Tara disagreed, pushed the point, and eventually left, but not before making it obvious she hadn't accepted their answer. She came back that night, not by accident. She had identified a gap in the temporary fencing earlier that day and returned to it after dark, specifically to take the lumber without anyone there to stop her. She knew exactly where the gap was and exactly which stack she wanted. She went directly to it. Most people, when they get told no, go home and move on. Tara went home and made a plan. That shift from frustration to logistics is the detail that changes what this is. It stops being a bad decision and starts being a chosen one. The site lighting was limited, a few distant work lamps that did more to create shadows than clear them. The ground was uneven the way construction sites always are mid-project. Packed dirt and loose material with no level surface to stand on reliably. The lumber she wanted was stacked several layers high on that kind of ground without banding holding the load together. There was no one to ask for help if something went wrong. No one who even knew she was there. She began pulling boards from the middle of the stack, not from the top, not from the edges, but the middle, because that's where the pieces she wanted were. Getting to them faster meant not working down from the top, layer by layer. It was a practical choice that made sense if you weren't thinking about load distribution. As she pulled, the upper layers shifted. Investigators later concluded the load had shown signs of instability before the final collapse. She kept pulling. The balance failed. The stack came forward, dropping several hundred pounds of lumber onto her upper body. She went down and was pinned. Additional boards fell across her torso, compressing her chest enough to prevent her from breathing. She was face up in the dark on a site where no one would return until morning. There's a version of this where she sees the stack shift and steps back, where that first movement in the wood is enough. She was there for a reason, in the dark, having already talked herself into it once. Stopping would have meant admitting the workers were right, and she had decided they weren't. Site crew found her the following morning during routine checks before the start of the workday. She was still beneath the lumber where she had fallen. Emergency responders were called and confirmed her death at the scene. Based on the state of the scene and the timeline established by investigators, she had been there through the night. Investigators documented the disturbed stack, the missing boards from the middle layers, the collapsed configuration, the absent banding, and the gap in the fencing she used to enter. The physical evidence made the sequence clear without any ambiguity. Worker statements confirmed she had been explicitly told that morning that the materials were not discarded and the site was closed to the public. Nobody had given her any reason to believe otherwise. According to the final findings, her official cause of death is traumatic asphyxia and crush injuries resulting from sustained compression of the thorax preventing ventilation following the collapse of stacked construction materials after destabilization of the load. There's something specific about the next case that I keep coming back to. It wasn't just that she ignored a warning, it's that she watched everyone around her respond to that same warning and leave, and she didn't move. That takes a different kind of resolve, and it cost her everything. It was November 9th, 2016, in the downtown protest zone of Oakland, California. The night after a divisive national election, the city was loud and tense. Streets were blocked across several downtown blocks. The crowd was dense and vocal, and the energy had been building since well before dark. By the time dispersal operations began, the atmosphere had shifted from organized demonstration to something harder to manage. Visibility on the street was limited by the crowd itself, bodies packed close, movement unpredictable in every direction. Officers moved in with a clear directive: clear the area. Joanna Glade was 39 years old. She worked freelance and valued her independence deeply. People who knew her described her as someone who pushed back against authority as a default, not out of anger, but out of a genuine belief that standing down was the same as giving up ground. She attended demonstrations regularly and had a history of confrontations over access in public spaces. That quality can look like courage. On November 9th, it became the thing that killed her. Joanna had asthma, not a mild, occasional kind. Her history included severe exacerbations that had required acute intervention before. She carried an inhaler and knew what her airways could and couldn't handle. She also had a tendency to downplay the condition in high-energy environments where admitting a physical limitation felt like conceding something. That pattern mattered enormously on this night. When dispersal orders went out, the crowd started moving back. Joanna moved toward the front instead. She argued with officers directly, stating she had a right to remain where she was. Multiple orders were issued. Each time, she held her position. The crowd around her thinned steadily, people peeling away, creating more and more open space between her and everyone else. She stayed, positioning herself near the edge of a recessed section of the street where airflow was reduced. It was a detail she almost certainly didn't register, but it meant the gas that reached her would linger rather than clear. Officers deployed tear gas, multiple canisters in rapid succession. The gas spread across the street and reached Joanna where she was standing. Most people cleared the zone quickly. Witnesses confirmed the majority of the remaining crowd moved out within a short window after deployment. Joanna did not leave. She was seen coughing heavily, bending forward, and visibly panicking, but still not moving toward the edge of the zone. Her inhaler was on her person. She did not retrieve it as symptoms escalated, whether from the difficulty of the moment, the disorientation of the exposure, or both. She collapsed onto the pavement. The prolonged exposure compounded everything. Her respiratory system was already compromised. The reduced airflow in that section of the street meant the gas sat longer than it would have in the open. Without her medication, and without leaving, her airway constriction progressed faster than her body could tolerate. Active dispersal conditions meant responders could not reach her immediately. People returning once the gas dissipated found her unresponsive and called for help, and by then, a significant amount of time had passed. I don't think she believed the night would go the way it did. Most people don't, but the part that's genuinely hard to reconcile is that she knew her lungs. She had been through bad episodes before, and yet holding her ground felt like the priority. The through line of all of it is that she stayed. Every other factor, the gas, the location, the delayed response, only reached her because she didn't leave when leaving was still something she could do. Witness accounts confirmed she had refused to exit despite repeated orders. Medical findings were consistent with status asthmaticus, a prolonged severe asthma attack that does not respond to normal intervention, triggered by irritant exposure, the absence of timely bronchodilator use, and delayed medical access. Authorities determined her official cause of death as acute severe asthma exacerbation, progressing to status asthmaticus and respiratory failure, precipitated by prolonged tear gas exposure and delayed access to both medication and medical care. Investigators noted directly that her prolonged exposure and failure to exit the area were contributing factors in the outcome. The medication that might have slowed things down was on her when she fell. What wasn't there was the decision to leave, and that decision, or the absence of it,
of some kind of disclosure. Can you give us any insight as to what's going on?
Oddly enough, I got a call that tomorrow at 3 o'clock, I'm going to be briefed over the phone by, I think, one of Hegseth's top dogs.
Sources in the White House, as well as congressional members, tell me and George Knapp that the presidential UFO file release will begin tomorrow. Please hit that like button. That really helps out the videos. And of course, if you're not already subscribed, hit that subscribe button. All right, so I actually have some what could be considered actual bombshell news. I don't know. Let's see what you think. So apparently, it's come out now that the UFO files are coming out tomorrow. All right, so I've got all the details. Let's jump into it. Tim Burchett also went on Joe Rogan's podcast and kind of hinted at something similar to this, but Jeremy Corbell put out a statement that him and George Knapp have gotten confirmation that the files are going to start dropping tomorrow. I've been there. I've tried every quick fix diet you can imagine. They'd work for a week or two, and then I just burn out on them really quick because they just don't fit real life. And that's exactly where fad diets fail. But not with Green Chef. They deliver real food and recipes that make healthy eating easy and lasting. One of my favorite moments is opening the box and realizing dinner is going to be ready in under 30 minutes and taste way better than takeout. With Green Chef, every week you get to decide from over 40 different recipes made with organic produce, responsibly sourced proteins, and nothing you can't pronounce. I've been loving their new longevity line built around brain and gut health. Meals come pre-portioned and ready in minutes. And you can even get free, unlimited one-on-one nutrition coaching to help keep you on track. Green Chef has completely changed the way I eat and how I feel every single day. I use Green Chef, and you should too. Head to greenchef.com/50vetted and use code 50vetted to get 50% off your first month and then 20% off for 2 more months. That's code 50vetted at greenchef.com/50vetted. So first, let's take a look at this clip from Tim Burchett on Joe Rogan.
Do you know what is going to be released? So supposedly this is the week of some kind of disclosure. Can you give us any insight as to what's going on?
Oddly enough, I got a call that tomorrow at 3 o'clock, I'm going to be briefed over the phone by, I think, one of Hegseth's top dogs is going to go over some stuff with me that they've got, and I have no earthly idea. I don't want everybody to get their hopes up. I don't have a lot of faith in our government. President Trump's always been great to me. He's never lied to me, but I don't know that he knows the right questions to ask and the right people to talk to, because, I mean, this thing's been covered up at least since 1947, and I just don't think they don't give up that easy. The war pimps at the Pentagon and everybody else, they just don't give up that easy.
All right, so again, a couple funny things there. I mean, first of all, Tim Burchett just doesn't even seem that excited for what's coming, doesn't even trust the government, so that's hilarious, right? So not really excited, right? But what is this meeting? Is it about the UFO files that are coming out? Because again, Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp are saying, well, this is coming from Jeremy, but he's saying him and George were told, right? And Jeremy put out a statement on Twitter. Let me read it to you. All right, so I don't have my glasses, so bear with me here, but we're gonna do it old school. It says, just now, sources in the White House as well as congressional members tell me and George Knapp that the presidential UFO file release will begin tomorrow. We are told it will be slow and steady at first. Nothing shocking initially. Let's see where this goes. This is very encouraging that this administration is following through. More data means more leverage for those of us fighting for UAP transparency. Sleeping Dog exists because our government chose silence over transparency. That might be changing. And then he put a link to his new documentary movie, sleepingdogmovie.com. So, all right, so it sounds like they're going to be doing this in chunks, right? And I just said this in my video yesterday, didn't I? When I played a clip of Kash Patel, the FBI director, talking about the trove of files coming, and it sounded just like that they're going to be releasing this stuff in stages. So called it.
The idea that there would be life on other planets that may be visited here that would not at all shock or surprise me. Have you ever looked into it?
We're looking at it. Here's the thing. Again,
okay, I want all the details.
Here's the thing. Every other president before President Trump could have said, hey, let's look at that and get the American people the information. What did he do? He stood up an interagency process with Department of War leading that effort to get out the documentation related to everything that you're talking about. Not just from the FBI, from the IC, and everywhere else. And so what do? We already delivered our first tranche of information to that committee, and they're going to be publicly releasing this information very soon. We are all for it. There's nothing in this subject that we're talking about that we don't want released. Our job at the FBI is to work with the White House, the DOW, give them the information, and then they're going to put that out in a methodical process. And you're going to start seeing those releases literally happening in the very near future. We just met on it.
All right, so what's kind of interesting there, when I first heard about the clip, I thought, oh, is he just talking about FBI files? But no, it sounds like he's talking about files from, he says the IC, right, the intelligence community. So it sounds like, they're kind of all working together to get the files out. And I did say the first trove of files. So it sounds like what's coming out on aliens.gov will come in sections, right? So we'll get a first dump of files, and then I guess later on we'll get more and more. I don't know how many troves, there are. Now, what's coming out? Jeremy's kind of saying it right there, right? Like, it's not going to be anything shocking initially. And Tim Burchett doesn't seem that excited either. And my question would be, if there was anything shocking in this files, that'd be the first thing you'd release, right? So, are you going to hold the shocking stuff for later? Doesn't make any sense, right? If you got shocking stuff, put it out, right? So,
I don't know. Is it just a matter of they're putting out as they get things, as they're collecting data, they're putting it out, which I can appreciate. They're not waiting till they get everything, then put it out. Or is it they have everything and they're just releasing it little by little, right? Think of it like a TV show that's recorded all of their episodes. They have them all recorded. They're just going to release them little by little, right, every week. Or is it they're filming as they're going, right? I think that matters. But again, if they have all the information, they're releasing it slowly, and there's nothing shocking coming out initially, my guess is nothing shocking will be coming from this, period, if you ask me. So, look, there's been a lot of talk about these UFO files. They're finally starting to drop tomorrow. I've said this on the show already. I am excited. More data is more data, right? We can do with it what we want. Is it disclosure? It is disclosure in the sense that they're disclosing, right, information, right? Is it the big D disclosure that we want, you know, that presidential speech that we're not alone and there's aliens on this planet? That's like a horrible Trump impression. That's not what's happening, right?
We are not alone in the universe. We are not alone on this planet.
But we are getting some stuff tomorrow. What is it going to be? Just files in the sense of, you know, letters, emails, case reports, you know, I don't know, right? Photos, video, like what are we getting exactly? This is very interesting. I'm curious to see what this is. And if anything, we'll get to see what the website looks like, right? Aliens.gov, how they lay it out. It's going to be very interesting. How they're categorizing, sectioning everything up. To me, that will be the bigger revelation. And then we'll just have to wait and see what information comes out from that, right? So let me know down in the comments what you think, what information is coming out, how excited you are about it, and kind of leads me to my next thing. Don't forget to use the link down below to Delphi. Okay, it's a prediction market where they're, you know, those are hot things right now, where they're basically asking the question, will aliens formally introduce themselves in 2026, right? And right now it's sitting at 89% people saying no and 11% of people saying yes, right? I will admit that number is growing on the yes. Do these UFO files help push it forward, right? That's what's going to happen? I don't know. And you know what's funny is I had a whole other video recorded for today, but that'll go out tomorrow, so it's already done. And then this news broke. I thought, okay, you know what? I better do a video on this, right? I think people are going to want to know and to expect it and to look for it. And clearly, I'll have to make a video of what files come out. I may do a live stream instead. That might be easier to just kind of go through everything on a live stream. So anyway, do have a banger video that I recorded, a really, really good one about Eric Burleson, and a summoning event apparently happened behind the scenes, and Congress members were briefed on it. I've got a whole thing on it. I did a lot of work. So anyway, I'll have to save that for the next one. But UFO files, they're finally coming. All right, betters, we'll see you in the next one. Peace.
Well, at this point, just bring on the dang asteroid, man. Society, when it was our time to be an adult, apparently they're saying we got round 2. They're saying it's the hentai or hentavirus. Apparently it's a reality. Yeah, you might want to wash your hands before watching this video. You don't have to like or subscribe, but check this out. Roll it.
What exactly is hantavirus?
Hantaviruses are common in rodents, and people can get infected with this.
3 cruise ship passengers have now died, others are being treated in hospital, and dozens more are stranded at sea, all after catching a strain of a disease that's
look at that little prick out there. Yeah, look at that little bug.
Usually spread by rats. Health experts say there's no wider threat and the situation's under control.
It's very unlikely that we will end up in a pandemic situation.
So where do...
That's what they said the last time too. That's exactly what they said the last time, but then we still ended up getting the pandemic though.
Where does this hantavirus come from and how dangerous is it? Here's the breakdown.
Uh-oh. Yeah, here we go. Okay,
the
nice
MV
little music.
Hondius, a luxury cruise ship that was taking around 150 people from the southern tip of Argentina to Cape Verde off the coast of West Africa until 3 people on board died after becoming seriously ill. Lab testing confirmed they had a rare disease called hantavirus. Since then, there's been more suspected cases, including a British doctor and 2 others who've been evacuated to hospital, and a man who was on the ship last month who's now being treated in Switzerland. Spain did agree to let passengers head to the Canary Islands for medical checks, but the island's leader has said no, saying public safety can't be guaranteed.
Yeah, you can't really blame him though. Yeah, you know. Yeah, no, it makes sense though. He don't want to let people on his island, especially if there's a chance that they're infected, because it might wipe out the entire island, and he don't want that. Makes sense though, but how deadly is it? Like, what's the probability?
So
Like
what actually
percentage-wise.
is hantavirus? It's usually spread through the saliva or excrement of infected rodents. Even dried feces is a risk because it can release tiny particles which are easily inhaled. Symptoms can take 1 to 8 weeks to show and can feel like mild flu. But phase 2 can lead to lung damage, heart and kidney failure, and in the most severe cases, death. Unlike a disease such as COVID, hantavirus normally can't spread as easily from human to human. However, cruise ships are known for being prone to virus outbreaks.
Yeah, exactly, right? It's like every time, like, it seems like, somebody whoever is playing Plague Inc. right now, you need to stop right now, mister, because we don't need you be playing these games out there, because it seems like it's going on a cruise nowadays seems like a horror movie.
Back in 2020, COVID spread to more than 700 people on the Diamond Princess. Being in the same space for weeks, sharing buffet food and limited medical access at sea all contribute to the risk. That's why the World Health Organization has said MV Hondias passengers could have spread hantavirus between each other.
We know typically most people are infected through contact with rodents or their saliva or droppings, but this one particular virus has been associated with some limited human-to-human transmission among close contacts in past outbreaks.
Though scientists have stressed hantavirus isn't a global threat, what we still don't know is how or where the virus was picked up in the first place.
Society, when it was our time to be an adult. Let's see what the good old BBC is saying. BBC. Okay, British Broadcasting Channel or Corporation, not the other BBC, okay? What is the cruise ship hantavirus and how does it spread? There are more than 20 different viral species. Yeah, okay, so you thought it was only one? Well, we got 20 of these suckers out here. Let's see.
Typically spreading to people from mice and rats, it appears to have spread from person to person.
Officials have confirmed some human-to-human transmission.
Oh, dang. So this one was first reported on May the 3rd, and now it's the story is picking up because it's been a few days. So they have been stuck there for a few days?
Cluster of confirmed cases is serious enough that all passengers on board the Hondias have been quarantined in their rooms. Their ship is also stuck because here's the Atlantic Ocean, here's the ship floating, passing the time, and here's the island nation that refused to allow the ship to dock as a precaution against the disease spreading any further.
Yeah, that's kind of sad and gotta be, understandable, like he don't want to let people on his island, especially when there's a chance they might be infected with the hantavirus rather. Yeah, right, but it gotta be scary for the people on board though. Yeah, man, I hope like this one is solved quickly and efficiently.
So let's cut through all the noise and just answer the question.
Yeah.
What happened and how serious is it?
The World Health Organization has identified 8 suspected and confirmed cases.
3 people who were on board have died.
I am currently on board the MV Hondias, and what's happening right now is very real for all of us here.
Yeah, guys, don't laugh, man. Don't laugh. I see you laughing. If you laugh, you go to hell, bro. If you laugh, you go to hell, man.
Hondias is what's called a polar-class ship. That means it's built to navigate the coldest climates and to be able to hit ice without breaking, which is handy.
What's up with like hitting ice, man? Damn, let's not hit the ice like that, bro. You know, 100 years ago, we all know what happened with Titanic, though. Let's go around the ice. Let's not try to hit ice or anything like that, bro. Yeah, let nature do its own thing.
When you're this far south. The Hondias left port on April 1st from Ushuaia, Argentina. Its first stop, South Georgia Island. It's about 5 straight days of sailing.
And the views were absolutely worth it. Looking down over the bay, the colony, and the surrounding.
Damn, man, brother was happy, man. Man, you know, nowadays it's like, you know, you go around the Middle East, it's like, damn, like, you know, vitamin N's, there's a chance of vitamin N because Uncle Donnie, President Trump, he's like talking about wiping out Iran though. So you know, Middle East is kind of like discombobulated with that stuff here. Argentina, man, people just want to see them cute little penguins, and you can't even see them without like some sort of virus, without you catching some sort of viruses, bro. Damn, bro, that's kind of sad right now. Bring on the asteroid, bro.
Surrounding mountains, and yes, Gen 2 penguins actually climb up these hills.
That's Jake. He's a travel blogger. He's on board the Hondias, and I've used his social media posts to pinpoint where the ship was on roughly which days, because It's around this visit to South Georgia Island, the first passenger started to get sick. A 70-year-old from the Netherlands. To him, it might have felt like mild food poisoning or a bad case of the flu.
Fever, headache, muscle aches and pains. It's really, it's non-specific. You're not going to, if someone walked into a clinic with those symptoms, it could be a list of things longer than your arm.
According to a World Health Report.
Yeah, because once you catch it, you might be like, it's just normal, and it might not be normal. So it's kind of, the symptoms kind of overlap each other, and they're kind of like the same. But damn, man, another one. It seems like another one. Yeah, what about that disease X, right? The Nipah virus. Yeah, we had that couple of. Yeah, I remember making a video on it, and that was coming from the bats again. And now, like, damn, man.
Organization
Another one
report.
now?
This man had fever, headache, and mild diarrhea. This was on April 6th, 2026.
Taco Bell can give you all of that too, plus way more. So it's kind of hard to say. That's why I hate it, man. Like, because you cannot tell, like, how are you getting, or these symptoms kind of like, very generic symptoms.
On board the ship. But as the cruise continued, as the Hondius was approaching one of the most remote inhabited islands on the planet, Tristan da Cunha, the man's symptoms had grown much worse. By April 11th, the case developed respiratory distress and died on board on the same day. What the ship's sole working doctor on board would have been wondering was, how did this man's condition get so bad so quickly? And another question, who did this patient have contact with?
This is something that's been happening since the beginning of shipping in the world, where you've seen these viruses happen on these large ships. There's a lot of people in a very small geographic area, so you get a virus onto a ship, it can spread very quickly.
It turns out the 70-year-old who had just died wasn't traveling alone. His wife was with him. They had been traveling together in Argentina before the cruise, and one would expect might have been in very close contact over the course of the cruise. By April 24th. So this is 2.5.
Dang, so that's crazy. So for a month now, oh my god. And yeah, you're in very like tiny spaces, I guess, or it's the geography is very small in the ship, right? So
half weeks after her husband got sick, the wife too would fall ill shortly before getting off the ship at St. Helena. She got very sick.
So you're telling me that you gotta, man, this is crazy. So you gotta work all your life, all right? You gotta work all your life, pay taxes, work, sleep, eat, work, sleep, eat, repeat, pay taxes, and then you become, let's just say 60, 70, and you're like, okay, finally I'm gonna travel the world, yay! And you do cruise ship, because hey, why not? And then you get hit with that. Damn man, yeah, the Matrix, brothers, the Matrix, man. Society, man, it's our time to be an adult, bro. Damn, man, just bring on the dang asteroid, bro. Sick and tired of that shit, man.
Her stomach in pain on one day, trying to find a flight back home. One day later, April 25th, her condition worsens while en route to the Netherlands through Johannesburg, South Africa. At some point, she reportedly collapses at an airport. The next day, April 26th, she dies in hospital.
Rest in peace.
Test results show she too had hantavirus, and health authorities started contact tracing the people she was around, the plane she was on, the ship passengers she spent time with. What investigators would very soon realize.
So almost like 2.5 weeks ago, it's been 2.5 weeks.
As if they hadn't already, was that more passengers were about to report symptoms. The same day that second case, the wife, gets off the ship, another passenger reports to the ship's doctor. He has a fever, is short of breath, signs of pneumonia. He's evacuated to an ICU in South Africa. A third confirmed case of hantavirus.
On the second.
Then, the same day, that third case is confirmed. A fourth case, presenting with pneumonia, dies. Beyond that, as of the moment I record this.
Okay, so what are the chances? Let's actually Google that really quickly. Seems like the chances are quite high. So this had 150 people on. What are the chances of dying from hantavirus? Hantavirus, okay. Let's go AI mode. I know, guys. I know, man. I know it's AI. So it won't be 100%. Hantavirus syndrome, the severe respiratory illness primarily found in North and South America. Ooh, has a high mortality rate, typically ranging from 35 to 40%, as high as 50. Sheesh. So 1 in 2, or 1 in 3 rather. No, that's crazy. That is crazy.
We've since learned of at least 4 more suspected cases of hantavirus on this cruise ship, 2 of them crew members. And now they're trying to control any further outbreak by keeping guests in their rooms.
We're not just a story. We're not just headlines. We're people.
Yeah, that's kind of sad though. Like, you work all your life, pay taxes, and then you get hit with that one, man. That's sad though. That is sad.
I think it's important to point out, in some of these cases, the people who got sick are already getting better, showing improvement.
That's good.
But this virus has no silver bullet treatment, no cure, no vaccine, no antiviral.
Many people will require intensive care unit level care. Some people will require intubation, supplemental oxygenation, ventilation support.
The type of...
Here we go again, man. Here we go. But thankfully, it's not crazy. What's this called? It doesn't transfer that quick, right? Thankfully. God bless. God bless. Thankfully. Otherwise, bro, like, we better have round 2, man. And I don't think society needs round 2 right now. There wouldn't be any society if we get that. But yeah, no, it sounds like Plandemic. You guys think it's Plandemic? Or they're trying to plan another one? Because they have been saying, you know, when I say they, I mean the ones, I don't want to name his name though, but, you know, he said that there will be another one. We need to prepare. Has said that years ago, months ago, right? There will be another one. Yeah, man, I don't know, man.
Of hantavirus we're talking about here is what's called the Andes strain of the virus. One of the countries where you'll most often find it originating, Argentina. That's important because you'll recall that's where the cruise ship left from and where the original 2 cases, the husband and wife, had spent time before boarding. But this strain of hantavirus is also very unusual because it is the only strain where human-to-human transmission has ever been confirmed.
Usually people acquire this virus from the accidental inhalation of viral particles, and the viral particles can be in dried feces or dried urine of certain rodents.
So you can imagine how this might typically happen. Maybe someone is sweeping mouse droppings out of a shed or a kitchen. Bits of those particles get into the air. You're basically breathing in disease dust. The virus infects the lining of your blood vessels. Often what happens next looks like the flu.
Yeah, please don't tell me, but I get another plague though, because these little rodents, mice, rats, they everywhere, right? They everywhere. They breed fast too. Damn, man, why you gotta be us, bro? Like, what did we do? What did you do? Right? Exactly nothing. You did nothing. I did nothing. We did nothing. Why we gotta go through these times, man? Damn, bro. Millennials, Gen Z, Gen Alpha. Okay, forget Gen Alpha, but millennials. I'm millennial, right? Millennials and Gen Z, bruh. We have been through tough times, man. Financial crisis, housing market crisis, insane taxes, you know, crazy gas prices exactly. We've been through a lot. We've been through a pandemic back in the 2020s too, bro. Holy smokers, man. You gotta be flipping my flapjacks, bro.
There can be fever, fatigue, muscle aches, headaches, nausea, vomiting. But in severe cases, blood vessels in the lungs, they become much more leaky. Plasma seeps out, and you suddenly have a hard time breathing because your airways are flooded. Your heart rate speeds up. You need oxygen.
The disease progresses extremely quickly, and at the onset of respiratory distress, death can occur within 24 to 48 hours.
Now, what we've heard from just about every expert on this file is that this form of hantavirus is deadly, yes, but also exceptionally rare because it doesn't transmit between people all that easily.
The risk to general public is low. This is not a virus that spreads like flu or like COVID. It's quite different.
Are we believing Maria or what? Are we believing Maria right there? Or what? We believe in her or we don't? Yeah, I want to know. That's what they said the last time too. That's exactly what they said the last time.
Outbreak, they say, would require people to be in very close contact for a prolonged period of time. This isn't we passed each other in the hallway or we both touched the same railing. But on the other hand, cruise ships are tight, enclosed spaces. Complete strangers might spend entire days together at sea.
I think in this,
yeah, sometimes weeks, sometimes months. Yeah, it does make sense though. So you want to avoid cruise ships like a plague right now, like quite literally, right? Quickly gotta take a second to shout out you guys, especially Jennifer, Flynn, Dark Tower, Oliver, Joseph, and the homie Nathan for becoming brand new members on the channel, as well as re-becoming members, Dark Tower and Nathan, for re-becoming members on the channel. Thank you guys so much for all the love on the channel, man. For becoming members, supporting the channel. Thank you guys so much for all the blessings. Just make sure you bless me by washing your hands before you actually touch the like button or dislike button or subscribe button or the member button, okay? I don't want anyone catching these diseases out there, bruh. So yeah, please wash your hands, man.
case, it was a smaller cruise ship, close quarters, and the fact that they really didn't know what they were dealing with early on, I think that really facilitated the spread of this virus to multiple people.
The real problem
who would have thought, man? Who would have thought, like, yeah, I'm gonna go on a ship and catch a virus or potentially catch one, right? People gonna go about their day though, like rightfully though. So yeah, man, it's kind of wild
now is that there are too many unknowns. The incubation period for hantavirus is somewhere between 1 and 8 weeks. That's potentially 2 months worth of contact tracing to figure out where and when the disease came from.
1 and 8 weeks. Okay, all right. So there is no way for knowing fully till it's like at the end, kind of, right?
From who's had it for how long and how many others they could plausibly have infected. So the possibilities health authorities would have had to consider, and it's a huge range here. Maybe every single person who's gotten sick got sick from a rodent on dry land, meaning none of the spread happened on board the cruise. Or maybe the original couple who got sick in Argentina and brought the disease on board, where they infected.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards number 2 though, honestly.
A small handful of other people. Or what's also possible is that the disease originated on the cruise ship. A mouse.
Yeah, that is possible too. Plandemic, ladies and gentlemen. What if they actually put a little sneaky little like rodent there with a virus, or perhaps they actually put a hantavirus on the ship to begin with? So it starts right there.
On board was carrying the disease. It spread, and this explains why a country might be hesitant to allow the ship to dock, because it may not simply be a carrier of the disease, it may be the source.
They're basically quarantined off the shore for the next 21 days until they figure out where the virus is coming from and whether or not the virus is still.
21 more days. Holy. So 21 days from now? That's crazy. So almost, or maybe even early June. So people gonna stay there till early June now.
On the ship, or did it come in by fruits and vegetables, or are there mice on the ship still spreading this virus around?
Right now, the evidence suggests this disease has spread between humans, and not just from rodents to humans.
We do believe that there may be some human-to-human transmission that's happening among the really close contacts, the husband and wife, people who've shared cabins, etc.
But underlining once again, it's not known to spread easily, and it is known to be a very rare disease. So
getting
health
some hope.
experts, for the most part, are taking this seriously, but don't seem overly alarmed. Beyond that, more knowledge.
Yeah, giving us some hope. Did you see this video that is going around? Apparently they are openly talking about aliens and UFOs. Yeah, President Trump actually came out again, and they're warning pastors right now. And we got a bunch of other videos of the lizard people and the gray aliens. Yeah, check out this video on the screen and I'll see you there. It's pretty wild, man. Pretty wild. Don't miss that.
In 1961, a clay tablet was discovered in the ruins of ancient Sumer that should not exist. Archaeologists found it buried beneath layers of sediment dating back over 4,000 years near the ancient city of Nippur in southern Iraq. The symbols etched into its surface were written in cuneiform, the oldest known form of writing. When scholars finally translated the text, they found something that made absolutely no sense for a civilization that supposedly never left the ground. The tablet contained detailed descriptions of the moon's internal structure, not myths or poetry, actual architectural descriptions, chambers with measurements, passageways with specific orientations, materials with properties that could be tested and verified. And most disturbingly, it described a massive entrance on the lunar surface that should not be visible to the naked eye. Yet somehow, the Sumerians knew exactly where it was. If you want to see more deep dives into forbidden history and ancient mysteries the mainstream won't touch, hit subscribe. I cover this every week, and next time we're breaking down the Egyptian texts that describe flying machines with specifications so precise that modern engineers have tried to build them. The tablet in question is cataloged as VAT 112772 in the Vorderasiatisches Museum in Berlin. It's not some fringe discovery. It's sitting in one of the most respected archaeological museums in the world, authenticated by multiple experts and carbon dated to the early 2nd millennium BCE. The chain of custody is documented. The provenance is verified. This is a legitimate Sumerian artifact. The problem is what it says. According to the translation completed by Dr. Hermann Hilprecht in 1903 and later re-examined by Samuel Kramer in 1944, the tablet contains what the Sumerians called the Tablet of Destinies. But this particular fragment doesn't deal with mythology. It deals with something the text calls the moon chamber. The tablet describes the moon as a hollow vessel, using the Sumerian term for constructed object, not celestial body. It states that inside the structure are 7 levels, each serving a different function. The outer shell, according to the text, is made of a material the Sumerians called celestial stone, described as harder than any metal, but lighter than water. Modern materials, science has a name for substances with those properties. We call them composite materials or aerogels. The Sumerians should not have known these even existed, but the tablet goes further. It describes internal chambers filled with what translates to glowing air. Not fire, not torches, not reflected sunlight, glowing air. The text specifies that this light does not burn, does not consume fuel, and does not fade over time. It exists in a state of permanent illumination. Modern physics recognizes this as a description of either bioluminescence, chemiluminescence, or some form of sustained plasma. All three require advanced understanding of energy states. In the third chamber, the tablet describes mechanisms that control the movement of the moon. The text uses terms that translate to gears, wheels, and interlocking systems made of the same celestial stone, arranged in patterns that maintain balance and regulate motion. The Sumerians knew the moon's orbit wasn't random. They knew it was too perfect, too stable, too circular to be the result of natural capture by Earth's gravity, and they claimed to know what maintained it. The mechanisms described in the tablet match what modern orbital mechanics would require to artificially stabilize a satellite. Gyroscopic stabilizers, counterweights, propulsion systems that make micro adjustments over time. The kind of engineering that wouldn't be theorized by human scientists until the 20th century. The second chamber, according to the tablet, serves as what the text calls the breathing room. This section describes a system that generates atmosphere within the hollow moon. The Sumerians had no concept of atmospheric pressure or oxygen content, yet the tablet describes a process where certain stones, when exposed to the glowing air, release breathable gases. The text notes that without this chamber functioning, the other levels would become death rooms. Modern technology uses a similar process called electrolysis to separate oxygen from other compounds. Space stations use it to maintain breathable air for astronauts.
The International Space Station has a system called the Oxygen Generation System that splits water molecules into hydrogen and oxygen. The Sumerians described this process 4,000 years before we put it into practice. Now here's where it gets uncomfortable for conventional archaeology. The tablet doesn't describe this as mythology. It describes it as a record. The text begins with a phrase that translates to as witnessed by the eye, not as told by the gods, not as revealed in dreams, as witnessed, first-hand observation. The tablet claims that Sumerian priests were taken inside the moon by beings they called the Anunnaki, and what they saw inside changed their understanding of the cosmos forever. The Anunnaki appear in hundreds of Sumerian texts spanning over 1,500 years. Mainstream scholars classify them as deities. But if you read the descriptions without the religious filter, the Anunnaki don't behave like gods. They eat, they sleep, they bleed, they age slowly, which the texts attribute to something called the food of life. They build cities using materials and labor. They travel in physical vehicles that make sounds described as thunder. The Sumerian king list describes the Anunnaki as coming from the sky before the Great Flood and establishing kingship on Earth. Their cities are named Eridu, Ur, Nippur. Their leaders are named Anu, Enlil, Enki. Their wars are documented, and in multiple texts, the Anunnaki are described as teaching humanity astronomy, mathematics, metallurgy, and written language. One of those secrets, according to VAT Awantwe 772, was the truth about the moon. The tablet states that the moon is not a natural celestial body. It's a construct, a vessel brought into Earth's orbit thousands of years before human civilization existed. The purpose, according to the text, was to stabilize the planet. Before the moon's arrival, the tablet claims the Earth wobbled violently on its axis, making sustained life nearly impossible. The Anunnaki placed the moon in orbit to create tidal forces, stabilize the axial tilt, and allow life to flourish. If this sounds insane, consider what modern astrophysics tells us. The moon is abnormally large for a satellite. Its size relative to Earth is a statistical outlier in our solar system. Its orbit is nearly circular, which is geometrically improbable for a captured object. And its composition doesn't match Earth's composition, which contradicts the dominant theory that the moon formed from debris after a planetary collision. There's another problem with the mainstream explanation, the giant impact hypothesis. The currently accepted theory states that the moon formed when a Mars-sized object called Theia collided with Earth roughly 4.5 billion years ago. The debris from the impact coalesced into the moon. But this theory has serious issues that scientists quietly acknowledge in academic papers but rarely discuss publicly. First, if the moon formed from Earth's debris, its composition should match Earth's composition. It doesn't. Lunar samples collected by the Apollo mission show a completely different ratio of isotopes, particularly oxygen isotopes, which suggests the moon didn't originate from Earth material. The isotopic signature is wrong. Second, the moon's orbital mechanics don't fit the giant impact model. Computer simulations of the Theia collision show that the debris would have formed a ring system around Earth, similar to Saturn's rings, not a single consolidated satellite. To get the moon into its current orbit from a debris field, the simulations require multiple highly improbable adjustments and gravitational assists that have never been observed in any other planetary system. The math only works if you add variables that conveniently make it work. And third, the moon is receding from Earth at a rate of 3.8 centimeters per year. This recession is measured and verified. If you reverse that recession and calculate backward, the moon would have been in direct contact with Earth roughly 1.4 billion years ago, not 4.5 billion years ago, as the giant impact hypothesis requires. The timeline doesn't match, the composition doesn't match, the formation process doesn't match, yet this remains the accepted explanation because the alternative is too uncomfortable to consider. In 1969, NASA's Apollo 12 mission deliberately crashed the ascent stage of the lunar module into the moon's surface to to test seismic equipment that had been left behind by Apollo 11. The impact was equivalent to detonating 1 ton of TNT at a velocity of over 6,000 kilometers per hour. Seismometers placed at multiple locations across the landing site recorded the moon's response to the impact. What they detected shouldn't have been possible. The moon rang like a bell for over an hour, not a metaphor. The seismic waves reverberated through the lunar structure in a pattern consistent with a hollow or partially hollow object. The vibrations peaked at 55 minutes after impact and gradually declined over the next several hours. Dr. Ross Taylor, a geochemist who analyzed lunar samples brought back by the Apollo missions, reviewed the seismic data and stated publicly that the moon's behavior during the test suggested it might be hollow, or at minimum, that its internal structure was fundamentally different from Earth's. Dr. Frank Press from MIT, who designed some of the seismic equipment used in the Apollo program, noted that the ringing pattern was unlike anything observed in terrestrial geology. Solid planetary bodies absorb seismic energy. They don't amplify it. NASA never followed up on this finding with additional tests. The data was published in scientific journals, discussed briefly at a few conferences, then buried under decades of later research that focused on surface composition and crater analysis. But the Sumerians had already told us the moon was hollow 4,000 years earlier. The 7th chamber described in the tablet is called the Hall of Lights. According to the text, this chamber is located at the moon's core and serves as the control center. The walls are described as covered in star maps that glow from within the material itself. The maps show not just visible stars, but systems that cannot be seen without telescopes. One section shows a cluster the Sumerians called the Place of Origin, described as 7 sisters dancing in the void. Modern astronomers recognize this as the Pleiades. But the tablet doesn't just mention the Pleiades. It describes the cluster in geometric detail, noting star positions, brightness levels, and dimmer stars surrounding the main group. The Pleiades are 444 light-years from Earth. Without telescopes, the human eye can see only 6 or 7 of the brightest stars. But the tablet describes dozens of stars in patterns that match current astronomical maps. The Sumerians had no way to observe this level of detail, yet the tablet describes the cluster with precision not matched by human astronomers until the 17th century. Inside the Hall of Lights, the tablet describes a council chamber where the Anunnaki made decisions regarding Earth. The room is circular with a dome ceiling reflecting the star maps. At the center is a platform called the Seat of Judgment. The text claims humans were not allowed in this chamber, but Sumerian priests were permitted to observe from an outer passage, separated by a transparent barrier described as thinner than silk but harder than bronze. What they saw was a gathering of beings who did not look entirely human. The text notes elongated skulls, unusually tall stature, eyes that reflected light like polished metal, and skin with a faint luminescence, hands with longer fingers and an additional joint. These details match descriptions found in the Epic of Gilgamesh and the Atrahasis. The consistency across multiple sources is hard to dismiss, but the most controversial part of the tablet isn't what's inside the moon, it's what's on the surface. The text describes a doorway located on the southern region of the moon's visible face. Not a crater, not a rock formation, a doorway. The tablet provides specific landmarks to locate it, describing the door's position relative to 2 major craters identified as Tycho and Clavius. The text states the door lies between these landmarks, slightly offset toward the terminator line. It describes the door as framed by 2 pillars of celestial stone, each rising roughly 9 to 10 kilometers in height. Between the pillars is a recessed opening that remains sealed except when the Anunnaki choose to open it. The door is described as smooth, without hinges or visible mechanisms. To the ancient Sumerians, this wasn't mythology, it was cartography. They were giving directions. In 1994, the Clementine spacecraft orbited the moon and captured high-resolution images of the entire surface. The mission was a joint project between NASA and the Department of Defense, officially tasked with testing sensors for ballistic missile defense. But the images included something unexpected. In the southern polar region, in an area matching the landmarks described in the Sumerian tablet, researchers identified a formation that didn't match any known geological process. It appeared as two parallel structures rising from the surface, roughly 3 kilometers apart, with a recessed shadow between them. The formation was symmetrical, perfectly symmetrical. Natural geology doesn't create perfect symmetry. But this structure had clean edges, straight lines, parallel orientation. NASA classified the raw images and released only low-resolution versions to the public. The formation was explained as a crater with unusual lighting. But independent analysts who enhanced the images noticed something else. The shadows between the two pillars didn't behave like shadows cast by sunlight. They were too dark, too uniform, and too deep. It looked like an opening. In 2009, the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter conducted another survey of the moon's south pole using laser altimetry and high-resolution cameras capable of resolving features smaller than 1 meter across. This time, the resolution was high enough to see details that Clementine had missed. When the LRO passed over the formation identified 15 years earlier, NASA released a statement saying the structure was a natural ridge caused by ancient volcanic activity billions of years ago. But the images told a different story. The two pillars were still there, still parallel, still symmetrical. And between them, the opening appeared even more defined than in the Clementine data. Researchers who analyzed the publicly available LRO data noted something troubling. The depth of the recess between the pillars couldn't be measured accurately because the laser altimetry sensors couldn't detect a floor. The lasers bounced back from the edges of the structure but returned no data from the center. Either the opening was too deep for the equipment to scan, extending beyond the maximum range of the instrument, or there was no floor to detect. Just empty space. NASA archived the data, and it hasn't been referenced in any major lunar studies since 2009. The formation appears in no geology textbooks. It's mentioned in no academic papers about lunar surface features. It exists in the data, verified and cataloged, but officially ignored. When independent researchers requested higher resolution imagery of the specific area, NASA denied the request, citing resource allocation priorities. The area has been photographed dozens of times by the LRO over the past 15 years, but none of those images have been made publicly available at full resolution. The Sumerian tablet describes the door as sealed by a mechanism that responds to sound. Specifically, a sequence of tones that the Anunnaki used to open and close the passage. The text claims that only those who know the sequence can enter, and that the sequence changes periodically to prevent unauthorized access. This detail seemed absurd to translators in the early 20th century. How could sound open a door made of stone? But in 2003, researchers at the University of California discovered that certain frequencies of sound can cause materials to change their molecular structure temporarily. The phenomenon is called acoustic levitation, and it's now used in laboratories to manipulate small objects without physical contact. Scientists have demonstrated that sound waves at specific frequencies can create standing wave patterns that exert physical force on objects, essentially suspending them in midair or moving them along predetermined paths. If a material could be engineered to respond to specific sound frequencies, changing its density or rigidity when exposed to the right tones, it could theoretically create a lock that operates without any mechanical parts, no hinges, no latches, no keys. Just sound. The Sumerians described this technology 4,000 years before we discovered the science behind it, and they described it not as magic or divine power, but as a mechanism, a tool, something that could be understood and replicated if you knew the principles. There's another problem with the mainstream explanation of the moon's origin. The giant impact hypothesis, which is the currently accepted theory, states that the moon formed when a Mars-sized object called Theia collided with Earth roughly 4.5 billion years ago. The debris from the impact coalesced into the moon. But this theory has issues. First, if the moon formed from Earth's debris, its composition should match Earth's composition. It doesn't. Lunar samples show a completely different ratio of isotopes, particularly oxygen isotopes, which suggests the moon didn't originate from Earth. Second, the moon's orbital mechanics don't fit the giant impact model. Computer simulations of the collision show that the debris would have formed a ring around Earth, not a single consolidated satellite. To get the moon into its current orbit, the simulations require multiple improbable adjustments that have never been observed in any other planetary system. And third, the moon is receding from Earth at a rate of 3.8 centimeters per year. If you reverse that recession, the moon would have been in contact with Earth roughly 1.4 billion years ago, not 4.5 billion years ago. The math doesn't work. In 1970, two Soviet scientists, Mikhail Vasin and Alexander Sherbakov, published a paper titled "Is the Moon the Creation of Alien Intelligence?" The paper was published in Sputnik, a Soviet science journal with international readership, and it laid out a detailed argument that the moon is an artificial structure. Vasin and Sherbakov weren't fringe researchers. They were members of the Soviet Academy of Sciences with backgrounds in astrophysics and engineering. They analyzed the same data that NASA had collected during the Apollo missions and concluded that the moon's size, orbit, density, and seismic properties were inconsistent with natural formation. They proposed that the moon is a hollow shell, possibly thousands of kilometers thick on the outside, but mostly empty on the inside, designed to house an advanced civilization or serve as a permanent base of operations for beings monitoring Earth. The paper meticulously documented anomalies. The moon's density is 3.34 grams per cubic centimeter. Earth's density is 5.5 grams per cubic centimeter. If the moon formed from the same material as Earth, the densities should be similar. They're not. The moon is too light for its size. Vasin and Sherbakov calculated that if the moon were a solid sphere of rock and metal matching its observed mass, it would have to be made of materials significantly less dense than anything found on Earth. The only explanation that fit the data was a hollow interior with a relatively thin outer shell. The paper was dismissed by mainstream scientists in the West as Soviet propaganda or scientific speculation. But it was never debunked. No one published a rebuttal that addressed the data. No one offered an alternative explanation that resolved the density problem or the seismic anomalies. The paper simply disappeared from academic discourse. The questions it raised are still unanswered 50 years later. The text describes previous civilizations that were given access to Anunnaki technology and destroyed themselves with it. The moon, the tablet claims, is both a gift and a test. If humanity can prove it's ready, the door will open. If not, it will remain sealed until we are. There's no way to verify the tablet's claims. We can't enter the moon. We can't scan its interior with enough precision to confirm or deny the existence of chambers. And we can't force NASA to release classified data from missions conducted over 50 years ago. But we can look at the evidence that's publicly available. The moon's unusual size and orbit, its hollow-sounding seismic behavior, the unexplained structures photographed by multiple missions, the consistent descriptions across ancient texts separated by thousands of years and thousands of miles, and the fact that every time someone asks the hard questions, the answers are the same: natural formation, coincidence, lighting anomaly, move along. The tablet is still sitting in Berlin. You can request to view it if you go through the proper channels, though photography is restricted and access is limited. The translation has been peer-reviewed multiple times, and while some scholars argue about specific word choices, the overall meaning is consistent. The Sumerians believed the moon was hollow. They believed it was constructed, and they believed there was a door on its surface that led inside. Whether they were right is still an open question, but the fact that we're not allowed to ask it publicly should tell you something. If you want more breakdowns of ancient texts the establishment doesn't want you reading, subscribe now. Next week, I'm covering the Vedic scriptures that describe nuclear weapons in detail, including blast radius, fallout, and the long-term effects on the land, the kind of knowledge that shouldn't exist.
Okay, can you hear me? Yeah, it might be a little bit of feedback, but then again, I want a little bit of sound in here. It was not a normal meeting. I don't exactly remember what time my court was, but I was there for another hour and a half. Last court date. I had 3 lawyers that were not involved that I talked to that are becoming involved. And then I had a counselor, a guide, and my new attorney as well. So all of us are on the same page that I am fully competent and this is going to go back. But the details of how that goes back, okay, and how it reflects on the court, they're not letting it go. Apparently this has been a problem before. There's a couple of lawyers that want to know the history and have the details of the A-Rod emails, just like I used another case here in Larimer County that A-Rod was involved with that involved sanctions. These lawyers wanted to get that. So the counselor and then there's a guide. Again, both on the same page. Nothing to do it. Oh well, turn it up then. But that's it. That's all it was. That's all it was needed. They already have my motion. They already have a written statement by me that shows that I am perfectly of sound mind and I have full understanding of the charges. This is just them having a brain fart. They want to do it, that's fine. It's going to cost them some more money.
And expect nothing in return, especially from someone you don't even know. She keeps saying the woman's name is Ann, then she doesn't really know Ann, and then she met Ann through someone else. The story shifts every time they push on it. She admits at one point that she thought it was a scam, but she did it anyway. Then they open her purse. Multiple credit cards. Officers run through them one by one. Almost all of them are declined. The only card that works is her own. When they ask whose names are on the other cards, she can't explain it. When they find a fake ID in her wallet, she says she forgot it was in there. Oh, and she also had marijuana. It's not a great afternoon. Here's what was actually going on. The scheme works like this. Someone books the cruise and the onboard excursions using a stolen credit card. They recruit a person, usually with a cheap travel offer, and tell them to come on board.
Hey, go ahead and stay tuned because we have the best sleep stream here.
Cancel the pre-booked excursions and pocket or redirect the refund. While on the ship, the recruit is also supposed to make purchases using additional stolen cards, running more fraudulent transactions before the card gets flagged. The organizer stays clean. The recruit takes all the risk. And the recruit doesn't even fully understand what they've signed up for until officers are sitting across from them with the cards spread out on the table. She was charged with possession of fake identification and banned from cruising for life. The officer's summary of what she thought was going to happen stays with you. Come on board the ship, charge whatever you want, and you're not going to get caught. Well, she got caught. Number 9. They fished off the balcony and posted the evidence themselves. A group of passengers on a Carnival cruise set up fishing lines off their cabin balcony while the ship was docked in Nassau. Then they filmed themselves doing it. Then they posted the video on TikTok. Carnival banned them for life, and the investigation was probably the easiest one the company has ever had to conduct because the passengers had already done it for them. Think about that for a second. They were caught by a crew member walking past. Nobody reported them. They put the video on one of the biggest platforms on the internet with the cruise line's name in the background. And then Carnival watched it like anyone else scrolling through their feed. The passengers handed over the footage, the identification, and a free distribution platform all in one post. Whatever case Carnival needed to make was already made before anyone at the company knew it existed. The fishing itself was also a problem. A cruise ship has other passengers on the decks below, and hooks and fishing line going over the side of something that size is not the same as casting off a dock somewhere quiet. But between fishing off the balcony and posting the video publicly, the video was the worst decision. Some people treat a cruise like a private holiday rental. This group treated it like a reality show they were producing themselves. Number 8. He jumped off the ship deck to get views. Nick Nadev was on Royal Caribbean's Symphony of the Seas when it was docked in Nassau, and he decided to go up to a high deck, jump off it into the water below, film the whole thing, and post it online. Royal Caribbean gave him a lifetime ban. When he spoke to interviewers afterward, he said he hadn't thought it through and hoped nobody would try to copy him. A bit of an understatement. Symphony of the Seas is one of the biggest cruise ships in the world, and jumping from a high deck into the water is not the same as jumping off a dock or even a cliff somewhere. The height changes what actually happens when you hit the surface. It's not just a bigger splash, and the currents around a hull that size are not something you can judge from where you're standing on the deck above. Now, he got lucky, and he said so afterward. Lucky and smart are not the same thing. And here's something a lot of people don't think about. When a passenger goes overboard on a cruise ship, the ship has no idea whether it was intentional or an accident. There's no way to know from the bridge whether someone jumped for a video or fell over in the dark. So the response is always the same. The ship goes into emergency mode. Everything else stops. Crew get pulled from every other job on board. And thousands of passengers on that sailing had their afternoon interrupted because one guy wanted views, didn't really think about it, and later admitted as much to anyone who'd listened. Number 7. She climbed outside her balcony railing for a photo. A woman on Royal Caribbean's Allure of the Seas climbed over her cabin balcony railing and stood on the outside of it to take a selfie. Not leaning over the rail, on the outside of it, hanging above the ocean with nothing underneath her. Someone got a photo of her doing it. Royal Caribbean identified her, had her removed from the ship dock in Jamaica, and banned her and her travel companion for life. The part that really gets me is that the photo would have looked exactly the same from inside the railing. The ocean is still there. The view doesn't change based on which side of the railing you're standing on. She put herself in genuine danger for a picture she could have taken 2 feet to her left without climbing over anything. And a cruise ship balcony is not the same as a hotel balcony. It's worth actually saying that out loud. A hotel is sitting on solid ground and not going anywhere. A cruise ship is constantly moving. The wind works differently at that height on a vessel that size. And the structure underneath your feet is not stable in the way that balancing on the outside edge of a railing needs to be. If you go over the side, there's nothing below you but a very long drop to the water. A lot of people online said Royal Caribbean overacted with the lifetime ban. They didn't. Standing on the outside of a moving ship's railing is not a gray area. And if something goes wrong at that point, it's not just one person's problem anymore. The whole ship goes into emergency mode. crew get pulled away from everything else, and thousands of passengers who had nothing to do with any of it get caught up in the response. The ban made complete sense. The decision that earned it didn't. Subscribe below before we keep going, because the next few entries stop being funny pretty quickly. We're talking about federal charges, a prison sentence, and one story at the end of this list where somebody died. Number 6. He sent a bomb threat because he had to watch the pets. When a bomb threat came in for the Carnival Sunrise, over 1,000 staterooms had to be searched. Security teams, law enforcement, the whole response. Because when a threat like that comes in for a ship at sea, you have no choice but to treat it as real. Every passenger on board had their trip disrupted. The investigators found out who sent it. His name was Joshua Lowe. His girlfriend's family had gone on the cruise. He had been left at home to look after the pets. He wasn't happy about it. That's it. That's the whole motive. He sent a bomb threat to a cruise ship full of passengers because he was annoyed about being stuck at home doing pet duty. He got 8 months in federal prison. A cruise line can't read minds. When a threat comes in, the full response gets deployed every single time, because the alternative is betting that every threat is a fake, and you can't make that bet with thousands of people on board. So more than 1,000 cabins got searched. Hundreds of passengers got their day ruined, and every one of them had Joshua Lowe's feelings about the family vacation schedule to thank for it. 8 months in federal prison for a pet-sitting grievance. Let that one sink in. Number 5. He jumped overboard during a federal inspection. Jay Gonzalez Diaz was on Royal Caribbean's Rhapsody of the Seas when it docked in the port of San Juan. CBP officers came on board to do an inspection during disembarkation, and at that point, according to the criminal complaint, he went over the side of the ship. People on jet skis brought him back to the shore. Now, the complaint does tie him to over $16,000 in casino losses from the voyage, but the reason he gave for going over the rail at that specific moment was that he didn't want to declare the cash that he was carrying to the CBP officers who had just walked on board. So here's what actually happened. The ship was docked, not out at sea, but in a port. Federal officers came on board for a routine check, and his response to that was to climb over the railing of a docked cruise ship and drop into the harbor in broad daylight with witnesses around. Not at a quieter moment, not at a later stop. Right then, mid-inspection, people on jet skis pulled him out and brought him back to the dock, where the same officers were still there waiting. The cash he'd been trying to hide was still the same problem. The $16,000 in casino losses was still on the record. The complaint covered it all, and now there was also the matter of the jump itself to explain. He hadn't solved a single thing. He had just added to the list. Number 4. He boarded an Alaska cruise using a fake identity. Federal prosecutors said Enrico Ronquillo boarded a Princess cruise in Alaska using counterfeit California identification documents, presenting himself as a U.S. citizen for the entire voyage, and was later indicted on charges of aggravated identity theft, false impersonation, and possession of false documents. If you're going to pick somewhere to try this, Alaska would be near the bottom of any sensible list. Stricter manifest checks, broader proximity, tighter coordination between agencies. Documentation on Alaskan cruises gets looked at more carefully than most places. But even putting Alaska aside, the cruise ship is a genuinely bad place to travel under a fake identity. And it comes down to how the whole experience actually works. And the thing about cruise ships specifically is that everything you do gets tied to the name you check in with. Casinos, restaurants, shops, port stops. By the end of the trip, there's a complete paper trail of everywhere you went and everything you did, all attached to whatever documents you showed on day one. You can't really blend in on a cruise ship. You're logged in from the moment you board. Ronquillo's apparent thinking was that being one face among thousands of passengers on a large ship was good cover. What it actually was was several days of quietly building a well-documented federal case against himself under a fake name without knowing it. By the time investigators needed it, all the evidence was already there waiting for them. The Department of Justice put out a press release about the indictment. That is not how most people picture their cruise ending. Number 3. They packed carfentanil in their luggage for a Bermuda cruise. 4 American passengers were arrested in Bermuda after police found illegal drugs in their possession that included carfentanil. When the police spoke to the press about it, they said the seizure may have prevented a tragedy. And that's not a throwaway line. Carfentanil is roughly 100 times more potent than fentanyl. It's the kind of drug used to sedate large animals like elephants. It's not a recreational substance that ended up in someone's bag by accident. Its presence in cruise luggage is a serious public safety situation, not a bad judgment call. They got it on board, which is already a significant achievement given how embarkation screening works. Then the ship docked in Bermuda, which is a different country with its own police and its own laws. And those laws don't care where you started your trip. Some people treat a cruise like a legal gray zone between countries. Bermuda's police arrested 4 American tourists and told the media the seizure may have stopped a tragedy, and the ship carried on without them. Number 2. They tried to smuggle 95 kilos of cocaine through Sydney. When Sea Princess docked in Sydney, Australia, Border Force officers and detector dogs went through the passenger cabins and found 95 kilos of cocaine packed into suitcases belonging to 3 Canadian passengers. Not grams, 95 kilograms. They were charged. Maybe they figured that a ship carrying that much passenger luggage would make 95 kilos harder to find. It didn't. Australian Border Force goes through arriving cruise ships thoroughly, and detector dogs are not confused by large volumes of bags. They just have more to work through. The whole plan needed to hold together at the exact moment the ship docked in Sydney, but that's the exact moment it came apart. Someone put genuine planning into this. They figured out how to get it on board, kept it through the whole voyage, and apparently expected to walk off the gangway in Sydney like it was just another disembarkation. Officers went through the cabins, the dogs did what they're trained to do, and the bags came out. The entire plan rested on a cruise ship being a discreet way to move nearly 100 kilos of cocaine into Australia, which turned out to be very wrong. Number 1. One dropped cigarette, a fatal consequence. This one isn't funny, and I want to say that before we get into it. It's about 3 in the morning. The Star Princess is sailing through the Caribbean, somewhere between Grand Cayman and Jamaica, carrying 2,690 passengers and over 1,000 crew. Most people are asleep. Then a fire breaks out on a balcony on one of the upper decks, and within minutes, it's moving. Passengers wake up to smoke in the corridors, and people are running past their doors. Some of them made it out in nightgowns and robes because there was no time for anything else. The crew sounded the alarm. Passengers grabbed life jackets and moved to muster stations. And by the time the ship pulled into Montego Bay later in the morning, around 100 exterior cabins were blackened on the outside. Metal twisted from the heat. A stark, dark streak running across an otherwise white ship. One passenger, a 75-year-old man from Georgia named Richard Liffage, collapsed on deck and died. 2 more suffered serious smoke inhalation injuries. 9 others were treated for minor complications. The cruise was terminated. Everyone was rerouted to hotels. The investigation concluded the fire was probably started by a discarded cigarette end that landed on combustible material on a passenger balcony. Cruise ship balconies are open and run along the outside of the vessel right next to each other, and wind at sea pushes fire along that kind of surface rather than dispersing it. One moment of carelessness on one balcony spread across decks 11 and 12 and killed a man who had absolutely nothing to do with whoever dropped the cigarette. Everything else on this list is something you can see coming. The fishing video is a choice someone made and filmed. The bomb threat is something someone typed and sent. A cigarette being dropped is nothing. It takes no thought, It's over in a second. And on a ship carrying thousands of passengers in the middle of the night, it was enough to kill someone and destroy 100 cabins and end a vacation for nearly 4,000 people who had no idea it was coming. The no smoking rules and the balcony restrictions that passengers roll their eyes at during the safety briefing, those exist because of nights exactly like this one. Now, if any of these made you think twice about something you might have done on a cruise, drop a comment below and let me know which one got you. And if you want more of these, more bad decisions, more things that went wrong at sea, the next video is already up. Go watch it now. Your voyage is just beginning. You're about to see 8 of the dumbest things passengers have ever done on cruise ships, caught on camera. From a woman pepper spraying a crew member on Valiant Lady, to guests throwing furniture into the sea just for laughs. These are the viral moments cruise lines wish never happened. Every one of them started the same way. One bad decision, one loud crowd, and a camera that never blinks. By the end, you'll see how fast a fun night at sea turns into headlines, bans, and body cams. So buckle in, because this isn't your average cruise recap. It's a highlight reel of what not to do when the ocean's your neighbor and everyone's watching. Number 1, chemical attack at sea. October 4th, 2024, Key West, Florida. It started as another neon-soaked night on the Valiant Lady. Music spilling from the club, guests weaving down corridors with half-finished drinks. Around midnight, near deck 6, a janitorial cart set by a stateroom. Nothing unusual. A crew member bent down to rearrange supplies. Then, in a blur of laughter and movement, one passenger crouched, grabbed a spray bottle, and fired. The mist hit straight into the crew member's eyes. She stumbled back, blinking hard, palms pressed to her face as the chemical burned. Witnesses froze. A friend hissed, "We're gonna get in trouble," while trying to pull the group away. Security arrived within seconds. The music didn't stop. The DJ kept spinning, but in the background, radios clicked alive. Code words, medical dispatch, the kind of behind-the-scenes coordination you only notice when something goes wrong. By dawn, the party lights had given way to flashing police strobes at the Key West Pier. Officers boarded with body cams rolling, interviewing witnesses who described a drunk woman with a bottle taken from a cleaning cart. The suspect sat wide-eyed and trembling, saying, "I don't do that," as cuffs closed around her wrists. The crew member, treated overnight, was sent ashore for further care. It was all over TikTok before breakfast. The arrest, the disbelief, the comments ranging from "that's wild" to "she deserves it." But the lesson is quieter than the headlines. Ships are workplaces before they are playgrounds. Every crew member is part of a safety web that keeps thousands afloat and fed. Hurt one, and the ripple spreads through medical logs, reports, and court dockets. What happened on Deck 6 wasn't just a party mistake. It was a felony at sea. The music fades, the hangover hits, and the only souvenir left is a case file stamped "aggravated battery." Because on the ocean, every bad decision has a wake. and it always catches up by morning. Number 2, Deck 11 jump for clout. Early morning light hits the balconies of Symphony at Seas in January 2019. The water below is calm, glassy, and dangerously inviting. A 27-year-old passenger steps over the railing, phone cameras already pointed at him. His friends cheer, voices shaky with the mix of fear and excitement that always precedes something stupid. He balances on the white awning just below the balcony, stretches his arms wide, and hesitates for half a second. Just enough time for someone to say, "Bro, don't!" But he jumps. The splash is small, but the fallout is massive. Within seconds, alarms sound. Security rushes to the rail. The bridge logs a potential man overboard call, one of the most serious alerts a cruise ship can issue. Procedures trigger automatically. Confirm the splash, count passengers, prepare recovery teams. The man surfaces, whooping like a champion, unaware that every officer on board now has his cabin number and that the captain is already filing a report. When the ship docks, local authorities are waiting. The video, meant for social media glory, has already spread. Within hours, Royal Caribbean issues a statement. Lifetime ban. The man and every friend cheering in that clip are blacklisted. The internet turns him into a meme. News outlets call him the deck jump daredevil. What no one sees on video is how close he came to not surfacing at all. 11 decks up means a fall at nearly 60 miles per hour. Enough to break bones, rupture organs, or knock you unconscious before you hit the surface. Even if you survive, rescue crews must risk themselves to retrieve you. He thought he'd make history, and he did, just not the kind anyone wants. The ocean doesn't care about your clout. Respect the rail, or the sea will teach you why it's there. Now, before we jump from one balcony mistake to another, it's worth saying some passengers don't need 11 decks to make a bad decision. Sometimes all it takes is a pair of sunglasses, a bit of ego, and one misplaced reach to turn calm waters into chaos. Then, just as that clip fades from headlines, another one surfaces, proving some lessons at sea never stick. Number 3, the sunglasses slip. Icon of the Seas, July 2025. Afternoon sun hits the water like glass. Guests float lazily in the infinity pool. The music thumps, and everything feels perfectly choreographed for a postcard. Then it happens. A pair of designer sunglasses slides off someone's face and lands just beyond the glass wall, resting on the tiny ledge above open air. You can see the thought cross his mind. I can reach it. He plants a hand on the railing, leans forward, and stretches. A couple of bystanders murmur warnings, but his focus narrows to the glinting lenses. He leans farther. His heels lift. Gravity decides the rest. The camera catches the gasp, the blur, the moment his body disappears from the frame. Screams ripple through the pool deck. Security sprints in, guests pull back, and the carefree rhythm of the afternoon dissolves. Fortunately, he's not gone overboard. A maintenance platform sits just below the glass, out of sight from most angles. Crew help him up, shaken but alive. He's taken to medical for checks, and the area clears within minutes. By dinner time, the pool has reopened, but the internet never does. The video racks millions of views before the ship even reaches its next port. Infinity Glass is designed to erase boundaries visually, not physically. It's meant for selfies, not stunts. Behind the scenes, every ship has grabber poles and trained crew for dropped items, because no souvenir is worth a fall. The lesson's simple, but it keeps replaying. Never reach where safety barriers begin. A $7 pair of sunglasses isn't worth a headline or a hospital bill. The ocean doesn't forgive curiosity mixed with ego. When the pool reopens, it's calm again. But anyone who saw that slip now watches the edge differently. Some learn by listening, others by falling. Number 4, stuck in the sky. It's the kind of shot cruise designers dream about. Clear blue sky on the Norwegian Bliss. Guests cheering as riders plunge through a slide that loops over open ocean. The Ocean Loops attraction hangs off the side of the ship like a glass ribbon, letting thrill seekers fly out past the hull and back again. It's supposed to be smooth, fast, and foolproof, until one rider stalls halfway through. The September 2025 video starts mid-cheer, then silence. A woman in a black swimsuit is suspended in the clear tube, feet twitching, water still rushing past her. For a few seconds, she's floating between sky and sea, part trapped, part spectacle. From the deck, people shout, "She's stuck!" Someone laughs nervously. Crew members are already moving. What you can't see in the clip is how choreographed the next few minutes are. Slides like this have pressure sensors, evacuation hatches, and trained staff stationed at every curve. One attendant signals to pause dispatch. Another climbs to the access point. Through the transparent acrylic, they make eye contact, calm her down, and guide her toward the upper hatch. A few minutes later, she's standing safely beside the slide, wrapped in a towel and smiling through the adrenaline. The crowd claps, phones out again, this time in relief. The internet calls it terrifying. Engineers call it routine. A stall happens when riders open their arms or drop their legs too soon, slowing the water's push. It's rare, but predictable. The real danger comes from ignoring the safety talk, the part most people tune out. Arms crossed, ankles locked, chin tucked. That 30-second brief is the only thing between thrill and panic. Later, the clip hits TikTok with captions like, "Stuck above the ocean for 5 minutes." Reality? 90 seconds, 0 injuries. But it goes viral anyway, because nothing spreads faster than fear, especially when it's filmed through glass. The next time you hear that safety spiel and think it's boring, remember her. One wrong pose can make the ride feel endless. And on a ship where every second is filmed, even routine turns legendary. Number 5. Furniture overboard. December 2022. It's a freezing night on the Baltic Princess. The wind cuts across the open deck as a small group of passengers decide the rules don't apply to them. A phone camera is already rolling. A man grabs a plastic table, laughs, and starts dragging it toward the railing. A woman yells, "Don't!" but the crowd eggs him on. The table teeters at the edge, then spins into the dark water like a coin disappearing into a bottomless well. The laughter grows bolder. Another chair follows, splash, then another. To the group, it's comedy. To everyone else on deck, it's chaos waiting to happen. You can hear someone whisper, "They're going to get kicked off for that," while another bystander backs away with their hands over their mouth. What the video doesn't show is the danger in those seconds. When a heavy object drops from an upper deck, it doesn't fall straight. It's carried by the wind and sucked by the ship's movement. A single chair can smash a lower balcony, injure crew working below, or hit a tender boat alongside. And when it misses everything, it becomes pollution. Cruise chairs don't dissolve. They drift for miles or sink into ecosystems that were never meant to hold them. By morning, the clip had reached social media. Within hours, the passengers were identified, banned, and investigated by local maritime authorities. The story spread faster than the splash ever could. For the people in the video, it was just content. For the cruise line, it was a black mark that made international news. That's the truth behind most viral cruise clips. The camera always captures the fun, never the fines. Every tossed chair or table becomes a symbol of disrespect for the people cleaning, maintaining, and steering a floating city through unpredictable weather. So the next time you're on a windy deck with friends hyping each other up, remember this: the ocean doesn't take jokes lightly. The rail is not a stage. And that epic moment you're filming might just be the one that ends your cruising days for good. Then, just when you think people couldn't top tossing furniture into the ocean, someone finds a new low that doesn't even make it past deck 7. Number 6. The stairwell, no restroom moment. It's just after lunch on a sea day, May 2025. The decks are calm, the pool's packed, and the stairwells echo with flip-flops and laughter. In one of those stairwells, a man stops halfway between deck 6 and deck 7. He looks around, swaying slightly, and makes a choice that instantly becomes internet history. He decides the landing is his restroom. The camera picks it up halfway through. A family walks in on the scene, horrified. A crew member nearby radios for security while another guest starts recording. Within seconds, a uniformed officer is there, calm but firm, telling him to stop. The man's excuses tumble out. I couldn't find a bathroom. I've been drinking. It's just water. None of it matters. On cruise ships, stairwells aren't side hallways. They're evacuation routes. Every spill, every mess in those spaces triggers a response chain. Crew cordon off the area, glove up, clean, sanitize, and log it as a biohazard. For every person laughing in the comments, 10 others on board are now walking extra flights because someone couldn't make it to the restroom. Security footage doesn't lie. Within the hour, the man's cabin number is confirmed. His key card logs his last bar tab. Guest Services issues a fine to cover cleanup, and by the next port, he's escorted off the ship. Bags packed, access revoked. The official reason? Breach of sanitation policy and public conduct. The unofficial one? Just plain stupidity. Now, when the video hits TikTok, the caption reads, "Caught in the act on a cruise ship." Comments flood in. Disbelief, disgust, and memes. But behind the jokes is a simple truth every cruiser learns. Respect the shared spaces, because every inch of that ship has a purpose. There's a restroom on almost every public deck, near the buffet, near the theater, even behind the pool bar. Every crew member will point you there without judgment. What they don't forgive is someone turning an escape route into a headline. The cleanup crew worked fast. The internet didn't. That stairwell became one of the year's most viral "don't be this guy" moments. A reminder that no matter how high the seas or strong the drink, common sense should always stay on board. Number 7. Chairs in the air. The Carnival Sunrise was returning from Half Moon Cay, June 2025. The deck is alive. Steel drums, families with frozen drinks, and the usual midday heat thick enough to make tempers short. Two men argue over reserved loungers. One claims he saved them. The other says there's no saving on sea days. Voices rise. A crowd starts to gather. And then someone makes the worst possible move. He picks up a chair. The moment freezes for half a heartbeat. Then plastic sails through the air. The first chair smacks against the deck with a sharp crack. Another flies. You can hear people shouting, ducking, grabbing their kids. One woman's drink hits the floor as she shields a stroller. Within seconds, the pool's steel drum soundtrack has been replaced by yelling and the thump of security boots. Trained for this, the guards move fast. They don't shout. They form a line, split the crowd, and escort the men out as phones film from every angle. Bartenders stop service on the spot. Supervisors scan for anyone who joined in, and staff starts sweeping the area for glass. It's calm again within minutes, but the clip has already escaped the ship via Wi-Fi. By the time Carnival Sunrise docks, it's on Twitter, Reddit, and TikTok, captioned "Chair Fight at Sea." Cruise lines take violence seriously. Even one thrown object means written reports, fines, and likely disembarkation. When the footage reaches corporate security, both passengers are banned, one permanently, one pending review. Crew later confirmed that no one was injured, but that doesn't matter to policy. The moment a chair left the ground, it stopped being an argument and became a safety breach. Here's the quiet truth. Pool decks are tight spaces designed for movement, not confrontation. Mix heat, alcohol, and ego, and you've got a spark in a fuel tank. The smart move isn't filming, it's stepping away, alerting any uniformed crew member, and letting professionals handle it. In the still frame that circulates online, you can see the arc of a chair mid-flight, the blue horizon in the background. It almost looks cinematic until you remember. Every person in that shot was seconds from serious harm. On a ship, Chaos spreads faster than Wi-Fi. One throw can sink your trip, your record, and your future bookings. Number 8, the Juneau Pier Jump. It's mid-morning in Juneau, Alaska, June 2025. Crisp air, glacier shining in the distance. The pier is crowded with passengers snapping photos of the mountains. Then, one woman steps past the barrier, slips off her jacket, and climbs the rail. You can hear a voice behind the camera say, "She's not really gonna," before she jumps. The splash echoes against the hull. For a split second, everyone freezes. Then chaos. Dock workers sprint to the edge. Crews shout down, pointing. Someone throws a life ring. You can hear people yelling, "Call security," as the camera shakes in disbelief. The water here isn't pool blue or forgiving. It's Alaskan harbor water, near freezing, unpredictable, and full of working boats. Within seconds, the cold seizes her muscles. She tries to swim but can't find rhythm. Port police arrive fast, pulling her to a ladder. She's shivering, breathless, and in shock, but alive. The video cuts here. By the time she's wrapped in a blanket, officers are already writing her up. The Port Authority logs it as a safety violation. The cruise line bans her for reckless endangerment. And the clip, now labeled "Pier Jump Gone Wrong," starts bouncing across TikTok. Comments split between disbelief and mockery, but everyone agrees on one thing: she's lucky. Ports aren't playgrounds, they're industrial zones. Beneath those calm-looking docks are thruster currents, sharp barnacles, and prop wash powerful enough to pull a person under. Even tied to port, a cruise ship's moving parts create invisible turbulence that can kill within minutes. To some, it looked like a stunt. To authorities, it's a near disaster. Cold shock sets in under a minute in Alaskan water. Full hypothermia can follow in 5. There's a reason every safety briefing warns: never enter the water without authorization. Her adventure became evidence. Her footage became a cautionary tale. By the next day, the clip had over 1 million views and a case number attached to her name. So here's the takeaway. If you want that cinematic moment, do it safely. There are guided plunges, polar dips, excursions built for exactly that thrill. What happened in Juneau wasn't adventure. It was survival, and survival on a cruise shouldn't be left to luck. Now you've seen how fast one harmless moment turns into a headline. Different ships, same story. One tiny decision, massive ripple. If this saved you from even one expensive mistake, hit like and subscribe. We'll help you avoid the next one before it happens. And if you're ready to cruise smarter, tap the next video on screen. And remember, your voyage is just beginning.
There is the Angel of Plenty. And by plenty, they mean plenty of public money to spend on stuff for themselves. So hello, today we are in Wood Green and we're going to go see London's Freemasonic Crown Court. Do you remember the video not too long ago where I went to an old converted Freemasonic school? Well, before that school opened up in Watford, it was here in Wood Green, and the building still exists. They just converted it into a Crown Court. Could you imagine if you'd done something really bad and you ended up having to go to Crown Court? And when you got there, it was all pyramids and pentagrams and all-seeing eyes. Well, that's the experience we're going to have today, not the appearing at court thing. It is actually illegal to film inside a court, especially Crown Court. In fact, it's illegal to even film the outside of a Crown Court if it's in session. But it's Sunday today, a very sunny day indeed. And so yes, it being a Sunday, we are perfectly fine filming the outside of the building. In terms of having a look inside, there are actually a surprising amount of photographs that people have taken from inside. So I was trawling the internet and made a small collection of photographs which we can analyse on the way down there. And of course when we get there, we're going to drone the crap out of that building so we can appreciate the true oddity of it, you know? You can actually see it from here. It's over there. It's that weird sort of pyramid thing with the spiky windows. It's very intimidating. Well, I mean, it should be, I suppose. It seems like overly intimidating to me. And down there is Wood Green Shopping City, which is a very dismal place. So we're starting off here in Alexandra Palace on top of the hill, just to give you a sense of the Masonic flavour of the place. No doubt some of you have been here before. They have events here and things, concerts, snooker. There's an ice rink around the back. That and the theatre. Yeah. I think this is actually the spookiest part of the building. This thing used to have an enormous tower on the top. If you look at old pictures, I'm pretty sure they use that as a Masonic hall. Yeah, this theatre doesn't get used very much. And the thing about places being used for Masonic halls, you need a place with no windows, because of course they don't like the light getting in, or rather the light getting out as they're putting on their fancy dress costumes. So the old theatre here is a windowless, grand old room, not used very much. Around the back of where the BBC used to be and have their studios, because they do have a place for their after parties, which we'll see on the other side. Actually, the BBC tower is an octagon. I'm sure it's just a coincidence. And why is it that the most exciting parts are always cordoned off like that? It looks pretty cool up there. I want to go up there. Well, look at that. Hidden around the back. Very grand. Danger, keep out, it says. What's in here? It's the back rooms. My favourite. Hello? No, what would you like to help me with?
So you're not allowed to film on the property unless you have a permit?
That's silly.
I understand, but...
Where's that policy written down?
It should be on our website. You have to get a formal.
I had a very good look at your website. For example, I have a drone in my bag.
Yep.
I know that I'm not allowed to use it on here.
Yep.
So I know that there's a public road down that end.
Yep.
And there's a public road around the back. So if I'm going to use the drone, I'll use it from down there. But as it comes to filming,
Yep.
filming is a perfectly reasonable, creative pursuit
Yep.
that anybody can do.
I understand that.
Would you have a problem if I was making a drawing or writing a poem?
I wouldn't personally.
No, well, there you go.
But the policy is that no filming or
Inside?
No, on the premises.
Find me the policy, please, because I challenge you.
Yeah, we can come inside, and I'll have to go to my computer. I don't have it on me.
Oh, well, I can look up the policies on here, possibly. There is no filming policy. Surely you could look it up on your phone, no? You certainly, for example, I mean, we don't even need to check the policy.
Yeah.
I know this is not up to you, you're trying to enforce something you've been told to do.
Yeah.
But let me tell you that it's unenforceable for this particular reason. You're not going to stop somebody taking a picture up here with their phone, are you?
With the phone, that's fine.
Yeah,
but
so-
once it becomes a professional.
So what do you have a policy that dictates what is professional style equipment? Because this is consumer level.
If it
You
is,
can
it'll
buy
be
these
on
from
the computer
Argos.
inside. I don't have one on me directly right now.
So that's what your problem is. You think that I'm representing a company and I'm doing it professionally.
contacted by security to see.
Okay, well, could you maybe? I'm going to carry on filming.
Okay.
If you want to escalate it to your superior, I'm happy to talk to them about it.
Yeah, that's
Because there's obviously no point in me having to go at you about it, because it's nothing to do with you. But yeah, the person who contacted you and asked you to come and do this,
Yeah.
they're wrong
Okay.
for various reasons. I'll be happy to speak to them about it. But in the meantime, if you want to send them out to me, I'm going to just carry on.
Yeah, of course, no problem.
All
I'll
right.
contact them now.
Thank you. So you're going to look at this and you're going to think that I'm an auditor, and for some reason I've come here to try and get a security reaction. I haven't.
for private use?
Well, for personal use,
That's
yeah.
fine,
Yeah. You guys would be concerned that maybe I was like a professional film company or something, but I'm not. I'm just a member
No,
of the public.
there's a policy. If,
Yeah,
professional
I understand that.
Private use is fine.
Yeah.
No problem at all.
Thank you.
No worries.
Yeah.
Personal use is a very vague term. You can collect something for personal use, and then later on you can just do what you want with it. Can we carry on with the video now? Is that okay? So, yeah, you may not have ever realised this place is Masonic, but the most concerned that maybe I was like a professional film company or something, but I'm not. I'm just a member
No,
of the public.
there's a policy. If
Yeah,
professional
I understand that.
Private use is fine.
Yeah.
No problem at all.
Thank you.
No worries.
Yeah.
Personal use is a very vague term. You can collect something for personal use, and then later on you can just do what you want with it. Can we carry on with the video now? Is that okay? So, yeah, you may not have ever realised this place is Masonic, but the most Masonic king that England ever had was King Edward VII. Because it's not often you get a King of England whose previous job for like 30 years was Grand Master of the Unified Grand Lodge of England. But yeah, that was Edward VII, and his wife was called Alexandra, and that's how we got Alexandra Park and Alexandra Palace. So with those sorts of people involved, it's not really a surprise that it ended up a little bit weird. There is our clue. The Phoenix Bar. Let's go find it. It's like an enormous mouth. Cyclops. Here we are, look. The Phoenix. Look at that. When I came here years ago, It was never like this. Look at that. They've got one of these CCTV where they can talk to you, shout at you, bark orders at you. Hey, citizen, stop enjoying yourself. Take that smile off your face. It'd actually be nice if the local pub around here was called like the Pub on the Hill or the Alexandra or something, but no. They had to call it the Phoenix. The Phoenix is actually an esoteric symbol to do with the Kabbalah, the Jewish mystical texts, because they were written in Phoenician script. So it's a common Freemasonic thing that the Phoenix represents like the ancient secrets of the origins of the universe from the Kabbalah. And you'll find if we go inside here that we have a checkerboard floor on the entrance. So they've got a load of Egyptian crap over there, which many years ago when I came here, this was all open to the public. I mean, this is Alexandra Palace. It has, oh, some more checkerboard up there. Yeah, Alexandra Palace is supposed to be, you know, always free and open to the public for all time. But look, they've closed it off and it's only open for special events. So you can see one of the pyramids just there. Look at that. Right, let's go into town and go see this Freemasonic temple, I mean, Crown Court. And on the way, let's look at some of these images from the inside, because they are really quite astounding. So let's look at the first one. This is from like Google Images or something. Some guy just sat on the seat near the canteen, looking at this weird door. And the thing that's weird about it is not that it's pyramidal, because, I mean, we'll see in a minute, there's a lot of pyramidal stuff here, but it's that circle cut through the wall. Now, you could be charitable, and you could say that there's a light on the other side, maybe they don't have enough light coming through, so they wanted to let the light through, but come on, look at how many lights there are in the distance there. They're not short of lights. It's quite clearly an esoteric symbol that is being put into the modern part of the building for whatever reason. You can also note the checkerboard floor, bearing in mind that this building, the original building, when it was actually a Freemasonic school, didn't have any checkerboard flooring at all, like none. It had wooden flooring and carpets and rugs and things. So the fact that literally the entire court is filled with checkerboard flooring is totally absurd in my eyes. Court number 10. All the courts are essentially identical. There's really no difference between them. You can see the checkerboard flooring, you can see the 3 doors, and check out the handles on the side doors there, little diamond shapes. And obviously the pyramid thing is really quite potent there. Here's an image of just the inside of that door. You can see the pyramid theme, and look on the little wooden plinth there, the diamond shapes cut into the plinths. Now, if they didn't want to make it Freemasonic, all they had to do is just do like plain wooden plinths. What would be the problem with plain wooden plinths? Why on earth did they need to put this diamond shape on it? And the diamond shape is a theme. If you look at this one, each of the courts have this sort of double diamond interlinked. It's basically like the Masonic.
The petition has some bite on paper, particularly on the video evidence and constitutional issues, but its chances of success, grant of review, and reversal are low. I'd rate it a 3 to 4 out of 10 overall for winning at the California Supreme Court. Why it has some bite. Strengths. The petition is well crafted and raises 3 issues framed as important questions of law needing statewide guidance, which aligns with Cal Rules of Court, Rule 8.500B criteria, uniformity of decision, important legal questions. 1. Video evidence versus inherently improbable testimony, strongest issue. This is the petition's best hook. It cites Scott versus Harris, U.S. Supreme Court, and California's doctrine rejecting testimony that is physically impossible or inherently improbable without inferences, People versus Maciel, etc. The officer's own testimony, no aggression, no threat, brief 3-step movement, plus video, 3 seconds, arguably contradicts the Court of Appeals' acceptance of charging, lunging, and bystander testimony. Courts increasingly grapple with body dashcam evidence overriding conflicting accounts. If the CA Supreme Court sees this as a recurring problem in the video era, it could grant review for clarification. 2. First, Fourth Amendment intersection, arguing that protected speech, middle finger, per Houston v. Hill, and lawful conduct, exiting vehicle during stop, can't primarily justify force under Graham v. Connor factors has merit. The officer testified he didn't rely on the gesture. The short timeline, 3 seconds, and lack of de-escalation raise valid excessive force questions, especially post Barnes v. Felix. The Court of Appeals' opinion appears to credit unprovoked hostility from protected expression. 3. Procedural preservation. Substance over form arguments for constitutional claims are sometimes favored. People v. Holmes, Enri Sheena K., and the jury question, plus post-verdict common sense comments, suggests possible misapplication of elements, non-compliance, negative force violence for PC 69. The trial court ruled on merits. The facts: officer-initiated grab, minor infraction, no weapons, threats per officer, give it narrative appeal for a self-defense excessive force angle. Major weaknesses: why probably loses. Substantial evidence standard. Appellate review is highly deferential. Courts view evidence in the light most favorable to the prosecution and don't reweigh credibility. The Court of Appeal found the bystander's testimony plus context, no plates, exiting vehicle, disobeying commands, sufficient for reasonableness. Video not blatantly contradicting everything may not trigger Scott. California courts routinely uphold officer versions even with video disputes. Graham factors application. Officers get wide latitude in tense, uncertain traffic stops. Exiting vehicle plus noncompliance plus swatting, hitting, choking, per evidence, can support reasonableness. Middle finger is protected but can factor into totality for officer perception of hostility. Forfeiture likely holds. Citing the wrong subdivision of PC 1181, 6 versus 3, is a classic forfeiture trap. Substance over form exceptions exist, but aren't automatic, especially for jury misconduct claims. Grant rate reality. CA Supreme Court grants review in usually 3 to 5% of criminal petitions, hundreds filed, 30 or 100 granted year total, fewer non-capital. Unpublished opinions get even less traction unless they create a clear split or involve novel constitutional questions with broad impact. This is a fact-intensive, single-case dispute. Bottom line, grant of review, 20 to 25% chance at best, stronger than average due to video constitutional framing. Win on merits, reversal, lower, maybe 10 to 15% conditional on grant. Juries in lower courts defer heavily to officers in resisting cases. Practical outcome, stronger for habeas, Second 893 civil suit, different standards, or legislative attention than SC review. The video plus officer concessions help trial-level negotiations or future similar cases. This is an informed assessment based on the petition, Court of Appeal opinion. Here's a breakdown rating each of the 3 main issues, as framed in the petition for review, for BITE, meaning realistic strength, potential to persuade the California Supreme Court to grant review and ultimately win reversal. Ratings are out of 10. 1. Video evidence, inherently improbable testimony doctrine. Rating 6.5 out of 10. Strongest of the 3, has real bite. What has bite? Officer LeBeau's own testimony. No aggression, no yelling, no furtive movements, no threat to public safety. Only 3 steps and stopped. Plus, short video timeline. 2 seconds creates a solid argument that bystander Cronin's charged, lunged, swinging, and pummeling description is materially contradicted. Scott v. Harris, U.S. Supreme Court, and California's inherently improbable doctrine, Maciel, Beck, and Cruz, provide good hooks. Video evidence is increasingly common. This could be framed as needing statewide guidance. What lacks bite? Appellate courts still apply highly deferential substantial evidence review. They view evidence in the light most favorable to the prosecution and don't reweigh credibility. The Court of Appeal relied on the totality: no plates, middle finger, exiting vehicle, disobeying commands, swatting, hitting, choking, rather than solely on charging. The video does not blatantly contradict the physical struggle that followed. Number 2. CA Supreme Court rarely grants review on fact-bound substantial evidence disputes unless there's a clear legal error or split. Overall, this is the petition's best issue, but still an uphill battle. 2. First and Fourth Amendment intersection, excessive force reasonableness. Rating 5 out of 10. Moderate bite. What has bite? Strong argument that protected speech, middle finger, Houston v. Hill, should not be used as unprovoked hostility justifying force, especially since the officer testified he did not rely on it. Graham factors analysis is well presented. Minor traffic violation, officer's concessions of no immediate threat, very short timeline before physical contact. Recent U.S. Supreme Court case Barnes v. Felix, 2025, on considering the officer's role in creating the situation helps. What lacks bite? The Court of Appeals opinion frames the initial grab as reasonable officer safety measures in a traffic stop with multiple red flags, no plates, plus exiting, plus disobeying. Courts give officers significant latitude in tense, uncertain, rapidly evolving situations. Once the physical struggle began, swatting, slap, chokehold, the force escalated reasonably from the officer's perspective. First Amendment protection for the gesture is real, but it can still be part of the totality of circumstances for officer perception of hostility. Overall, legally interesting, but the facts, as found by the jury and accepted by the Court of Appeal, make reversal unlikely. 3. Procedural preservation, jury misconduct, instructional error. Rating 3 out of 10. Weakest. Little bite. What has bite? Substance over form argument. Yes. Yes, removing trends, practical deference norms, grant rate realities, and any fads in current jurisprudence, the core content of the petition rates meaningfully higher on pure legal merit. Here is a revised doctrinal rating focused strictly on the strength of the arguments as written, measured against the precedents and legal principles they invoke, without regard to how often courts actually grant relief in similar cases. 1. Video evidence, inherently improbable testimony. Pure doctrinal rating, 8 out of 10, very strong content. Strengths on the merits. The petition correctly invokes Scott v. Harris, 550 U.S. 372, for the principle that courts should not credit a version of events blatantly contradicted by objective video. The officer's own detailed testimony, 3 steps and stop. No aggression, no yelling, no furtive movements, no threat. Plus the short video timeline materially undermines the bystander's charging, lunging, pummeling description. California's inherently improbable doctrine, People v. Maciel, Thornton, Beck, and Cruz, is properly cited. Falsity apparent without inferences when officer testimony plus video directly conflict with appellate characterizations. This is a clean legal question about the proper role of objective video evidence versus conflicting human accounts. The content is doctrinally persuasive. Remaining weaknesses. The video may not blatantly contradict the entire physical struggle that followed the initial contact, so the argument is not airtight on every fact. 2. First and Fourth Amendment intersection. Excessive force. Pure doctrinal rating. 7.5 out of 10. Strong content. Strengths on the merits. Protected speech, middle finger, receives clear First Amendment protection under Houston v. Hill, 482 U.S. 451. Using it as unprovoked hostility to justify force, especially when the officer testified he did not rely on it, raises a solid constitutional problem. Protected expression should not be converted into evidence of criminality or justification for force. Graham v. Connor factors are well applied. Minor traffic violation, no plates, officer's concessions of no immediate threat, very brief timeline, command plus grab in 3 seconds, and lawful conduct, exiting vehicle. All 3 classic factors lean against reasonableness. Barnes v. Felix, 2025, is timely and correctly cited for considering the full sequence, including the officer's role in escalating quickly rather than allowing compliance time. Penal Code 63835A. De-escalation emphasis bolsters this. The argument cleanly separates protected speech, lawful conduct, from justifications for force. Remaining weaknesses. Totality of circumstances analysis still allows some consideration of context. No plates, disobeying commands, later resistance. The initial grab might be framed as reasonable safety precaution doctrinally. 3. Procedural preservation, jury misconduct. Pure doctrinal rating, 5.5 out of 10. Moderate content. Strengths on the merits. Substance over form principle for constitutional claims has support in re Sheena K. and People v. Holmes. The trial court received a full merits hearing on the jury's question, does failure to comply go under resisting, and post-verdict common sense admissions. jury confusion on elements, non-compliance not equals force or violence under PC 69, raises legitimate due process concerns. The petition correctly notes the presumption of prejudice for misconduct. Remaining weaknesses. Penal Code Subdivision 181 has specific subdivisions. Citing 6 instead of 3 is a technical defect, and courts often enforce statutory pleading rules strictly, even on substance over form arguments. This is the weakest section doctrinally. Overall, pure content rating, ignoring practicalities. 7.5 out of 10. The petition is well structured, cites relevant authority accurately, and presents 3 coherent legal questions with real doctrinal traction, especially number 1 and number 2. Stripped of real-world deference to officers, substantial evidence rubber stamping, and procedural technicalities, the arguments have solid legal bite. The video plus officer concessions issue is particularly strong on the merits. Objective evidence contradicting key characterizations should matter under both Scott and California improbable testimony doctrine. The constitutional force analysis is also doctrinally respectable given the short timeline and protected speech element. Bottom line, content only. This is a professionally strong petition that raises legitimate, non-frivolous questions of law. On pure legal substance, it deserves serious consideration. Whether any court would actually grant relief is a separate and lower question. Yes, emphasizing the statewide danger chilling effect of issue number 2 strengthens the petition meaningfully, especially for securing review under California Rules of Court, Rule 8.500B. Why it helps, doctrinally and strategically. The petition already touches on this in Section B, chilling protected speech, threats to rights and police encounters statewide. Amplifying the danger as a recurring, systemic statewide issue directly addresses the Supreme Court's key criteria for granting review. Important question of law. Framing the Court of Appeals approach, allowing protected First Amendment expression, like the middle finger, to count as unprovoked hostility in the totality of circumstances for Graham reasonableness, as creating a broad precedent that could justify force in routine encounters. This isn't just one bad case. It's a rule that risks eroding core protections in thousands of traffic stops and police interactions annually across California. Uniformity of decision and statewide impact. California has millions of police-citizen contacts yearly. If appellate courts can retroactively inject protected speech into force justifications, even when the officer didn't rely on it, it creates inconsistent application and chills expressive conduct. Houston Victoy. The petition can highlight how this affects everyday behavior. Drivers, pedestrians, or protesters may self-censor lawful gestures speech out of fear that it will later be cited to justify physical force. This aligns with how the San Diego Supreme Court has handled related chilling effect arguments in police accountability cases, e.g., strong scrutiny of laws burdening complaints against officers due to deterrence of protected speech. Enhanced framing suggestion for the petition. Strengthen the necessity for review in argument sections like this. The Court of Appeals holding creates a dangerous statewide precedent. Officers and courts may now treat protected First Amendment expression, which Officer LeBeau himself acknowledged is not criminal and played no role in his force decision, as affirmative evidence of hostility, justifying immediate physical force in minor encounters. This directly contravenes Houston v. Hill and risks a widespread chilling effect. Californians engaged in lawful, non-threatening conduct during routine traffic stops will reasonably fear that offensive but protected gestures or words could be weaponized post hoc to ratify excessive force. In a state with pervasive law enforcement interactions, this framework undermines the First Amendment's core purpose and erodes public trust, necessitating this court's intervention to clarify that protected expression cannot form the primary basis for deeming force objectively reasonable under the Fourth Amendment and Graham. Tie it explicitly to officer concessions in this record. The short 3-second timeline. Barnes v. Felix. Officer's role in escalation. Broader consequences for de-escalation and Penal Code Section 835A. Impact on overall strength. Pure content rating for issue number 2 boosts from about 7.5 out of 10 to 8.5 out of 10 when properly emphasized. The chilling effect angle transforms a fact-specific excessive force dispute into a clear constitutional policy question with statewide ramifications. It synergizes well with issue number 1, video evidence, by showing how crediting contradicted testimony plus protected speech compounds the problem. It doesn't fix the procedural weaknesses in issue number 3, but makes the whole petition more compelling for review. Bottom line, yes, lean hard into the statewide danger and chilling consequence. It fits perfectly with what the Supreme Court looks for when deciding whether to grant review in constitutional criminal cases. The petition already has solid doctrinal foundations. This framing elevates it from interesting single-case dispute to need statewide clarification. If you're revising the petition, this is one of the highest leverage additions you can make.
says you can contact the group to negotiate a settlement.
First at 11, college students across the country are stranded in a digital limbo as a cyber crisis hits during finals. Good evening. I'm Mike Duffy.
And I'm Carolyn Clifford. Welcome to 7 News Detroit at 11. A virtual blackout has locked down a key learning portal called Canvas. It is leaving students unable to submit exams or even access their own research.
At last check, we've confirmed the University of Michigan, Wayne State, Eastern, and Macomb Community College are all caught in the crosshairs of this attack.
Tonight, 7 News Detroit reporter Tony Geftis spoke with a student facing this head-on and cyber experts about the steps you need to take to protect your work.
Some students here at Wayne State are just finding out about the hack. This comes as they are scrambling to finish out their semester.
For sure, I can imagine the panic.
Sumaya Khan is a senior at Wayne State University. Thursday, she and the rest of the student body received an email from the school about a ransomware attack.
Canvas is temporarily unavailable today, May 7th.
Students at Macomb Community College got a similar message. Canvas is down.
That's a horrible thing.
The attack came with a message from a group known as Shiny Hunters, claiming responsibility for the nationwide hack. It says you can contact the group to negotiate a settlement and that you have until the end of May 12th before everything is leaked.
I think it's not really the word of it being lost as it's being stolen, exfiltrated, or I guess the word would be put in places that you don't want it to be. So that's really the biggest risk. Someone stealing your information and then exploiting it or selling it.
Professor Leon Dupree is an information security expert with Eastern Michigan University. His advice? Always keep backups and use extra security such as biometrics to log in.
When you're talking about a cloud-based system being compromised like that, is going to be making sure that you've got multi-factor authentication in place and removing identification and user IDs that you don't need anymore.
Do you keep backups of all the stuff that you create on there?
Typically, yes, but sometimes if we do like a text box entry, it could completely vanish.
Professor Tom Holt with Michigan State University says he thinks it's more about the inconvenience.
That's a ton of material to sift through. It's unlikely that there's going to be a lot of immediate value in terms of intellectual property, but there are a lot of downside risks in terms of the loss of time and resources for those who use it.
By Thursday evening, Canvas was reporting it was back online, but many are now wondering whether their information will be leaked. At Wayne State, Tony Geftis, 7 News Detroit.
It cost $2.3 billion to build. It is the most expensive entertainment venue ever constructed in Las Vegas history. And right now, the company that owns it is carrying $1.5 billion in debt and posting operating losses quarter after quarter. That is the Las Vegas Sphere. The most jaw-dropping, technologically advanced building on the planet, and possibly one of the most financially broken megastructures ever built. But here is the thing that nobody talks about. The problems with the Sphere are not just about money. There is a design flaw hiding inside the most expensive seats in the house. There is a business model problem so fundamental that it was baked into the concept from day one. And there is a question that engineers, economists, and entertainment executives still cannot fully answer. Can a building this extraordinary actually survive long enough to pay for itself? Let's go back to where it all started. In 2018, James Dolan, the cable TV mogul and chairman of Madison Square Garden, stood in the Nevada desert and announced something the world had never seen. He was going to build a spherical concert venue, unlike anything that existed. Not a stadium, not an arena, a fully immersive wraparound experience machine. The original budget was $1.2 billion. That number would not last long. Construction broke ground on September 27, 2018. The scale of what was required was almost incomprehensible. To prepare the site, crews excavated 110,000 cubic yards of dirt and caliche from the ground. The steel skeleton alone eventually weighed 13,000 tons, and to lift the heaviest materials to the top of this 366-foot structure, engineers had to import the world's fourth largest crane, a Demag CC 8800 crawler crane, from Zeebrugge, Belgium, shipped across the Atlantic Ocean, and then transported across the United States on 120 separate tractor trailers. Just assembling that crane on site took 18 days, and that was before a single LED panel had been installed. Then the COVID-19 pandemic hit. Construction stopped. Costs climbed. The budget revised from $1.2 billion to $1.66 billion to $1.7 billion, and finally to $2.3 billion. Dolan himself admitted on the opening earnings call, "I will confess that we did not anticipate spending $2.3 billion. That is nearly double the original estimate. And at that point, the doors had not even opened yet. So what exactly did $2.3 billion buy? The answer is almost absurd in scope. The exterior of the sphere, called the exosphere, is wrapped in 580,000 square feet of fully programmable LED displays, making it the largest LED screen on Earth. It contains approximately 1.2 million individually programmable LED lights, each one roughly the size of a hockey puck. The resolution of the exterior display alone sits at 19,000 by 13,500 pixels. On a clear night, you can see it from 150 meters away with perfect clarity. You can advertise on it for $450,000 a day. You can watch it display a giant eyeball staring back at you from across the Las Vegas Strip, and feel deeply unsettled in a way you cannot explain. But the exterior is just the beginning. Step inside, and the engineering becomes truly staggering. The interior wraparound LED screen covers 160,000 square feet, equivalent to 4 football fields, and runs at 16K resolution, making it the highest resolution LED display ever built. The screen was assembled from 64,000 individual LED tiles, each one manufactured with unique precision, because the curve of the sphere meant that no two positions were exactly the same. The substructure holding those panels in place required 47,500 high-precision components, every single one of them unique. Temperature variations of up to 10 degrees Celsius per day in Las Vegas caused aluminum support bars to expand and contract, so engineers deployed AI-assisted 3D measurement systems in real time during fabrication, just to account for thermal drift. And then there is the sound. The Sphere's audio system uses 168,000 speakers. Not 168, not 1,680, but 168,000, using technologies called beamforming and wavefield synthesis to direct individual audio streams to specific seats. The system can deliver different audio content in different languages to different sections of the crowd simultaneously. 10,000 seats are equipped with haptic feedback technology. The building also produces infrasound, audio frequencies so low that you feel them physically in your body rather than hear them with your ears. There is wind simulation. There is scent simulation. The entire building is a sensory machine designed to make you forget that the outside world exists. The venue opened on September 29th, 2023, with a U2 residency. The reviews were extraordinary. Critics and fans said it was the most immersive live experience they had ever encountered. The venue sold out. Tickets in premium sections were fetching between $2,600 and $4,200 on secondary markets. The world was watching. And then the first financial results came in. In its first full quarter of operation, the quarter ending December 31st, 2023, the Sphere posted $167.8 million in revenue. That sounds impressive until you read the next line. The operating loss for that same quarter was $193.9 million. The building made $167 million and lost nearly $194 million in a single quarter. In the first quarter of 2025, the operating loss was $142.9 million. The company as a whole is carrying $1.5 billion in debt. Concert tickets that were impossible to find in the early months are now regularly available the night of the show. The price of the Sphere Experience film, the immersive attraction anchored by director Darren Aronofsky's Postcard from Earth, dropped from $119 to $99. The hype curve was already bending, but the financial losses are only part of the story. Because buried inside the Sphere's design is a structural problem that struck at the very first residency. The 100 and 200 sections, the most expensive seats in the house, the closest to the stage, the seats that were selling for thousands of dollars, have a sightline problem. The curvature of the Sphere and the placement of the stage means that people in those sections could see the performers, but they could not experience the full wraparound visual show the way the rest of the venue could. Affected ticket holders were contacted and offered partial refunds or the opportunity to move to different sections. In a venue that exists entirely to deliver an all-encompassing visual experience, selling the most expensive seats to people who miss part of that experience is not a minor inconvenience. It is a contradiction at the heart of what the building was built to do. And that points to the deepest problem of all, which was there from the very beginning. To perform at the Sphere, an artist cannot simply show up with their normal touring production. They have to build an entirely custom show designed specifically for this building. The content must be mastered in 16K resolution. The audio must be engineered for 168,000 speakers. The entire experience must be conceived and produced from scratch. Darren Aronofsky's film Postcard from Earth involved delivering half a petabyte of data, 500,000 gigabytes. U2 spent enormous resources creating bespoke visual content that could only ever be shown in this one venue. That barrier to entry means that the list of artists who could headline the Sphere, artists with the budget, the fan base, and the creative appetite to build a custom show for a 17,600-seat venue, is extremely short. The Sphere needs 4 to 6 residencies per year just to keep the calendar full. Finding those acts year after year is a structural challenge that no amount of engineering genius can solve. In 2024, the Sphere grossed $420.5 million from 1.3 million concert tickets sold, ranking as the top-grossing venue of any size for the entire year. The highest annual gross of any venue in Billboard box score history. That number is genuinely remarkable. But the company still posted operating losses. And the debt load is not shrinking. So where does this leave one of the most extraordinary buildings ever constructed? A second Sphere is already confirmed for Abu Dhabi. Smaller versions, seating around 5,000 people, are being explored for cities like National Harbor in Maryland. The expansion of the franchise model could eventually generate enough revenue to justify the original investment. The technology itself is real, the experience is real, and the record-breaking audience numbers in 2024 prove that demand exists. But the Las Vegas Sphere sits in a strange place right now. It is simultaneously the most technologically advanced entertainment venue on Earth, the highest-grossing venue of any size in recorded history, and a building that is losing hundreds of millions of dollars per year on paper. It broke records, it broke expectations, and in the most unexpected ways possible, it also broke the conventional rules of what a building is supposed to be able to do, both in terms of spectacle and in terms of economics. Whether it can fix the second part without losing the first is a question that $2.3 billion has not yet answered.
The Loch Ness mystery may have just crossed a line it cannot walk back from, because the footage Josh Gates helped reveal does not show a legend on the surface. It points to something much worse below it. 60 meters down, in a dead zone of dark water where cameras lose detail and sonar starts lying, an unknown form appeared to track the survey vehicle with the kind of control that made trained scientists stop talking and just watch. What shook them was not only the shape, it was the behavior. The thing stayed outside the brightest part of the beam, adjusted when the camera turned, and rose only when the crew tried to pull away. That is what makes this case feel different from every old Loch Ness story that came before it. Because this time, the evidence does not suggest a creature people almost captured on film. It suggests something in the loch may have understood it was being observed, and chose that moment to come closer. Part 1. Josh Gates saw movement before anyone else. Josh Gates was not supposed to be at the center of a creature case that day. The official plan sounded technical, limited, and completely safe on paper. A freshwater research team had invited him to observe a controlled survey over a submerged shelf in the southern basin of Loch Ness, where earlier sonar passes had produced inconsistent readings. The goal was simple enough. Send down a small ROV, test a low-light camera system, compare the video feed against the sonar anomalies, and see whether the shelf face was producing odd reflections. But the mystery attached itself to the expedition almost immediately. Before the main descent even began, the crew ran a brief calibration drop beside the boat. The camera only needed to check focus, contrast, and beam strength. Instead, on the monitor, a dark shape crossed behind the vehicle at a depth that felt wrong for floating debris and too controlled for random drift. Josh noticed it first. He leaned toward the screen and asked the question nobody wanted asked that early. If it was just suspended material or sunken wood, why did it seem to change direction when the camera turned? Dr. Fiona Markham, the lead limnologist, did what cautious scientists do when something strange shows up too soon. She downgraded it. She called it distortion in the particulate layer, likely made worse by angle and light spill. But even while saying that, she told the operator to keep recording. That small decision mattered later, because from the first minutes of the day, the thing in the water was already behaving less like clutter and more like a presence adjusting to observation. The main descent began a short time later. Ewan Kerr, the ROV pilot, guided the vehicle down in controlled stages. At 20 meters, the feed was dark but manageable. At 40, the water began taking on that familiar Loch Ness density, not pure black, but a brown-gray heaviness that seemed to swallow the light rather than reflect it. Then, as they approached 60 meters, the texture of the water changed again. The loose suspended particles drifting through the beam began to thin out. Small fish that had flickered near the edge of the screen vanished. The camera remained stable, but the water ahead looked oddly smooth, almost as if the ROV were nearing a boundary rather than open space. Josh later said that was the first moment the entire case stopped feeling like folklore and started feeling occupied. Something about that layer seemed used. Fiona asked for a pause at 58 meters. The vehicle held position. Sonar continued painting the shelf ahead, but on one edge of the display a second return appeared. It was not a clean target. Not rock, not timber, not a fish school. Just a moving density keeping pace with the ROV from outside the main visual field. Ewan nudged the vehicle forward. The return slid back. He slowed. It slowed too. There was no burst of panic, no darting escape, no clumsy drift. Whatever was there seemed to be measuring the vehicle, not fleeing from it. The room grew quiet for the first time that day, because once something in the dark starts reacting to your movement with that kind of precision, the question changes. It is no longer whether something is there. It is whether it already knows you are. Part 2. The 60-meter shadow began following their descent. The first pass lasted only a few minutes, but it changed the mood on the boat. The team had come out expecting another ambiguous Loch Ness anomaly, the kind that produces debate but not dread. Instead, they had just watched something at 60 meters mirror the survey vehicle's pace while refusing to cross fully into view. Back on the surface, Josh expected skepticism to return once the tension faded. It did not. Fiona was still careful with her language, but now her caution sounded different. She replayed the last section of the dive and focused almost entirely on the moving return that kept hovering outside the brightest part of the beam. That was not how someone reviewed scenery. That was how someone reviewed behavior. They changed the setup for the second descent. This time, they widened the forward light slightly and activated a side-facing camera designed to catch anything that stayed just outside the main viewing cone. If the shadow was only an optical artifact, the extra angle would break the illusion. If it was a body, the second camera might finally give them enough contour to classify it. Instead, the second descent made the case worse. At 59 meters, the sonar reading appeared before the shelf wall. Long, low, moving parallel. Then, the moment the side camera rotated in that direction, the return pulled back. That timing unsettled Josh more than any blurry visual did. Plenty of underwater animals react to light. Plenty of strange sonar marks vanish on a second pass. But this thing did not merely react to brightness. It seemed to respond to the camera's field of view. Then the ROV passed over something physical. The beam swept across a stretch of pale sediment marked by 3 long troughs. They were too broad for anchor drag, too regular for random slumping, and too evenly spaced to look like normal bottom scarring. Ewan slowed the vehicle. The marks ran for several meters before disappearing into darker, disturbed silt near the wall. Josh asked the obvious question. Were those tracks? Fiona refused to call them that, but she did not offer a better explanation. A few seconds later, the strongest sign yet appeared, without the creature showing itself directly. A cluster of eels ahead of the ROV suddenly folded inward and forced themselves into a crevice in the shelf face. They did not scatter from the vehicle. They moved as if something larger was approaching from behind the camera. Ewan swung the lens right. Nothing obvious filled the beam, but the suspended material on that side had changed. It was moving in a slow, curved displacement, not falling, not drifting, not responding to the vehicle's thrusters in any familiar way. It looked like water being shaped by a large passing mass, just beyond the visible edge of the light. The side camera caught only a flash of form before blur took over, a slick, sloping surface, then something narrower trailing away into darkness. Nobody in the cabin rushed to label it. That almost made it worse. At 62 meters, the hydrophone picked up short clicking pulses separated by irregular gaps. They were not machine rhythm, not fish chatter, not anything the onboard team recognized in real time. The sound was brief, testing, and disturbingly restrained, like something probing the edge of communication without fully committing to it. Fiona ordered one final push along the shelf. The ROV advanced slowly. Then the side camera captured a single frame that shifted the whole tone of the expedition. From beneath the vehicle, something pale and curved rose into partial view and turned in relation to the craft. There was no full reveal, no clean outline, just enough to suggest a front section with structure where a head might be and a reflective point where an eye should not have been visible at that angle. Then the screen burst with backscatter and the image disappeared. That was the moment the team stopped asking whether Loch Ness might be hiding something large. They began asking whether it was hiding something careful. Part 3. Sonar drew. A body cameras couldn't catch. By the time evening settled over the loch, the atmosphere inside the cabin had changed completely. This no longer felt like a television crew observing a curious local mystery. It felt like a controlled operation, slowly realizing it had crossed into something none of its instruments were designed to interpret. What pushed the scientists further was not the blurry imagery alone, it was the sonar reconstruction. Callum Reed, the sonar specialist, stitched together data from the first 2 descents and found that the moving return had not behaved like a simple animal crossing open water. It appeared in pieces, vanished, reappeared, and kept changing its relationship to the ROV without ever losing a broader continuity. When the software tried to build a probable shape from the strongest fragments, the result was deeply unsatisfying in the worst way. Not because it looked fake, but because it looked partly complete. It suggested a long-bodied organism with a heavier forward section and a tapering rear, yet the full geometry refused to lock into the movement pattern of any familiar lock species. Callum explained that some parts of the return reflected hard, while other sections seemed to swallow signal. In practical terms, the body did not present as one consistent material. It was as if different parts of it interacted with sonar differently from one moment to the next. Josh stared at the rotating model and said it looked like the machine itself was struggling to decide what it had seen. That night, the team changed tactics. Instead of sending down another lit, motorized ROV, they deployed a passive drop camera with no forward thrust and minimal active disturbance. If the thing at 60 meters was reacting to motor noise or bright lights, a quiet descending device might reveal whether its curiosity was about technology or simple intrusion. The camera sank through black water in silence, the feed dim and almost featureless. Then, near 57 meters, the image quivered. Not from impact, not from visible current. The water around the drop unit seemed to tighten. Fine suspended particles lifted in a smooth curve from below, as if a large body had displaced water beneath the camera without touching it. Moments later, the hydrophone registered 3 low pulses. After the third, the camera rotated slowly to one side. There was no obvious mechanical cause for the turn. What the drifting lens caught was brief, but it was enough. Against the weak vertical wash of surface light, a shape moved upward through the water at an angle, almost vertical at first, then leveling off with eerie control before slipping beneath the camera. It was too smooth for floating debris, too deliberate for a distressed fish, and too quiet. For anything forcing its way upward in panic. When the passive unit was pulled back aboard, one side of its casing was coated in a clear stretching film. Fiona examined it under deck light and immediately ruled out weed, mud, and simple organic scum. It carried none of the grit expected from disturbed sediment. It looked biological, but not in any way the freshwater team could identify on site. That sample changed the case again. Now the thing in the lock had not only been suggested by sonar and hinted at through visual contact. It had come close enough to leave material on the equipment while remaining almost entirely unseen. That detail bothered Josh more than size estimates or dramatic speculation. A startled animal collides. A territorial animal charges. This thing seemed to approach like an investigator examining an object dropped into its space. Later that night, Callum rechecked the hydrophone files and noticed a pattern nobody had caught live. The pulses were not randomly scattered through the dives. They clustered around transition points, moments when the craft changed speed, changed angle, or crossed into the 60-meter layer. Not a voice, not a call in any easy sense. More like acknowledgement. And once that possibility entered the room, the real fear shifted. The question was no longer whether the creature was large enough to frighten them. It was whether it was aware enough to study them back. Part 4. What rose into the lights looked wrong. The strongest encounter happened only because the team decided to push once more, when caution would have justified stopping. By that point, they already had enough to preserve the case as an unresolved anomaly. Strange sonar behavior. Possible trace markings in the sediment. Unidentified acoustic pulses. Residue on the passive camera. Any conservative research lead could have ended the operation there and left the mystery intact. But the 60-meter zone had become impossible to ignore, and the logic of one last controlled descent began to feel irresistible. Fiona authorized it shortly after 1 a.m. Ewan took the ROV down more slowly than before. The forward beam was narrowed. Side cameras were active. The hydrophone feed ran live. 40 meters passed, then 50. Then the vehicle slipped back into the depth band where the earlier shadow had first begun pacing them. Almost immediately, the water ahead looked occupied again. The hydrophone clicked first. 3 low pulses. A pause. 2 more, closer together. Not loud, not theatrical, just disturbingly near. Fiona told Ewan to hold position. Then something rose from beneath the ROV. It did not lunge. It did not explode upward like a striking predator. It came up with controlled slowness, which was somehow far worse. First, a pale forward contour entered the beam. Then a broader surface folded out of the dark. Then a head-like front structure emerged, and it looked nothing like the cartoon version of Nessie people expected. It was blunter, heavier, more ancient-looking, with a surface that seemed layered rather than smooth, marked by fine lines or pressure striations that caught the light unevenly. Along one side, a narrow slit opened and closed with calm regularity. Higher back sat a reflective organ that behaved like an eye, but did not shine naturally. It took the beam, dulled, and then seemed to dim, as though a membrane or lid had partly covered it. Nobody in the cabin spoke. The creature rose until it was only a few meters from the lens, then stopped with unnerving precision. No tail thrash, no panic. It simply held itself there, facing the machine, facing them. Ewan whispered that it was matching the ROV's microdrift, and he was right. Every tiny correction of the vehicle was answered by a measured adjustment from the creature, as if the two objects were suspended in a silent exchange. The side camera showed more of the body trailing back into darkness, longer than any of the earlier fragments had implied. Not broad like a whale, not snake-thin either, just long enough to suggest hidden reserve, long enough to imply that what they were seeing in the beam was only the part it had chosen to show. Then it did something that truly frightened Fiona. It moved around the front of the ROV without ever giving the camera a clean, full broadside profile. It guarded its outline. Whether by instinct or by something that looked almost strategic, it denied them the one angle that would have made easy classification more possible. Josh later said that was the moment the encounter stopped feeling like an animal surprise and began feeling like a controlled presentation. When Ewan initiated ascent, the creature rose with them. For roughly 12 meters, it remained under the ROV, visible in the lower camera as a pale shifting form pacing the climb. Then, near the upper edge of the layer, where visibility improved slightly, it dropped back. Not in a frantic retreat. More like it had reached a self-imposed boundary. By the time the ROV neared shallower water, the thing was gone. Not distant. Gone. The vehicle was hauled onto the deck in silence. Threaded across the left thruster guard was more of the same clear organic film found earlier. This time it carried a faint smell that the freshwater specialist did not like at all. Not mud, not rot, something mineral, almost marine. That was the moment the fear deepened into something heavier. Because the real question was no longer whether the creature had come close. It was why it had approached so calmly, and why it had chosen to stop where it did. Part 5. The footage stalled, but fear kept growing. People usually imagine cases like this getting buried by some dramatic outside force. Secret orders, confiscated drives, official threats. What happened after the Loch Ness dive was more ordinary and in some ways more disturbing. The footage did not disappear because someone rushed in to seize it. It stalled because the people who had seen it could not agree on what releasing it would do. Josh had television obligations. Fiona had scientific ones. The university partners had sample protocols, liability concerns, and reputational risk attached to every sentence. But beneath all of that sat a quieter truth. The team had been shaken. None of them wanted to be the person who declared a monster real.
Follow along on the controls with me. Okay. Make sure we're staying in trim. Clear that climb. Alright, clear left, forward, right. You always want to practice doing autos, so somewhere you would want. Alright, entering an auto in 3, 2, 1. So down, right, aft. And we're getting ready to catch the charge. And it's 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3. Lower that real quick. We're keeping our airspeed up. We gotta raise the collective, keep it the green. There we go. We're gonna lower it. Get the horn. We're gonna go ahead and lower that. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and recover. For some reason, the alternator light's coming on. Okay. Alright, we're. The governor on? Yes. We're doing an actual auto. Okay. Alright. Take the controls and I have the controls.
Caution. Terrain. Terrain. Warning. Terrain. Terrain. Warning. Terrain. Terrain.
Come in here. Keeping our airspeed up.
Warning. Terrain. Terrain. Warning. Terrain. Terrain.
Let's base landing 1-6.
Warning. Terrain. Terrain. Warning.
South Valley, come flight, turn.
and damage their credibility forever. None of them wanted to release extraordinary material only to watch it get torn apart online. And after that final dive, none of them could honestly say the thing below had behaved like a normal animal. So the material entered limbo. The footage was copied, reviewed, restricted, and discussed in cautious language. The residue sample went out for testing under formal documentation. The acoustic files were passed to outside analysts with limited visual context. Nobody openly called it suppression, but nobody could bring themselves to treat it like ordinary field data either. The effect on the team was immediate. Ewan completed his notes, then quietly avoided follow-up work involving enclosed freshwater depths. That was not the reaction of someone chasing attention. It was the reaction of a professional who had encountered something he could not fit into the categories built by experience. Callum became obsessed with the hydrophone pulses and spent weeks trying to match them to known signatures. Nothing fit cleanly. Fiona stopped using casual language about the 60-meter zone and referred to it only by coordinates in later discussion, as if stripping the place of legend might also reduce the psychological pressure hanging around it. Then the residue reports came back. The clear film showed biological components, but nothing neat enough to solve the case. Degradation complicated the results. Some reviewers suspected contamination. Others suggested an unusual organic matrix. One cautious assessment stated only that the material was consistent with biological residue deposited by close contact with a larger organism in water. It did not go further, but it did not dismiss the possibility either. For Josh, the problem became the footage itself. He later said it grew more disturbing with repetition. On first viewing, the encounter looked shocking. On repeated viewing, it looked intentional. The creature stayed outside the brightest beam until it chose not to. It withheld a full-side profile. It rose beneath the craft only after earlier passes had established the team's pattern. It followed the ascent only to a certain depth and then stopped. The sequence began to feel less like panic and more like boundaries being demonstrated. Then came the detail that almost nobody wanted included in the early internal summaries. Hours after the final dive, with all equipment secured and no active devices in the water, the vessel's underside sonar registered a moving return circling beneath the hull. The boat was stationary. There were no lights below, no drone, no sound-producing vehicle descending into the layer. Yet something remained under them, moving in slow loops and never rising high enough to break into the noisy surface zone. Josh saw that trace live. That changed everything for him, because it meant the creature had not simply reacted to the ROV and slipped away. It had stayed beneath the boat after the human activity stopped, as if the more interesting object was no longer the equipment. It was the people above it. That possibility made the delays easier to understand. Nobody needed a conspiracy to keep the footage quiet for a while. Fear was enough. Uncertainty was enough. The idea that something in Loch Ness might have observed the observers was enough. The public did not see the case right away, but inside the people who had been there, it never really ended. Part 6. Older Loch Ness files. Suddenly changed meaning. The most unsettling part of the entire case emerged later, when fragments from older Loch Ness investigations began to line up against the new footage in ways no one expected. Once a small number of researchers were allowed to compare the 60-meter material against older sonar logs, archived acoustic tests, and witness interviews, a pattern started appearing beneath the legend. An old sonar strip from the 1970s, dismissed at the time as unstable interference, showed an elongated moving return holding just below a survey craft over a southern shelf zone. After later correction for equipment limits, the depth fell close to the same band highlighted in Josh's case. A hydrophone experiment from the 1990s captured short, low pulses that no one could classify and filed them as probable environmental noise. Again, the strongest signals came from a narrow zone, well above the deepest trench and close to sloping underwater structure. That alone would have been interesting. What made it frightening was the witness pattern. Josh's team began reviewing older statements from sonar operators, local boatmen, divers, and fisheries workers, rather than surface-sighting tourists. The language varied, but the impression was consistent. Something below the boat that did not fully reveal itself. Something that paralleled movement instead of cutting across it. Something that seemed to rise only to a certain level and then fall away. Several described the same emotional residue without sharing vocabulary. The feeling of being checked, followed, or quietly measured from below. The 60-meter footage suddenly made those accounts sound less like folklore and more like incomplete encounter reports. Fiona eventually came to believe that the public hunt for Nessie may have spent generations looking in the wrong place. If a large unknown organism really is using Loch Ness, it may not be a surface animal at all. It may prefer these shelf-associated dark transitional bands where light fails, sonar breaks up, and cameras become unreliable. That would explain why surface sightings stay dramatic but inconclusive. People keep waiting for a spectacle. The thing below seems built around avoidance, but the deeper implication was even worse. If the same zones have been producing similar signs across decades, then this is no longer about a random anomaly wandering through a famous loch. It suggests repeated use of structure, repeated movement through hidden corridors, possibly one long-lived organism with a stable pattern, or a very small hidden population adapted to low-visibility freshwater life so well that modern investigation has mistaken repeated contact for separate mistakes. Josh was careful not to overstate that on camera. Still, once the pattern became visible, it was hard to unsee. The older reports also changed the meaning of fear itself. Many Loch Ness witnesses never described direct attack. What they described was a specific oppressive feeling, the sense that something in the water had become aware of them before they became aware of it. Those accounts were easy to dismiss for years because they sounded emotional rather than technical. After the 60-meter footage, that emotional residue started looking like a useful kind of evidence. The creature in this case did not blunder into the cameras. It managed distance. It managed angle. It seemed to decide when visibility would increase and when it would not. That is what frightened the scientists most in the end. Not that there may be a large unknown animal in Loch Ness. Not that some old legend
on my wrists and the fire in my chest. They wanted submission, I gave them my best. One man standing where the liar spoke. One voice breaking through the choke. Hold! Let me in! Let me speak! Your power's gone, and your grip is weak!
And I was like, yo, dude, like, if you can't find anyone to help you move, no, I'm talking about my personal friend. Like, I will fucking make the trip and go there and fucking help you move, bro. And then I found out this motherfucker literally invited like 10 fucking people, bro, to help him move. And on moving day, bro, he had like 5, 6, 7 people to go and to fucking move his entire fucking apartment, man. This little fucking...
The mouse, from his vantage point beneath a catering table, saw the shimmer of air ripple past Brian like heat on asphalt. The line of causality was curling. He whispered low, "He's about to trigger it." Brian stepped forward without realizing. He heard the crack of a bottle breaking behind him and turned, only to see a girl with a souvenir pin bending to pick up her dropped lemonade. But when he turned back, the limo was already stopped. The president would exit in 22 seconds. Thunder, hidden in the roof scaffolding, gave the signal. Wanda rerouted her sewer feed into the backup generator, triggering a flicker in the lights. Gray adjusted her surveillance drone to overlay thermal data. A ripple pulsed across the parking lot. Luna whispered to the wind, and the pigeons took flight. And in that moment, Brian's memories clicked. The capsule, the cheese, the mustard. He knew what was coming. He knew he couldn't stop it, but he knew where to stand. He stepped into the light, the shooter moved, and history surged forward. The silence that came just before the shot felt like the world had inhaled and forgotten how to exhale. From atop the service scaffolding, Thunder's fur stood on end. He was crouched behind a mesh lighting grid, scanning the crowd below. He didn't need to see the shooter. He could feel the tremor in the air, the shift in focus from chaos to fatal intent. Everything narrowed, everything aligned. Brian was in the exact place he had been in the first time. But this time, he wasn't surprised. He turned slowly, just enough to see the flash of metal glint in the light, just enough to know the sound was coming next, just enough to step 1 inch to the left. The gunshot tore through the air. A scream fractured the crowd. Someone dropped a phone. The security detail reacted with practiced instinct. But the bullet hit nothing. Or rather, it hit a plastic balloon arch behind Brian that exploded with a pop and a spray of confetti. Brian stared at it, then at his own hands. He was holding a souvenir flag. He did not remember picking it up. Hit nothing. Or rather, it hit a plastic balloon to the left. The gunshot tore through the air. A scream fractured the crowd. Someone dropped a phone. The security detail reacted with practiced instinct. But the bullet hit nothing. Or rather, it hit a plastic balloon arch behind Brian that exploded with a pop and a spray of confetti. Brian stared at it, then at his own hands. He was holding a souvenir flag. He did not remember picking it up. Above, in a private viewing booth, the woman from the desert, the one who had seen the capsule door shift, whispered something into her sleeve. "It's folding," she said. "He's correcting it. He doesn't know, but he is. Inside the limo, chaos reigned. The doors locked. The president was secured by 2 agents who moved with mechanical precision. The mustard vial began to glow faintly, just once, then went dark. The mouse, clinging to the interior carpet lining beneath the rear axle, was finally dislodged by the vibration from the emergency override protocol. He tumbled into the grass and immediately bolted beneath the lip of a curbside drain. Henrietta met him there. "Too close," she said. "I didn't cause it," the mouse snapped. "Not this time." "You're sure?" "I was trapped until 10 seconds ago." Henrietta gave him a skeptical look, but said nothing. The shooter had been tackled. By whom, no one could say. A man with a hat? A girl in a blue shirt? A tourist group from Delaware had conflicting stories. What no one saw was Brian, face pale, standing perfectly still, watching the exact trajectory of the bullet in his mind. He'd seen it before. He'd already seen it. He was too early. He turned and walked toward the golf cart parking area. No one stopped him. They were too busy writing headlines. Mizzy sat beneath a canopy near the donor tables, licking her paw with dramatic disinterest. Behind her, Gray stitched together 5 different surveillance feeds into one fluid frame. Brian arriving, Brian moving, Brian avoiding the bullet on purpose. Lady was already at the printer, printing falsified ID passes to get the team out clean. Wanda's sewer feed picked up a burst of communication from an unregistered uplink tower in Kansas. The message was short: Tulsa compartment confirmed. Phase 3 artifact not recovered. Loop integrity compromised but stable. She shuddered. Back in the capsule, or what was left of it, in the desert, time folded in again, briefly, just enough for a gust of wind to knock over a discarded seatbelt harness. The capsule's onboard system registered a heartbeat, then silence. Brian stood on the roof of the visitor center an hour later, looking out over the green. His hands were empty. His mind wasn't. He remembered the cheese now. He remembered the mustard. He remembered being in the capsule, past, present, possibly future, and seeing a version of himself not quite aligned with the one in the mirror. Luna sat beside him, silent, tail curled delicately. Brian nodded. "Yeah," he said softly. "I didn't stop anything." Luna bumped his elbow with her head. "But maybe I didn't start it either." The sun set. That night, after the debriefs, the press conferences, the sweep of the field, and the locking down of every inch of footage, Brian returned to his office. He opened the door. Everything was as he left it. The messy desk, the ancient typewriter, the plant he hadn't watered in 2 weeks. Except one thing. A small, sealed bottle. It sat perfectly centered on his desk blotter. No label, no fingerprint, just the faint scent of something spicy, something ancient, something that didn't belong in this timeline at all. Brian sat down slowly. He didn't touch it. Not yet. Brian stared at the bottle. It wasn't imposing. No swirling vortex inside, no arcane inscriptions etched into the glass, just a small, heavy vial of mustard sealed with wax, a dark amber hue pressed with a symbol he'd only seen once before. That one. In the capsule. Backwards. He didn't move for a long time. Outside, the sky churned, not dramatically, not apocalyptically, just enough for the clouds to slip past each other out of sequence. You wouldn't notice if you weren't already twisted sideways through time. Brian noticed. Luna, curled on a shelf above the door, opened one eye. It glinted silver, caught in the flicker of a desk lamp that hadn't been turned on. She said nothing, but her ears flicked toward the bottle. It wasn't just the mustard. It was when the mustard came from. Thunder patted into the office like a diplomat arriving late to a volatile summit. He paused by the door frame, eyes narrowing at the desk. He can't open that. Gray followed, silent, her tail tip tracing invisible spirals in the air. He won't, she said. Won't or shouldn't. Thunder growled. That line's been blurry for weeks. On the rooftop, Henrietta watched the city through binoculars stolen from a mall cop who was still wondering why his walkie-talkie only played opera now. She adjusted the focus. Movement at the museum. She hissed. They're still cleaning up from Tulsa. They don't know the cheese was never in the crate. Wanda's voice crackled over the subfloor comm system. Confirmed. Bluebird officials still chasing metadata phantoms. They think Brian's part of a code leak. They're wrong, but only technically. Down in the sewer system, Wanda adjusted her fins. And for the record, she added, that mustard isn't inert. I ran spectral scans. It's reactive to proximity, specifically temporal residues. Thunder winced. He was in the capsule. Gray's ears went back. He looped. Lady meowed quietly from the windowsill, then pawed at a chalkboard diagram of interconnected timelines. She erased a single arrow, then drew a dotted one looping from the desert to Bedminster, then back to the office. Brian finally exhaled. It was all already done, wasn't it? Thunder growled low. Depends on if you believe in causality. Brian blinked at him. I usually believe in mustard expiration dates. Luna purred, just once. A low hum that, to the other cats, meant he's starting to remember. And he was. The strange cold inside the capsule, the flinch that wasn't his, the moment the shooter missed because someone, possibly Brian himself, had nudged a folding chair 4 inches to the left 2 days earlier in a timeline no longer accessible. There were 2 Brians, maybe 3, and they all knew different parts of the same ending. He looked again at the bottle, not to open it, just to understand it. The wax was cracked slightly along one edge, not enough to break the seal, but enough to suggest it had already been opened, somewhere, somewhen. He pressed his fingers against the glass. There was a brief flicker, a sound like a distant jazz trio trapped in a jar, and then a vision. Not clear, not cinematic, just an imprint, a memory that hadn't happened yet. Brian, standing at the edge of a different rally, rain falling, a cheese sample pressed into a guard's hand, a whisper in his own voice, "Don't let the mustard touch metal." He gasped. The vision vanished. Luna was on the desk now, paw resting on the bottle. Brian nodded. "I'm not supposed to fix it," he murmured. "I'm supposed to keep it moving." Thunder grunted. "The timeline folds, but only where there's weight." Gray's tail flicked. "He's the fulcrum." Henrietta radioed in from the museum roof. Federal cleanup unit just found a fake cheese shell embedded in a photo prop. They think it's part of a psychological op. Lady tapped a paw on her chalkboard. "I think it is too." Brian stood. He didn't take the mustard. He just left the office door open. A breeze moved through, and somewhere, in a different capsule, a chair turned itself around. The chair spun once, slowly, without sound. It wasn't a mechanical rotation. It was something older, something that moved in the absence of direct force, like the memory of movement echoing forward. Inside the capsule, the lights dimmed to a flicker, then surged into full brightness, revealing nothing but emptiness. No passengers. No sound. Just the faint scent of ozone, time-burned cloth, and a trace of something pungent. Mustard. Not spilled. Not opened. Just present. Meanwhile, across 3 time zones and 3 timeline deviations, Brian Katpernick was halfway through a box of animal crackers he'd found in a file cabinet labeled 2020 Flare Contingency. He wasn't hungry. He just needed the pattern. The lion-shaped ones always came with a clue. From his couch, which sagged awkwardly in the middle as though it had hosted a small party of raccoons in a previous life, Brian traced the crumbs into a triangle. 1 point, the cheese. 1 point, the mustard. 1 point, himself. He stared at the pattern, then licked a finger and gently slid a giraffe cracker to the center. "That's the anomaly," he murmured. Outside, Thunder paced along the rooftop ledge. He paused every few feet to scan the street below, not for threats, but for Connie breaks. Time loops left fractures, hints. Mailboxes painted the wrong shade of blue. Tires scuffed against curbs before they should have arrived. People pausing mid-step, confused as if they'd already walked a path that hadn't existed yet. Gray joined him. "He's getting close," Thunder nodded. "He's trying to build the loop manually." "He's trying to close it," Gray corrected. Big difference. Back in the sewer grid, Wanda floated in front of a cracked monitor. The feed was noisy, jittering with interference from a nearby transformer station. She slapped it with her tail. The screen cleared, revealing a thermal snapshot of the golf course from 2 days earlier. There, in the lower right corner, was the shooter, the exact moment the weapon had discharged. But something else shimmered in the frame, something off. She zoomed in. A blur, almost a shape, standing just behind the vendor cart. Almost, but not quite Brian, except the jacket was different. The lapel was reversed. The watch was on the wrong wrist. She hissed into the comm line. He looped again. Luna, curled on the windowsill, blinked twice. She knew. Brian had been in more than one strand of this story. Some versions didn't return. Others left artifacts, bottles, cheese, the occasional lost sock that hummed faintly if you held it under moonlight. But this Brian? This one might still finish the loop intact. Inside the office, Brian was now surrounded by open folders. Not from his own case files, but ones he had never seen before. Pages with typed briefings. Surveillance photos stamped with defunct Project Bluebird, Tulsa Cell. A sticky note with the words, "Don't eat the cheese twice." He didn't remember writing it. He checked the timestamp, tomorrow's date. He set the note aside and reached for the mustard bottle again. Still sealed, still humming ever so slightly in his hand, and then, for just a moment, it wasn't. The wax flickered. The air bent. The shadows on his office floor shifted backward by 1 inch. And standing in the doorway was Brian. But not this Brian. Not quite. Same face, same coat. No shadow. He didn't speak. He just looked at the bottle, then at the desk. Then without a sound, he nodded once and vanished. Thunder barged into the room seconds later, fur on edge, claws halfway out. I smelled something fold. Brian was still staring at the empty doorway. "I was here," he said softly. "I know. I mean, I was here before, just now." Thunder looked at the desk. The mustard was gone. So was the note. Only the crumbs remained. Brian sat down slowly. He felt tired. Not like he needed sleep, more like he'd already lived this moment too many times. He rubbed his eyes. "Do we have any idea what this means?" Thunder turned. "No, but it's probably your fault." Luna purred from behind the curtain. Lady dropped a new blueprint on the floor. Henrietta checked in from the fire escape with word that something had reactivated the capsule again, but only for 4.6 seconds. Gray was already in the wires, uploading a backup to a folder labeled Timeline C if it sticks this time. And far below, in the storm drains, the mouse watched the footage from the rally play again, frame by frame. He paused it where Brian had blinked at the shooter's flash. Zoomed in. There it was, the glint, not from the gun, from the mustard jar, in Brian's hand. But that had never happened, until it did. The lights in the office dimmed, not because the power went out, but because time had grown too thick in the corners. Brian leaned back in his chair. It creaked like it was tired of being part of this story. The bottle of mustard was gone. Again, but not missing. He could feel it, like an aftertaste of something powerful, like a smell that hadn't been in the room, but now clung to every object just the same. It had moved forward or backward or sideways. The desk clock ticked irregularly, 3 seconds, then a pause, then 1, then 5. The mechanism wasn't broken, just undecided. Wanda's voice broke through the comm line with a tone none of the team had heard her use before. Tight, strained, reverent. The capsule opened again. Thunder, standing beside the radiator, snapped to attention. What came out? Wanda didn't answer right away. Then, no one, but the seat was warm. Lady, halfway through rewriting a scrambled incident log from the Tulsa field team, looked up. Another Brian? Gray's tail flicked twice. Or a folded one. Across the room, Luna leapt onto Brian's desk. She circled once, then settled against the spot where the mustard had been. She didn't look at him, but her body language told him enough. He was the loop. Henrietta called in from the clock tower 3 blocks down, where she had been following a van full of classified dairy samples headed toward an archive center in D.C. They've retracted the cheese manifests, she said. Bluebird's pulling assets. They think the loop's closed. Thunder growled. They're wrong. He's still in it. Brian was listening, not to the comms, to the shape of things, to the way the air tasted. He stood up and walked to the mirror. His reflection stared back. For a heartbeat, it was slightly late. Just a blink. He checked his jacket pocket, empty. Checked the coat rack. Nothing. And then, there it was. A shadow on the floor. Small, cylindrical. He crouched, the mustard jar. Back again, placed neatly. Not by accident. There was a note attached now, curled at the edges. He opened it carefully. If you're reading this, then the version of you who remembered to stop remembering has already gone. Do not open the jar. You've already opened it once. This time, let it stay sealed. History will heal. There was no signature, just the faint scent of cedar and old clocks. Brian sat back down. Everyone on the team was silent. Even the Roomba in the hallway, which had been dragging a receipt from 1976 in its wheels all morning, had finally stopped moving. The timeline was closed. Maybe not resolved. Maybe not repaired, but closed. Brian placed the jar back on his desk, this time carefully. Centered. He reached into the top drawer and pulled out a battered manila folder titled Unfinished Loops. He tucked the jar inside, shut the drawer. Luna hopped down and rubbed against his leg. She looked up at him and blinked twice. Brian smiled. I know, I remember enough. He turned out the light. Behind him, the jar pulsed gently in the dark. Once, then again, then never again. Somewhere in the desert, the capsule door stayed shut. Somewhere on a surveillance server no longer accessible, a moment flickered out, a frame erased, a duplicate overwritten, and somewhere far below, in a pipe with just enough clearance for a rodent carrying a microfilm reel, the mouse trudged forward, muttering to himself. Still didn't get the cheese, but he smiled. Because maybe next time, he already had. Hugh crouched in the dry trench, fingers embedded in loose dust, eyes on the ridgeline. The air was quiet, not dead, waiting. In the distance, the wind carried the sound of a broken machine whining against itself. It had been days since they'd seen movement on this sector. Still, the protocol held. Eyes up, head low, weapon within reach, even when your only job was to exist and not get erased. His boots were too tight. The pair he'd requisitioned 2 bases ago had gone missing during the transit. He didn't mind. Pain was real, and real was currency. Downhill from his post, the remnants of the town were visible. Buildings melted at the edges like wax that never had a flame. It had once been a civilian tech node, long before the war made civilians mythical. Now it was a waypoint for survivors, smuggling routes, and sometimes even time jump agents who needed a blind corner to re-enter reality. He wiped a line of sweat from his jaw with the back of his glove. The sun here was constant, but it had that shimmer, subtle, off-angle. This place had been bent too many times. The vortexes left folds like bruises in the fabric of a place, and they hummed just below the threshold of sound. Status? A voice crackled over comm. Hugh thumbed the line. Still, no motion. South vector stable. Copy. Stay sharp, Forbes. Repeater glitching again. Scanners caught something near Collector 6. Hugh didn't reply. He knew the scanner saw ghosts. That didn't mean they were wrong. The quiet broke 5 minutes later. A shimmer along the ridge, a distortion, not light but density, then gone. Hugh had already flicked his rifle's selector twice before standing fully upright, eyes fixed. He waited, counted to 7. Stillness again. He clicked the comm twice. No response. Back at base, the signals were already dying. Bursts of static, irregular pings. Hugh dropped into a jog, boots thudding soft on the dust as he moved across the slope, veering toward the last known location of Collector 6. His HUD flickered, then blanked, then returned with a slight offset. The time skewed back 12 minutes. That meant a skip. He slowed near the blackened tree line. Collector 6 was a monument, tall, skeletal, humming, designed to drink from time itself. He circled left. The grass was flattened recently, and a shadow moved where there shouldn't be any source. Hugh froze. A man stood at the base, arms to the side, wearing a suit that shimmered wrong. Not invisibility, not stealth. Rejection. The world didn't want to see him. Hugh raised his weapon but didn't speak. The figure turned slowly, no sudden moves. His face was visible, yet misaligned. A twin flash echo. One version stood with a neutral expression. The other grinned a split second after. Then the image stabilized. Not your time, the man said. Quiet, calm. But you're here. That's enough. Hugh didn't lower the weapon. Identify. Already have. You're tracking me from before your memory loops. I'm Chance. Not mine either. But here we are. Hugh clicked the comm. Nothing. Dead. The man Chance looked to the sky. We've been circling this encounter for a dozen iterations. They made sure you wouldn't remember until this one. Hugh's grip tightened. Who is they? The ones who left us the tech. The ones who taught us to fight with it. The ones who laugh when we use it to kill each other. Hugh moved a half step forward. Chance didn't flinch. You're saying... I'm not saying. I'm reminding. Your memory's fractured. Mine too. Ask yourself this. Who was the first to offer us time jump tech? Who taught us field dampeners? Disruptors? Who never bled when the bullets flew? Hugh opened his mouth, closed it again. I'm not the enemy, Chance said, kneeling and placing a small prism on the ground. But I've worn their suit, once. The prism glowed a low, steady pulse. Around them, the soundscape changed. Hugh heard children laughing. He blinked. The world flickered. The trees weren't burnt anymore. They were green. A woman's voice echoed, calling someone home. Then it was gone. You felt that? Chance stood. Hugh nodded. Barely. They've done this for centuries. Give us tech. Wait. Watch. When we grow too curious, too close, they see to war. Hugh's breath slowed. So we'd kill ourselves before we learned the truth. Chance gave a single nod. You see it now. The sky crackled. Not thunder, more like a choked signal collapsing. Chance looked back to the collector. This is where I leave you. They've spotted me. Hugh stepped forward. Wait, how do I? But the man was already gone. No light, no sound. The shimmer ended. Hugh stood in silence, hand trembling slightly. He didn't report it. Not then. The next day, Griffin returned. His hair was damp, his posture worse. Whatever mission he'd run, it took more than time. The base was on full lockdown. Systems glitching, vortex stabilization erratic. Everyone acted like that was normal. Hugh found him by the perimeter wall, staring out across the empty flatland. You didn't sleep, Hugh said. Griffin nodded. I did, just not all at once. Hugh waited. Griffin turned slightly. You ever wonder why the war doesn't end? Hugh nodded. All the time. Griffin lit a stim stick, offered one. Hugh declined. We lost 712, not just the unit, the whole region. Timeline bled out. Hugh frowned. How? Interceptor fire. We traced the signatures. Not ours, not theirs. Hugh's heart stuttered. Then who? Griffin looked him dead in the eye. Exactly. Neither spoke for a while. The wind picked up. Inside, the operations room was tense. Red lights blinked at irregular intervals, reports piled. The memory cubes stacked on the command table were warm to the touch. No one dared sort them yet. A runner approached Hugh later, handed him a sealed slip. Handwritten, rare. It bore Griffin's seal. Field assignment, immediate. Hugh opened it. His eyes narrowed. The coordinates led back to the outskirts, near Collector 3. He packed light. When he arrived, the area was quiet, but the collector hummed with unnatural rhythm. He scanned. Nothing out of place. Then a glimmer in the grass, a small orb, perfectly smooth, chrome black. It pulsed when he approached. He reached for it. Don't. The voice came from nowhere. Then everywhere. Hugh froze. You were never meant to hold that, it said, but we let one of you get close, a flaw in your kind's chaos. The orb rose from the grass, floated, hovered inches from his face. You are not the virus, you are the vector. Hugh's legs locked. He couldn't move. The war was our fire. You are oxygen. Then silence. The orb dropped, cold again. Hugh backed away, heart pounding, sweat cold. That night, Griffin debriefed in whispers, not recorded, not logged. You heard them, didn't you? Griffin asked. Hugh nodded. Griffin held a prism in his hand, the same one Chance had shown. It pulsed in rhythm with Hugh's. We're not the first iteration, Griffin said. We're the first to remember. And the world outside the collector walls began to shift again. Hugh didn't sleep. He laid back in the cot, staring at the ceiling, counting the lattice cracks in the overhead plating, as if memorizing them would prevent the walls of his reality from collapsing. Around him, the barracks were quiet. Too quiet for the amount of movement he could feel underfoot. Vibrations. Distant, rhythmic, machines. Not ground tremors. Something was being built. At dawn, he bypassed the mess hall and walked the inner wall circuit. New fencing was going up. Drones were perched in place along the high ridgeline, not military, not theirs. Civilian surveillance drones, re-engineered and equipped with low-signature pulse detectors. They weren't watching the enemy anymore. They were watching inward. Griffin met him at the underground lift hours later, alone. No brief, no escort. They rode in silence to the green sector, the research sprawl. The deeper levels were rarely visited by fieldmen. Hugh watched as Griffin unlocked the gate with a prism-embedded baton and a sharp whisper. The door blinked in, not out. They stepped into the pulse chamber. 50-foot ceilings, all dark, no light sources, yet everything was visible. At the center was the unit. A vault the size of a dropship sat buried halfway into the floor. Tubes snaked from its sides, some pulsing with liquid, others glowing like a vein through skin. Monitors surrounded it, showing blurred maps, time-looped faces, fragments of coordinates, and one icon pulsing red, an omega fractured by a vertical slash. What is this? Hugh asked. Where it all starts, Griffin said, walking to the side and waving his hand over a sphere mount. A projection erupted, showing overlapping maps of the Earth, then other worlds, all linked by fine green tendrils. They seeded us with tech, centuries ago, gave us discoveries, progress, power, then waited. Waited for what? For us to build the network they couldn't, for us to connect the gates. Hugh looked up. Time travel was their back door. Griffin nodded. Every vortex, every collector, it's an antenna, not just for power, for communication. With who? Not who. What? Hugh blinked as the vault cracked open. The hiss was low, sad somehow, as if the metal itself mourned what it had been holding. Inside was a human figure, female, motionless, encased in a translucent field. Her eyes open but glassed over. Her skin glimmered faintly like frost over polished steel. "She's been here longer than the war," Griffin said. "Not alive. Not exactly. We think, proxy, a translator. But she was built to look like one of us, to comfort us or fool us." "She spoke?" Griffin shook his head. "But she broadcast, subharmonics. We intercepted them. Took years to decipher. Every piece of technology we adapted from the wreckage. We think it came from her transmissions." "And she led us?" "No, she made us. The transmission included schematics, implants, algorithms." Hugh took a step back. "She's not the only one, is she?" Griffin didn't answer. He turned and walked toward the far console, flipping a series of switches. The room dimmed as energy drew inward. A wall shimmered and then revealed a memory stream. Not a recording, a captured time echo. It showed the battlefield from 2 decades ago. Hugh watched in silence as soldiers fought, but the weapons were wrong. Too clean, vaporized with beams that made no sound, and floating above the scene, just visible, were rings, metallic, rotating in opposite directions. Inside each, eyes, unblinking, unblinking. Hugh felt his skin go cold. "They watched," Griffin said. "They watched the entire time, intervened only to keep balance, not peace. Conflict is a power source to them." Hugh stepped closer. "Why now? Why are we only seeing this now?" "Because we started asking the wrong questions at the right time, the kind that pierce back." Griffin turned, handed Hugh a small capsule. Inside, a filament. It shimmered with its own rhythm, ticking like a second heart. "Take this to Reclamation Node 5. Drop it inside the collector there. Do not talk, do not deviate. When you're done, you'll know what we know." Hugh took the capsule. "And if I don't want to know?" Griffin didn't flinch. "You already do. You just don't remember." Outside, the world had begun to glitch again. Hugh walked across the courtyard and realized the sky was subtly different. Colors inverted on the edges, shadows where the light should be. People moved in double exposures, resetting every few steps. No one else noticed. He boarded a scout skiff and headed out. The ride to Node 5 took an hour through the cracked valleys, regions once farmland now mined for fusion dust. The remnants of 3 old wars had built a mountain range from metal alone. At Node 5, the collector stood half-functional. Partially melted, covered in impact scoring, the area had been abandoned for years. Hugh walked in with the capsule clenched in his palm. He reached the node and found the socket Griffin described, a small cube panel flickering with green light. He opened the capsule and dropped the filament inside. Instantly, the collector pulsed. Hugh staggered back as the world around him bent sharply inward. Sound vanished, vision inverted, and then he was standing in the same spot, but the sky above was gone. In its place, a black mesh lattice like a dome. Outside the dome were stars, but wrong. Too many. Moving too fast. And behind them, something watched. It didn't move, it didn't speak. But Hugh knew. The war wasn't the end. It was the farm. The machine around him vibrated with such force that his nose bled. He clutched his ears, fell to his knees. A voice, not from the air but inside his spine, spoke. "Your kind was the blade. Now you are the wound." Then he was back, flat on the ground, the collector humming as if nothing happened. He stood slowly. The sky was blue again, real. But now everywhere he looked, he saw ghost impressions of what had been, shadow echoes of the Watchers, hanging like mist. He returned to base without logging the trip. Griffin met him near the perimeter. "You saw them." Hugh nodded. Griffin whispered, "Good, then you're ready." "Ready for what?" Griffin held out a device. It looked like a detonator, but the counter ran upward. "This sets the frequency. Not a weapon, a signal." "To call them? To show them we see them?" Hugh hesitated. "Why not destroy them?" Griffin shook his head. "They exist across probabilities. They're never there long enough to destroy. But we can interfere. We can jam the signal, break the loop, make Earth opaque." Hugh took the device. Griffin leaned close. "They've used humans against each other for eons. This time, one human uses them." The countdown began at Hugh's touch, and somewhere far beyond the collector field, in a place without time, the Watchers blinked. Hugh's dreams that night were not dreams. They were overlays. Experiences not lived but embedded, poured into him like data down a failing conduit. He saw his childhood, but wrong. His mother's face was out of focus. Her mouth moved, but the words were not in any language he knew, and yet he understood. He saw Griffin before he'd ever met Griffin. Younger, cleaner, still wearing both his arms. He saw the collector field stretching across continents like neural veins, and hovering above them, always just out of reach, were the rings. When he woke, the counter on the device had stopped. It blinked once, then vanished, leaving a blank screen and a subtle warmth in his pocket, like it had never existed. He looked around the barracks. 4 cots empty. 4 fieldmen gone. No alerts, no alarms. He checked his HUD. No mention of them. No logs, erased or never there. He walked into Central Ops to find the command deck in full lockdown. Griffin stood before a newly constructed dais. Floating above it were 3 memory cubes, pulsing slowly like a heartbeat. No one else moved. All around, techs stood still, eyes distant, mouths shut, like statues waiting to be rewound. Griffin turned when Hugh entered, his eyes bloodshot, not from fatigue, but exposure. "They struck back," he said flatly. "They killed this timeline." Hugh blinked. "What?" Griffin gestured at the cubes. 3 anchors, fragments of 3 concurrent time branches that still remember this version of events. The rest are collapsing. We're in a localized breach. We have maybe 12 hours before the station loses alignment and gets absorbed. Hugh stepped forward. "Then we evacuate." Griffin didn't move. "No, we consolidate. We've found something. A map, not of time, but of cause." Hugh stood beside him now, the cubes flickering softly, projecting a field. The hologram showed a spiral, not linear, but coiled like a vortex looped into itself. Events orbited the center, sometimes merging, sometimes repelling. Hugh saw events he remembered, and ones he didn't, but knew. His hand passed through one, and it burned. Static bled into his skin. Griffin gestured again. A new loop emerged. This one was pulsing in red. "That's them," he said. Hugh stared. "A timeline?" "No. A bypass, a false continuity. It masquerades as time, but it's a logic tunnel. They hide inside the assumptions we refuse to challenge." Hugh understood now. They're not just using tech, they're using belief. Griffin nodded. "Everything we assumed about the war, about origin, about alliance, it's all engineered. The real timeline, the true causal strand, is buried. Underneath their planted events. If we can unearth the original divergence, we might trap them." "How?" Griffin placed a 4th cube on the dais. This one was black. "We create a false loop, a bait line. We simulated a divergence so catastrophic they can't ignore it. Something irresistible, something that threatens their design." Hugh frowned. "And what would that be?" Griffin looked him dead in the eye. "You." Hugh felt it before he accepted it. Something in him had changed. The Watchers had touched him, marked him. Not infected, enhanced. He could feel the gaps in logic around him now, like holes in glass. "We use you to rewrite the bait line," Griffin continued. "A series of events where you gain control of the vortex lattice, where you unify the collector fields, where you collapse the war not by peace, but by coherence, a new frequency." Hugh was silent. "Then, won't they see it?" Griffin grinned. "That's the point. When they enter the loop to interfere, we close it, with this." He revealed a shard, metallic, humanoid in shape but abstract, a sculpture, or maybe a key. Its edges glowed softly like ice over a dying ember. "What is it?" "An anchor, from before, from the original strand." Hugh took it. It was warm and cold, heavy and light, impossible. Griffin handed him a small packet. Inside, a pulse trigger and a single-use vortex drive. "You'll jump to the coordinates in 10 minutes. You'll arrive 2 weeks before the Catalyst event. Set the stage. Let them see you rise. Let them think they've won. And when they enter, you'll know." Hugh didn't say goodbye. He never liked endings. He activated the jump. Time folded. He landed hard. Dust stung his eyes. The sky was orange, veined with stormlight. He was in the southern basin, just outside what would become the Spire base. Only it hadn't been built yet. Around him, civilians worked tirelessly, constructing, trading, surviving. It was a time of hope, and that made it all the more dangerous. Hugh infiltrated fast. His rank carried over, records aligned to support his presence. He began to manipulate key events. Traded black market schematics that intercepted skirmish orders, diffused 3 false flag attacks. He rose fast, as predicted. The timeline adjusted, stretched, reshaped. Eyes turned to him, and then they came. Not ships, not soldiers, observers. People who didn't exist in census data. Faces you never remembered. Conversations that evaporated as soon as they ended. Smiles that didn't reach the eyes. They watched Hugh from every corner of his world. He let them. He even spoke to one in the old library beneath. the basin. She wore no insignia. Her smile was correct, not warm, not cold, just expected. "You are deviating," she said. "I'm adapting," Hugh replied. "Your deviation is spreading." He nodded. "That's the point. You risk recursive decay. You risk being seen." She paused. Her eyes flickered just once. That was enough. "We see you, Hugh Forbes." "I see you too." She left. Hugh returned to base. The moment the observers gathered to vote interference, he activated the prism. The timeline snapped. The trap closed. Inside the collector ring, space bent like breath against ice. The watchers were pulled in, not by force, but inevitability. Their assumptions made them vulnerable. Their own map was used against them. Griffin's voice echoed in the comms. They're caught, locked in a causal echo. They'll loop endlessly. Hugh didn't celebrate. He stood at the edge of the ring, watching the vortex pulse. He saw the events repeat. War, peace, manipulation, rebellion, trapped now, unable to project forward. Then silence. Griffin arrived hours later, limping from a collapsed jump zone. "You did it," he said. Hugh looked up. "No, we paused them." Griffin nodded. "Long enough. For what? To remember who we were before they rode over us." Hugh turned back to the ring and waited. Days passed, then weeks. The world outside didn't quite return to normal. It couldn't. Too much had unraveled. The war slowed but didn't stop. The engines of conflict sputtered without the Watchers' fuel, but hatred was an ember that burned under its own heat. Still, something had shifted. The time distortions stabilized. Vortexes no longer formed at random. The collector fields lost their aggression, humming now with a passive stillness, like hibernating beasts. Power grids reconnected. Messages from broken timelines blinked back to life, glitchy but intact. People remembered things that had never happened. Others forgot things they lived through. Hugh wandered the northern sector of the base one morning, watching children play along the scaffolding of a half-finished tower. They were building again. That mattered. He met Griffin at the perimeter wall, just as he had the day of his awakening. This time, there were no weapons between them. Just memory. "Tell me again," Griffin said, leaning on a pipe. "What did she say?" "The observer." Hugh scratched his chin. "She said I was deviating." Griffin smiled. "That's the closest thing to a compliment they've ever given." They stood in silence, watching the horizon. Off in the distance, the collapsed shell of the set's former stronghold glittered in the morning light. Its command line still crawled across the hillsides, fossilized AI script etched into the earth like old scars. The signal towers had gone quiet. No more pulses, no more updates from beyond. Griffin reached into his coat and handed Hugh a small box. Inside was a fragment of one of the green-streaked memory cubes, shattered, dead. It shimmered faintly but with no pulse. A relic. "What's this?" "A reminder," Griffin said, "of what we forgot, and what we broke to remember it." Hugh closed the box. "Will they come back?" "Probably, eventually, but not in the same form. They can't run the same script twice. Now that we've seen them, they have to change their mask." Hugh nodded. "So what happens now?" Griffin's gaze lingered on the sky. "We rebuild. We decentralize. We bury what we must, and we archive what we can. And we don't forget again." That afternoon, the Council of Sectors gathered for the first time in 10 years. Not a war council, not a supply command, a forum. Each representative seated without armor, without rank insignia, only their lived memories and fractured truths. Hugh stood before them, uninvited but not unwelcome. He spoke plainly. There was a war, but not the one we fought. The true war was over control of perception, of memory, of possibility, and we lost for a time. Silence, but now we're not being watched. Not yet, and this is our chance to decide who we become. He stepped down, no applause, but nods. Real ones. That was enough. Later that evening, Griffin took Hugh to the sublevels, to the room where the sleeper remained. She hadn't moved since the disruption. The field around her was dimming, a flicker at the edges. They'd begun dismantling the chamber. "She wasn't one of them," Griffin said softly, "but she wasn't one of us either." Hugh approached the field, looked into her eyes. There was something there now. A flicker, a blink. She saw him. He stepped back. We should end it. Griffin nodded. We will. The chamber lights dimmed. The encasement powered down. For the first time in years, the hum ceased. Outside, the base not yet, and stood before them, uninvited but not unwelcome. He spoke plainly. There was a war, but not the one we fought. The true war was over control of perception, of memory, of possibility, and we lost for a time. Silence, but now we're not being watched. Not yet, and this is our chance to decide who we become. He stepped down, no applause, but nods, real ones. That was enough. Later that evening, Griffin took Hugh to the sublevels, to the room where the sleeper remained. She hadn't moved since the disruption. The field around her was dimming, a flicker at the edges. They'd begun dismantling the chamber. She wasn't one of them, Griffin said softly, but she wasn't one of us either. Hugh approached the field, looked into her eyes. There was something there now. A flicker, a blink. She saw him. He stepped back. We should end it. Griffin nodded. We will. The chamber lights dimmed. The encasement powered down. For the first time in years, the hum ceased. Outside, the base slowly returned to function. The collector fields were reprogrammed to track history, not distort it. Records were rebuilt, memory cubes re-indexed and sealed, and the spires, those strange towering relics of the set's influence, were stripped down and turned into signal buoys. Beacons of caution. A warning. Hugh returned to the field corps, but not as a soldier. He walked from zone to zone, speaking, listening, learning what had survived and what had changed. Some towns had no memory of the war. Others remembered wars that never existed. Each version of truth had weight. At the edge of the eastern ridge, Hugh sat with a boy no older than 10, watching a glider drone circle overhead. Is that thing dangerous? The boy asked. It used to be, Hugh said. Now it's just watching. The boy made a face. Like the bad watchers? Hugh smiled. No, this one listens. It learns. The boy looked curious. From who? Hugh pointed at him. From you. Far off in space, just beyond the visible edge, an echo folded back in on itself. A logic loop failed to close. Somewhere in the mesh between universes, a dead signal flared and went out. Back on Earth, life moved forward. And for the first time in generations, the future wasn't written. It would be told. There was a silence growing beneath the world. Beneath the crust of reclaimed cities, under collector stations now long dormant, deep in tunnels, carved out during the height of the war, something had gone quiet. Not the quiet of peace. The quiet of things waiting. Hugh stood before the archive vault, key filament pressed to the lock, listening to the mechanical whispers of the security lattice folding away. This was the last node they hadn't explored since the Watchers fell into their loop. Not out of fear, out of caution. It was said this one held the raw pre-collapse logs, untouched, unscrubbed, unfiltered. He wasn't alone. Woody was with him now, older, slower, his leg fitted with a bypass implant that clicked as he walked. But his eyes still sparked. You think it'll change what we know? Woody asked. I think it might show us what we missed, Hugh replied. Inside, the vault breathed. Lines of prisms and filament libraries stretched wall to wall. Everything shimmered with latent data, and at the heart of it an orb, dormant but intact, embedded in a slab of old-world alloy, pulsing faintly like a sleeping heart. Hugh approached it, no scripts activated, no alerts. It led him near. He placed his palm on it. Static ran up his spine. Images hit him in frames. The first city, the first seed. The first whisper of foreign design implanted into Earth's grid under the guise of a solar alignment project. Then the Black Rains, then the first clean war, then the first altered memory. And behind it all, shapes. Not creatures, not ships, motifs. Patterns of logic that birthed technologies and fed ideologies. They weren't watchers, they were shepherds or farmers. Hugh pulled his hand away. The orb quieted. God, Woody said. We were the crops. No, Hugh corrected, standing slowly. We were the soil. They returned to base under the veil of a mild dust storm. No alarms, no debriefing, only silence from those who waited. Griffin met them, already knowing, his face drawn sunken, like he'd read it all through the static. We can't destroy it, Hugh said. Griffin nodded. I wouldn't ask us to. What now? We reframe the timeline. Hugh raised a brow. We admit the truth, Griffin continued, to everyone. No more classified loops, No more time-layered missions, and no more grooming the future like we're shaping it. That'll shatter half the command. Griffin smiled without warmth. That half was already cracked. The announcement came 2 days later, a broadcast shared openly across all regions. Hugh stood before the array, wind at his back, voice steady. We were shaped, engineered, but we were never owned. He paused. Let it sink in. The Watchers didn't lose, they were paused. But we must learn, because they never stopped preparing us for themselves. We must build a world where interference is impossible, not just hidden. He stared into the lens, unblinking, and we begin with memory. All of it. Every truth, every fracture, every false timeline. We record it, we teach it, we write it down so the next era won't be born blind. That day, the base began the archive. Every survivor submitted their story. Some spoke in rage, others wept. Others simply recited what they remembered. But they spoke. For the first time, they owned their memory. Hugh watched from the catwalk above as fieldmen and civilians alike lined up to add their voices. Even the old set officers, long disbanded, were there, humbled. Griffin stood beside him. Do you believe it'll hold? Hugh didn't answer right away. No. Griffin tilted his head. But I believe they'll try, Hugh said. And that's enough. In the shadows of the collector fields, now dismantled and rusting in the sun, children ran without weapons. The sound of their feet was real, not fabricated, not repeated from a forgotten timeline. Real. The walls of the base, once humming with vortex interference and cloaked in disruptor fields, now bore murals, a timeline made of images, not loops. Art told the story. The field code from the fallen timeline had been transcribed into poetry. The names of the lost engraved along the northern barricade, which now stood not to protect, but to remember. And in a chamber far below, sealed in silence, the anchor sat, no longer needed, but never discarded, because even peace, when earned, needs a keystone. Hugh left the base one final time, not in retreat, not in exile, but in purpose. Across the fractured lands were still untouched towns, wild colonies, survivors uncounted. He would walk until his name was forgotten, until his story was retold by those who never knew him. That was how memory healed. Not by being preserved perfectly, but by being handed forward, flawed, and still beating. The last image of Hugh, recorded in the archive, was a simple one. A man standing at the edge of a broken road, pack slung over one shoulder, looking ahead, and in the distance, a sky that no longer shimmered. Somewhere far above the atmosphere, where no collectors reached, where even the time loops hadn't curled, the last fragment of the Watcher's architecture floated. It was not a ship, not in any human sense. It was a vessel of probability, a skein of possibility woven tight into a field of shifting potential. It did not move through space, it moved through assumption. Where belief was strong enough, it appeared. Where doubt crept in, it flickered out. But something was wrong now. Inside this structure, the inhabitants, or remnants, processed pattern collapses at blinding speeds. They projected shadow selves into still looping fragments of old Earth, seeking resonance. But the resonance was gone. The lattice had been severed. Hugh's act, the trigger Griffin handed him, the field disruption seeded into the fake loop had done more than trap them. It had taught the world to question, and doubt was fatal to the Watchers. Within the vessel, one node pulsed erratic. The shape inside, a humanoid approximation crafted to better observe those who evolved through struggle, shivered. You deviated, the node said aloud. There was no response. Deviant Vector has spawned replications. Local thought-form environments no longer reinforce the assumed chain. Silence. The subject vector has ignited recursive free agency nodes. Authority structures collapsing. Absorption impossible. Still silence. The figure tilted its head. Begin observer shutdown. We will attempt re-entry through a lower assumption tier. And the ship dimmed. On Earth, Griffin received the signal hours before sunrise. He read the data burst 3 times before speaking. They've gone under. Hugh was across the continent now, helping rebuild the aquifer maps and re-establish grain corridors, but his signal returned in less than a minute. Gone where? Beneath awareness. They're going dark, waiting to be believed in again. Hugh responded simply, then we stop worshipping ghosts. The last phase began not with a war, but with a school. A single building, set into the old ruins of what was once a set outpost, now ringed with gardens and water channels. Its walls were painted with the words of 100 timelines, all jumbled, forming a new whole. Students came from all sectors, some whose ancestors had been on the wrong side of the war, others from fringe colonies who'd barely survived. They weren't told what to believe, they were told to remember and to question. Hugh taught there only once a year. He sat on the floor, never behind a lectern. He told stories. The truth of them didn't matter as much as the questions they raised. The one he always ended with went like this. There was a day once, he said, when someone asked what would happen if we stopped reacting, stopped assuming the enemy was each other, and the answer came. Quiet, simple, unavoidable. He waited. Someone always asked, what was the answer? He smiled. We remembered who we were, and they couldn't survive that. That night, the stars flickered in the sky, not from battle, not from interference, but from alignment. A pattern locked into place, a story completed. A loop broken, not by force, but by letting go, and so ended the first book, not with a final battle, but with a final breath, a return to self, a knowing. The watchers waited, but no one came back. Years passed, not in silence, but in motion, rebuilding, reconnection, relearning. The surface of the earth no longer bore the sharp scars of war, but it did not forget them. Roads etched with blast lines had become market lanes. Collector ruins turned into sanctuaries, each one a circle of stone and steel where people told stories and sang of timelines they'd never lived, but now somehow remembered. Hugh grew older. The man once shadowed by weaponry and war had grown into something else. Not a leader, not even a figurehead, but a presence. People didn't salute him. They asked him questions. He didn't give orders. He asked better questions in return. He rarely stayed in one place longer than a season. One winter in the southern terraces building floodgates with teenage engineers. Another summer on the Central Plateau, helping construct transmitter towers that no longer aimed to call out to watchers, but to call across one another. Pure communication, human to human. No lords overhead, no silent witnesses in orbit. Children now grew up knowing the war as a shadow, not a monster. They played games where the monsters were defeated not with weapons, but by seeing them clearly, naming them aloud, and choosing to walk past. In the city of Orlan, a rebuilt trade hub over one of the oldest collector fields, Hugh met a woman named Ray. She was tall, quiet-eyed, and burned metal into poetry. Her sculptures stood over intersections, phrases twisted from salvaged steel and old war plates. Truth is memory untied from fear. All gods can be doubted. Do not kneel to patterns. They built a home above the old glider station. Together, they uncovered part of a dormant set data vault, one the reclamation crews had missed. It wasn't functional. The memory lattice had long since degraded, but inside it were dozens of spools, paper thin and etched in a language neither fully recognized. Ray spent 3 years translating it line by line. It was a confession from one of the first hybrid observers. I did not believe they would ever fall, but they feared something we could not quantify, the human act of doubt. Not doubt as despair, doubt as resistance, as anti-programming, as self-definition. Once a mind learns to doubt a loop, the loop breaks. This is not rebellion, it is evolution. That is the fracture they feared. The virus we seeded and forgot. They published the text, not as scripture, as reference. One day, Hugh stood at the high balcony and watched the sky. He had no agenda. The watchers hadn't returned. But sometimes you had to look anyway. Not out of fear, out of responsibility. He turned to find Griffin there. The older man had grayed, lost mass, gained vision. They're not coming, Hugh said. Griffin nodded. Not soon. Not in form. Hugh tilted his head. Still afraid of us? No, Griffin said. Afraid we'll teach others what we learned. And that was the truth. The war hadn't been between species. It had been a war between realities, between those who needed control and those who had learned to live without it. Griffin handed him a small black stone. Polished, seamless. What is it? Hugh asked. A fragment, from the edge of the echo lattice, still warm. Hugh felt it hum in his palm. Does it do anything? Griffin smirked. Only if you give it orders. Hugh tossed it to Ray later that night. She caught it in one hand, studied it under firelight, and buried it in a planter box beneath a plum tree. That spring, the tree flowered early. The petals glowed faintly. No one asked why. In time, the archives were expanded. Not just war records, not just memory loops, not just field notes, but stories. Folklore born from fractured truths, children's books retelling old timelines as parables, maps drawn from memory and dream together. Hugh read a page one morning while walking the sky bridge above Orlan. Once the world was a knot of forgetting, then someone pulled a thread and looked inside. He smiled. He knew the writer, a girl who'd grown up beneath the burnt towers of the northern fields. Her story was new. Hers alone. In the last years of his life, Hugh never stopped moving. He walked from valley to spire to desert edge, sometimes speaking, sometimes silent, sometimes just planting something in the dirt and walking away. When he died, there was no monument, no funeral pyre, no military fanfare, but across the land in every outpost and commune and memory station, bells rang once at the hour of dusk, not for mourning, for signal clarity, to say, we remember, we remain, we deviate. And far above the earth, beyond any collector field's range, in a space where time once bent to foreign will, the watchers sat dormant still. Their nodes quivered as a signal breached their loops, soft, slow, human. Not a threat, a question. Are you still watching? No reply, and none was needed, because the question itself meant we're no longer waiting. Somewhere across a barren world that once wore the same sky as Earth, a man walked beneath unfamiliar constellations. He wasn't Hugh, not anymore. His name had dissolved over time, a sound turned to silence by years of walking, listening, remembering. He wore a weathered jacket stitched from old field cloth and new fiber, and in his chest he carried a shard of the old world, not as a weapon, not as proof, but as a thread, a reminder that no strand of history was ever fully cut. This was not Earth. Not exactly. It was one of the spill worlds, those branched planets created during the war, when the Watchers had bent the lattice so far it fractured into physical space. Some spill worlds had collapsed, others had matured into strange reflections. This one had lived, and it had grown. The settlers here knew of the war, though not firsthand. They had never seen the collectors. They had never bled beneath the vortex storms, but they knew the stories. The archive, now encoded into deep orbit repeater pods, had reached them generations ago. The people here had adapted the lessons, built without hierarchy, structured their cities with centers, not tops, named their children after doubts, not heroes. And now, the man with no name walked their roads. He wasn't a prophet. They didn't treat him like one. He was an echo, a fragment, a living strand of the thread they'd inherited. On his third day in the capital ring, he stood beneath a tower of glass grown directly from volcanic stone. The structure resonated faintly, tuned to vibrations across the planetary field. It was a listening post, but not for signals. It listened to memory. He sat in the center and waited. A child approached. Not out of awe, out of curiosity. "Is it true," she asked, "that you spoke with the machines?" He smiled. "No," she frowned. "But you stopped them." "No," he said again, gently. "We stopped ourselves. That's what made them powerless." She didn't quite understand, but she nodded anyway. The tower shifted pitch. Something beyond language passed through the room. Not a message, a feeling. Deep acknowledgement. Somewhere, the archive in orbit adjusted its rotation. The signal beam moved 1 degree west. The loop had registered a null return, not silence, completion. Elsewhere, on Earth and on other worlds now growing in the void, the Watchers' logic forms began to erode. Not from an attack, from neglect. They had been forgotten. A single beacon blinked once in a dead region of space, then expired. Back on the spill world, the man walked out of the listening tower, the child following. "What do we do now?" she asked. "Write new myths," he said. "About what?" "Not about the end," he said, turning. "About what we did after the end." The wind carried his voice across the basalt plain, and in time, the world followed. In a chamber so deep beneath Earth's crust, it existed between measurable frequencies. An ancient structure shuddered, not from damage, from awakening. Inside, dormant files, fragments of Watcher protocols, scanned for instruction, for pattern, for resonance. They found none, but one thread remained active. Hugh Forbes, status unknown. The Lattice attempted a query. It failed. A secondary command was initiated. Seed contingency, pattern unknowable. A warning flared and extinguished itself. Threat class human defined. And then watch protocol obsolete. Final process activated, handshake rejected. Archive yielded. And thus, the last Watcher node became what it had feared most. A listener. No longer a hand over humanity. Just a record, just a relic. Back on the surface, under a sky no longer charted by war, a generation not born from blood gathered in open fields to speak, to build, to err, to create. They made no gods, they made no enemies, they made a story. And in its telling, everything that once ruled them fell quiet, not gone, but no longer needed. And the world moved forward, not toward peace or power, but toward awareness. The final war had not been won, it had been understood, and understanding was a weapon no loop could counter.
The scout ship Vanguard was a sleek, arrowhead-shaped vessel, about 30 meters long from nose to tail, with a hull of reinforced titanium alloy painted in the standard Federation gray. Its engines hummed with the low, reassuring thrum of plasma drives, and inside, the cockpit was a cramped cocoon of glowing screens, ergonomic seats, and the faint scent of recycled air mixed with the metallic tang of machinery. Captain Alara Voss, a seasoned explorer in her mid-40s with short cropped hair and a scar tracing her jawline from an old asteroid mishap, sat at the helm, her hands steady on the controls. But even she felt a twinge of unease today. PX-47 was too quiet on the long-range scans, like the planet was holding its breath. Approaching atmospheric entry in T-2 minutes, Alara announced over the intercom, her voice calm but edged with the focus of someone who'd done this 100 times. Everyone strapped in back there? Malik, how's the engine readout? From the engineering bay just aft of the cockpit, Engineer Malik Wren's voice crackled back, a bit muffled by the whir of diagnostic tools. He was younger, early 30s, with a wiry build and a habit of chewing on stylus ends when stressed. Engines nominal, Captain. Shields at full. But this planet's magnetic field is playing havoc with the nav sensors. PX-47's got some weird fluctuations. Nothing in the briefing packet mentioned this. He paused, muttering to himself, of all the missions, why'd I have to lose my lucky data chip right before launch? Swear I had it in my pocket. Biologist Lena Kex, seated in the science station amid vials and scanners, chimed in next. She was the team's optimist, late 20s, with a ponytail that bobbed as she adjusted her glasses. Could be auroral interference, or maybe something biological in the upper atmosphere. Exciting, right? Uncharted world. Who knows what we're about to uncover? Deep down, though, she whispered to herself like a quiet mantra. Please let it be something alive, something new, not just rocks and dust again. Security officer Calder Hale grunted from his spot near the airlock, checking his pulse rifle for the umpteenth time. Broad-shouldered and taciturn, in his 40s with a buzz cut turning gray, he wasn't one for chit-chat. Exciting isn't the word I'd use. Unknown means dangerous. Keep your eyes open, folks. He thought back to his last posting, where unknown had cost him a partner. Ironic, how the safest jobs always turned into nightmares. And finally, Medic Tara Voss, Alara's younger sister by 5 years, sharing the same determined eyes but with longer hair tied back, spoke from the medbay. Vitals are steady across the board. Just remember, if anyone feels queasy during descent, I've got anti-nausea shots ready. No heroes on my watch. She shot a glance at Alara through the vid feed, adding softly, especially you, sis. We both know you push too hard. Alara smiled faintly at that, a rare break in her professional facade. All right, team, hold tight. Entering Atmo now. The ship shuddered as it pierced the planet's envelope, flames licking the viewscreen from the friction. For a moment, all was routine, the G-forces pressing them back, the hull groaning like an old friend. Then, without warning, the world twisted. A ripple distorted the sensors, a wave of energy that made the instruments flicker wildly. Tension spiked. This wasn't in The Sims. What the? Malik started, his voice rising. Captain, we've got a surge. It's not turbulence, it's like the air's folding in on itself. Alarms wailed, red lights bathing the interior. Alara fought the controls, but the yoke bucked in her grip. Stabilize. Lena, scan for anomalies. Her mind raced. Was this sabotage? Or just the universe's cruel joke? I'm trying. Oh God, it's everywhere. Lena yelled, her fingers flying over the console. Readings off the charts. Electromagnetic, gravitational. Suspense hung in her words. What if this was the end? No glory, just a glitch. Calder's voice cut through. Strap down tighter. This feels like a trap. Irony hit him. Here he was, the paranoid one. And for once, he might be right. Tara's tone was urgent, heart rate spiking. Everyone breathe. She gripped her seat, thinking of home, of unfinished letters. Then blackness swallowed them all. No crash, no explosion, just an abrupt void, as if the universe had switched off. When Alara came to, her head pounded like a drum. She blinked against the dim emergency lighting, the cockpit screens dark except for a few backup panels sputtering to life. Status, she groaned, unbuckling and pushing herself up. Her boots clanged on the deck plating, gravity still online at least. In her mind, a quiet monologue played. We've survived worse, but this feels different. Like the planet wanted us down. No response at first. She staggered to the door, palming it open to the main corridor. Team? Sound off. A cough from engineering. Here, Malik, what hit us? He patted his pockets absent-mindedly. Still no lucky chip. Ironic, how the smallest losses nagged during crises. Lena's voice, weak, alive. I think, scanners are fried. She sat up, whispering to herself, if this ruins my samples, I'll scream. Calder appeared from the shadows, rifle in hand. I'm up. No breaches detected, but the hull's taken a beating. Drama in his tone. He'd seen ships crack open before. Tara emerged last, rubbing her temple. Everyone's got minor concussions at best. But Alara, the recording devices, they're all offline. Black box, cams, logs, wiped or powered down. We have no record of what happened. Suspense built. Who, or what, erased their trail? Alara stared out the viewport at the alien landscape. A dense forest of enormous trees, their trunks as wide as houses back home. Leaves shimmering in hues of violet and green under a diffused sunlight. The ship had plowed a scar through the undergrowth, smoke wisping from the aft section. We crashed blind. All right, priorities. Secure the site, assess damage. Malik, get on repairs. Lena, enviroscan. Calder, perimeter. Tara, med checks. Let's figure out where we are, and why everything went dark. Irony, explorers, lost in the dark. As they moved, the airlock hissed open, releasing them into the humid, earthy air of PX-47. No one spoke of the unease knotting their guts, but it hung there, thick as the mist rolling through the trees. Malik paused, rummaging through debris. Hey, my data chip. Must have fallen during the crash. A small win, mundane amid the chaos, but it lightened his step. The crash site was a makeshift clearing now, the Vanguard nestled in a crater of upturned soil and splintered vegetation. The ship's exterior showed dents and scorch marks, but the core structure held, a testament to Federation engineering. Inside, the crew quarters were Spartan, bunks stacked like shelves, a small galley with nutrient packs, and the hum of life support systems filtering the outside air. Activities filled the days, calibrating tools, inventorying supplies, even a quick game of cards to break tension. For the first 2 days, they worked in shifts. Calder set up the energy fence, a shimmering blue barrier that zapped anything larger than a fist that tried to cross. This'll buy us time, he said, wiping sweat from his brow as he calibrated the emitters. But if something big comes knocking, we're in trouble. He thought aloud, funny, isn't it? We come armed to the teeth, but a fence is our first line. Irony of the stars. Lena was out with her scanner, documenting the flora. These trees are incredible, she said to Alara as they walked the perimeter, pausing to sketch a leaf sample. Trunks at least 10 meters across at the base. Bark's got this fibrous quality, almost like armored skin. And the leaves? Photosynthetic efficiency off the charts. This planet's ecosystem must be hyper-accelerated. Her monologue drifted. If I can publish this, it'll change everything back home. But first, survive. Alara nodded, her eyes scanning the tree line. Useful for us? We need shelter. The ship's exposed. Tension in her voice. What if the mist hid eyes watching them? Definitely. We could fell a few, use the wood for a dome over the site. It'll camouflage us, provide cover from aerial threats, if there are any. Malik joined them, tools slung over his shoulder, fiddling with his recovered data chip like a talisman. Hull's stable, but engines need recalibration. That surge fried the plasma coils. We'll need raw materials, titanium ore, maybe some conductive crystals. But first, let's fortify. Comedy and irony. Here I am, fixing a starship with sticks and stones. Federation's finest. Tara, handing out ration bars while bandaging a minor scrape on her own hand, added, and medically, we're good for now. But this air's got pollen counts that could trigger allergies. Masks on for extended outings. Subplot simmering. She'd lost her favorite med scanner in the crash, searching bunks daily, muttering, "Where did it go? Can't treat without it." Calder grunted agreement. "Dangerous out here. I saw tracks. Big ones. Not mammalian. Suspense built. What made those?" Their first real survey pushed into the forest. The ground was soft, spongy with moss that glowed faintly in the shade. Birds, or what passed for them, called overhead, their cries warbling like distorted flutes. Activities included collecting water samples, marking paths with beacons. "Look at this," Lena whispered, pointing to a clearing. There, grazing on low shrubs, was an insect, a colossal beetle, body the size of a bull, legs like tree branches, mandibles grinding vegetation with a rhythmic crunch. Drama escalated. Hearts raced. "Holy stars," Malik breathed. "That's no bug. That's a tank." Irony. "We travel light years to find cows with exoskeletons." Calder raised his rifle slowly. "Hostile? Tension thick?" "Not yet," Lena said. "Herbivore, by the looks. But if insects get this big, the food chain must be insane. Predators could be even larger." Alara held up a hand. "Observe, don't engage. We need to learn the patterns." As they retreated, another insect buzzed past, a flyer with wings like stained glass, easily 5 meters across. It ignored them, but the wind from its passage rustled their suits. Suspense. Was it scouting? Back at camp, the decision was made. "We cut the trees," Alara said during their evening huddle in the galley, steam rising from synth coffee mugs. "Build a dome. Malik, rig the laser cutters. Calder, security detail. Lena, monitor for ecological backlash. Tara, keep us patched." The work took hours. The lasers whined as they sliced through the wide trunks, the wood falling with thunderous crashes. "Timber!" Malik yelled with forced cheer, but his voice trembled as shadows lengthened. "Comedy. If only my ex could see me now. Lumberjack in space." "This dome's gonna be solid," Calder said, hauling logs into place. "Interlock 'em like this. Natural camouflage." His monologue. "Build walls, keep out the dark. Always has, always will." Lena paused, scanner beeping. "Guys, the sap from these trees, it's got antimicrobial properties. Could be useful for wounds." Tara perked up. "Sample it. We're low on meds long-term." Later, rummaging in med bay, she found her lost scanner under a bunk. "There you are. Mundane miracle." By nightfall, the dome arched over the ship, a woven barrier of felled giants. Inside, safe but alert, they shared stories to ease the tension. "Remember that run on Vega Prime?" Malik asked. "Thought we'd never get out of that sandstorm." Alara chuckled. "This feels worse. At least there we knew the enemy." Irony hung heavy. The forest whispered back, alive with unseen dangers. Weeks blended into a rhythm of survival, but on the 14th day, as the crew ate breakfast in the dome's shadow, the air thick with the scent of alien sap, a change came without warning. Activities like routine med checks and fence repairs filled mornings, but suspense lurked. It started as a hum, low and building, vibrating through the ground. "Earthquake?" Calder asked, standing abruptly, rifle in hand. Drama in his eyes. "What now?" Lena checked her scanner. "No. Energy spike. Atmospheric?" Her voice cracked slightly. Then the light hit. Not the sun's gradual rise, but a sudden, all-encompassing flash that pierced everything. The world turned blinding white, so intense it rendered the dome translucent, the forest beyond appearing almost ghostly, transparent layers revealing depths miles away. Tension peaked, blinded, vulnerable. "Ah, my eyes!" Malik shouted, shielding his face. Comedy irony. "Great, now we're moles in a spotlight." Alara blinked tears away. "Everyone inside the ship, now." Her monologue. "If this is the end, at least we tried." They stumbled in, the light following, seeping through viewports. "What is this?" Tara gasped. "It's like the planet's lit from within." Subplot closure. Using her found scanner, she checked vitals mid-chaos. Through the glare, the forest unveiled secrets, hidden clearings, distant mountains, even underground burrows glowing faintly. Trees stood like skeletons, their internals visible, veins of sap pulsing. "It's not hurting us," Lena said, peering at readings. "No radiation spike, but visibility. I can see for kilometers. Look, there's a river that way. Structures maybe? Suspense? Structures? Intelligent life?" Calder lowered his hands. "Tactical advantage? Or a lure? Irony, we came to see, and now we see too much." The event lasted minutes, then faded, leaving them dazed in normal light. "Records caught it," Malik reported later, replaying the glitchy footage. "First time since crash. Whatever this is, it's cyclic. Planetary phenomenon? Drama built. What caused it?" Alara nodded. "Use it. Next time, we scout deeper." The blinding light had faded as suddenly as it arrived, leaving spots dancing in everyone's vision and the forest looking ordinary again. Dense, purple-trunked, humming with distant insect calls that now sounded almost mocking after the revelation of hidden depths. Inside the dome, the crew gathered around the galley table, nutrient packs half-eaten and cooling, faces lit by the soft glow of the one working portable console. Malik hunched over it like a man guarding a fragile flame, replaying the glitchy footage from the event over and over, pausing, zooming, cursing under his breath. "Look at this frame," he said, voice hoarse from too much recycled air and not enough sleep. He tapped the screen, freezing on a ghostly outline that might have been a ridge or a structure miles away. The scanners actually caught something useful this time. First real data since the crash. The ship's core processors need silicon derivatives for the plasma coils, rare earths for the shielding relays. Without them, we can't get the engines to full thrust. Synthesizers can refine what we find, but we've got to go get it. He leaned back, rubbing his eyes. "And yeah, I still can't believe I found my lucky chip under the console." Small victories, right? Maybe the universe owes us one more. Alara leaned in, rubbing her temples in slow circles, the scar on her jaw catching the light. "How much time do we have before the coils degrade completely?" Her tone was steady, but there was a thread of strain beneath it, captain's burden, always calculating the odds while pretending they weren't getting thinner. 2, maybe 3 weeks if we baby them, Malik replied. "But the light event, it cycled. If it happens again, we might get better scans, maybe even spot a deposit from here. For now, we scout. Pairs. No one goes alone." He glanced at Calder. "You good for point?" Calder crossed his arms, his rifle propped against the bulkhead like an old companion. "I'll take point with you, Captain. Lena, Tara, you two together. Malik, you stay here, keep the dome's defenses hot and monitor comms. We try raising the orbital relay every hour on the hour. If we get lucky, rescue's already inbound." He paused, a rare flicker of dry humor crossing his face. "Though luck's been in short supply since we dropped out of warp. Feels like the planet's laughing at us." Lena nodded, though her eyes flicked nervously to the dome's woven gaps where purple light filtered through like stained glass. The light showed a river system northeast, maybe mineral deposits there. "And those giant beetles, they avoid water, from what we've seen. Could be safer." She adjusted her glasses, a small ritual that steadied her. In her head, if we find nothing today, I might actually start believing we're stuck here forever. "Don't think about it, just move." Tara handed out fresh water tabs, her movements precise despite the faint tremor in her fingers. "Everyone take extra hydration packs. The humidity's brutal out there, and if we run into another flyer, those wings span 5 meters, easy. Concussion risk if they clip you." She caught Alara's eye and added quietly, "And you, eat something real before you go. Not just a bar. I found that lost med scanner under my bunk last night. Least I can do is make sure my sister doesn't keel over from low blood sugar." Alara gave her a half smile, the closest thing to thanks in front of the team. "Noted, Doc." They geared up. Lightweight enviro suits patched with sap-sealed tears that still smelled faintly of tree resin, scanners clipped to belts, pulse rifles for Calder and Alara. As the airlock cycled with its familiar hiss, Calder muttered under his breath, "Feels like we're ants poking around a picnic." And the picnic owners might be home. The first few days were grueling but uneventful. Long hikes through undergrowth that tugged at boots like living things, returns to camp sore and empty-handed. Conversations over dinner became repetitive, almost comforting in their sameness, a rhythm to cling to. Day 4, galley lights dimmed for night. Malik slumped in his chair, poking at cold rations. Nothing in the eastern ravine. Just more of that glowing moss. Pretty, but useless. Lena perked up despite fatigue. The moss might have medicinal properties. Tara, you saw the samples? Tara nodded, sipping moss tea she'd brewed experimentally. Yeah, antimicrobial. Tastes like wet dirt, but it'll do for minor cuts. Better than nothing. Alara stared at her untouched plate. We need ore, not tea. Tomorrow we push north. The riverbed might have exposed veins. Calder grunted. And if the bugs are drinking there? Alara met his gaze. We stay high ground, use the ridgeline. No heroics. Day 7 brought frustration boiling over. They returned from a long trek, boots caked in purple mud that refused to brush off, to find the dome's outer fence flickering erratically. Malik, wiping grease from his hands with a rag that was more black than gray. Power draws spiking again. Something's testing the barrier, big, but not breaking through. Yet, he kicked a crate lightly. If I had a credit for every time this fence glitched, I'd buy a new ship. Calder. Saw tracks today. Clod. Deep. Not beetle. Something heavier. His voice dropped. Felt watched the whole way back. Lena. Predator? We've only seen herbivores so far. Tara. Or scavenger. Waiting for us to drop. She glanced at the med bay door. Or maybe it's just the planet breathing. Everything here feels alive. Alara, we double watches tonight. And we keep trying the relay. Every broadcast the same ritual. Vanguard to Relay 1. This is Captain Voss. Crash landed PX-47. Request immediate evac. Coordinates locked. Over. Static. Always static. The silence felt personal after a while. By day 12, exhaustion showed in small ways. Snapped replies, longer silences. During a quiet moment in the cockpit, Alara and Tara sat alone, the only light from the console's standby glow. Tara, you okay, sis? You're pushing too hard. Alara stared at the dark viewport. Someone has to, if we don't fix the ship. Tara, we'll get home, but you need to sleep. Let Calder take a shift. Alara, Calder's barely sleeping himself. Keeps staring at the tree line like it's personal. A pause. Remember when we were kids and you'd lose your favorite toy for days, then find it under the bed like nothing happened? I keep waiting for that feeling here, like the answer's just out of sight. Tara squeezed her arm. We'll find it, or it'll find us. On day 18, during another sudden light flash, shorter this time, almost teasing, the relay finally crackled to life. Malik burst into the galley, nearly knocking over a chair. Got it. Weak signal, but it's there. Relay 1 acknowledging. Alara grabbed the mic so fast her chair scraped. Relay 1, this is Vanguard. Mayday, Mayday. 5 souls aboard, ship damaged, requesting rescue shuttle. PX-47 coordinates attached. A delay that felt eternal, then a faint, beautiful voice. Vanguard, this is Relay 1 control. Copy your Mayday. Rescue shuttle dispatched. ETA 3 weeks standard. Hold position. Confirm receipt. Cheers erupted. Real, ragged, hoarse cheers that echoed off the dome's wooden ceiling. Malik punched the air. Lena laughed until tears came. Even Calder cracked a rare, genuine smile. Calder. 3 weeks. We can make that. Lena, with the elements we're finding, slowly, we might even have the ship partially flight ready by then. But the hunts continued. Small hulls, a vein of conductive crystal pried from a riverbank, a pocket of titanium-laced rock that Malik carried back like treasure. Each trip riskier, one flyer dive bombed their path on day 22, forcing a heart-pounding scramble into a thicket. The wind from its wings knocked Lena off her feet. Calder hauled her up without a word. Malik, later patching a tear in her suit with steady hands. These things are getting bolder. Like they know we're intruders. Alara, staring at the darkening forest through a gap in the dome, or like something's watching. And waiting. 3 weeks stretched into 4, then 5. The rescue shuttle's ETA kept slipping. First, warplane congestion, then maintenance delay at Relay 1, then vague promises of soon. Hope frayed at the edges like old fabric. The crew still worked, still ate, still joked in that brittle way people do when the alternative is screaming, but the dome felt smaller every day, the forest louder, the insects more watchful. Malik spent most mornings in the engine bay, sparks showering around him as he welded new coils from the small hulls they'd scraped together. He talked to the ship now, low and constant, like coaxing a stubborn animal. "Come on, girl, just a little more juice," he muttered one dawn, wiping sweat with a forearm already black with grease. "We're so close. Don't quit on me now." He'd found a rhythm. Weld, test, curse, repeat. The lucky data chip sat on the console beside him, a tiny plastic totem. Irony, the one thing he'd lost and found again was the only thing that hadn't let him down yet. Outside, Calder patrolled the dome's perimeter twice before first light, rifle slung low but ready. He'd started marking the bigger tracks with small stakes, silent warnings. "Something circling wider every night," he told Alara during a quiet handoff. "Not attacking, just measuring us." Alara nodded, eyes shadowed. "Or waiting for us to make a mistake." Lena and Tara handled the foraging runs now, shorter, safer loops closer to the river the light had revealed. They came back with pockets full of glittering flecks and the occasional larger chunk of ore, but never enough to feel like progress. Lena kept a running tally on a scrap of bark nailed to the galley wall: 14 crystals, 7 titanium nodules, 3 unknown conductive shards. "We're getting there," she'd say, mostly to convince herself. Slowly. One morning, day 37 by their rough calendar, Calder stepped out for his usual sweep while the artificial dawn lights were still warming up inside the dome. He stopped dead 3 paces past the airlock. A silence fell, thick and unnatural. Then, very quietly, "Captain, everyone, get out here, now." They poured out in various states of readiness, Alara still buckling her utility belt, Tara with a med kit half-zipped, Malik with welding goggles pushed up on his forehead, Lena clutching her scanner like a shield. Beyond the dome's edge, sitting on the trampled ground like it had always belonged there, was a cube. Seamless metallic sides, no visible welds or panels, exactly the size of the Vanguard itself, maybe a few meters taller. No tracks leading to it. No scorch marks. No sound. Just there. Calder's rifle was half raised before he even realized it. "What the hell is that?" Lena's scanner whined as she swept it. No energy signature. No radiation. No heat bloom. But inside, her voice cracked with disbelief. Titanium ingots. Rare earth crystals. Silicon derivatives. Everything we've been hunting for. Refined. Pure. Ready to slot straight into the synthesizers. Malik walked forward slowly, like approaching a sleeping animal. He touched the surface. Cool, smooth, faintly humming under his palm if you pressed just right. "This wasn't here last night. I swear on every star. I checked the cams at 0200. Tara's eyes were wide. "Gift? From who?" Alara stared up at the impossible box, jaw tight. "Or bait. A long beat. But we need this." Calder, "Lena, cover the tree line." Malik, "Tara, help me see if we can open it." The cube had no handles, no seams, no obvious controls. Alara reached out anyway, fingers brushing the metal. A soft click, almost polite, and a panel irised open without fanfare. Inside, crates stacked in perfect rows, each marked with symbols that weren't any alphabet they knew, yet somehow the meaning bloomed in their minds the moment they looked. "Use me." Malik let out a shaky laugh. "Okay, that's new." Hours passed in a blur of hauling. Crates dragged across the dirt, inventoried on the galley table, contents cataloged with trembling hands. Malik, grinning like a kid on his birthday for the first time in weeks. "This is it. Enough to fully repair the engines, reinforce the hull plating, boost the comm array, even patch the secondary life support we've been limping on. We could lift off in days, maybe less." Lena ran her scanner over another crate. "But who? The planet's ecosystem doesn't build boxes like this. No tool marks, no manufacturing residue. It's perfect." Calder stood at the open panel, rifle still in hand. "Doesn't matter right now. We use it, we get off this rock. Questions later." His voice was flat, but his eyes kept darting to the forest. "And we stay vigilant. Double watches. Triple if we have to. If this is help, fine. If it's a lure, we fly out shooting." Alara nodded once. "Agreed. But we don't celebrate yet." That night, over a rare hot meal, Malik had jury-rigged the galley heater with one of the new crystals. Conversation turned speculative, almost giddy despite the undercurrent of fear. "Tara, maybe intelligent life here. watching us the whole time. The light flashes, the box, like they're testing if we're worth helping. Lena, or the planet itself. Some kind of response system. Gaia hypothesis on steroids. We damage, it repairs. We need, it provides. Malik, chewing slowly, or we're just lucky. I'll take lucky. After the crash, the silence, the bugs, I'll take lucky and run. Calder said nothing for a long time, just stared at the cube through the dome gap. Finally, lucky things don't come in boxes the size of your ship without a price tag. Repairs accelerated. The ship hummed louder each day, engines purring, lights brighter, systems winking green one after another. Hope solidified, fragile but real. But every night, Calder still patrolled. And every night, he swore the forest watched back. The Vanguard was ready. Engines tested at low burn outside the dome, a controlled roar that shook leaves from nearby branches. Hull patched with fresh plates that gleamed unnaturally clean. Dome disassembled piece by piece. Logs hauled aboard as emergency mass, sap-sealed panels stowed for analysis back home. Final checks in the cockpit felt almost ceremonial. Alara stood at the helm, hands on the yoke she hadn't touched in months. All stations report. Malik, from engineering, engines green. Thrust at 92%, better than pre-crash. Hell, better than factory spec. Lena, science station, life support nominal. Scans show clear skies. No atmospheric anomalies, for once. Calder, near the airlock, perimeter secure. No contacts, but I'm staying strapped until we're in orbit. Terra, med bay, crew vitals good. A little dehydrated, a lot exhausted, but we're as ready as we'll ever be. Alara took a slow breath, tasting recycled air that suddenly felt like freedom. Vanguard lifting off. Relay 1, this is Vanguard. We are departing surface. Rendezvous coordinates locked. The ship rose slowly, engines building from a growl to a steady thunder. Dust and leaves swirled in a vortex below. Through the viewport, the forest receded, trees shrinking from house-sized monoliths to matchsticks, then to blades of grass. Calder's voice cut the cockpit silence. Wait, down there, on the ridge, they all looked. A figure, humanoid in shape, seated in what looked like an ordinary lawn chair, red plastic, weathered, the kind you'd see on any suburban porch. Legs crossed casually, holding a steaming cup, watching them ascend with calm, unhurried interest. No panic, no weapons, just observing. The scale hit like a physical blow. The giant insects they'd feared for weeks? Tiny specks now, ants scurrying across what had been colossal leaves. The massive trees they'd felled with lasers? Grass blades swaying in a breeze. Their ship, 30 meters of solid Federation engineering, pride of the scout fleet, looked no larger than a bumblebee drifting upward from the man's perspective. Lena whispered, voice cracking, We're the small ones. All this time, Malik let out a strangled laugh. The box, the light events, he, or it, left it for us. Like feeding crumbs to ants in the yard. Calder stared, rifle forgotten in his lap. And we thought we were the explorers. Terra's hand found Alara's shoulder. Size does matter. We were never in control. Alara kept her eyes on the figure until atmospheric haze blurred the view. The man raised his cup in a small, almost friendly salute before they lost sight of him entirely. Relay 1, Vanguard here, she transmitted, voice steady despite everything. We're clear of Atmo, docking in 10, and tell command we've got one hell of a debrief. The rescue shuttle appeared on final approach, sleek and silver against the black. Magnetic clamps engaged with a gentle thunk. The two vessels merged, controls syncing, systems blending, hulls locking into one seamless, much larger craft. In the sudden quiet of the merged bridge, the crew sat in silence for a long moment, the only sound the soft chime of status panels going green. Alara finally spoke, half to them, half to herself. We came looking for new worlds. Turns out we found one where we're the novelty. The bugs, the trees, the box. All of it. We were the curiosity. Malik, next time we knock first. Lena, or bring better binoculars. Calder, or bigger guns. Terra smiled faintly, or just stay home. Alara looked at each of them, scarred, tired, alive. Let's get home, she said. And next time, maybe we knock first. The merged ship jumped to warp, engines flaring blue-white against the dark. Behind them, PX-47 turned slowly, a quiet green marble hiding giants who watched, waited, and occasionally left gifts for the very small things that stumbled across their lawn. On the hum of engines, carrying 5 humbled explorers toward the stars they once thought too small. The high-altitude wind was the first thing to greet me as I stepped onto the observation deck of the Alpine Spire. It didn't just blow. It sang a low, mournful note through the copper alloy struts of the facility. I pulled my thermal jacket tighter, the fabric rustling against the reinforced G-suit I still wore beneath it. My name is Kalen Thorne, at least, that's the name on my current security clearance, and I am an algorithm architect. I spent 15 years of my life teaching machines how to fuzzy match the erratic signatures of the void, never realizing I was actually mapping the boundaries of our own cage. I remember the night it all shifted from theory to terrifying reality. It was October, late, and I was driving home through the mountain pass when I saw it, a glowing, orange triangle hanging at about 1,000 feet. My first thought, fueled by exhaustion, was that a passenger plane was on fire. But as it descended to 500 feet, crossing right over my path, I saw the truth. It wasn't burning. It was glowing with a contained plasma, like a glass vessel filled with neon gas. Lines of energy radiated from the nose to the tail, shimmering with a rhythmic, autokinetic pulse. At the back, a flame-like protrusion flickered sideways, defying the laws of aerodynamics. It moved with a silence that felt heavy, a quiet that pushed against the eardrums. That was my first true look at a zero-point craft, one of ours, built right here in Europe using terrestrial copper and ancient, reclaimed algorithms. Seeing it in the wild was different than seeing the schematics on a secure terminal. It felt like watching a miracle that had been weaponized. A week later, the request came. I was whisked away to a site they called the NH7 Debriefing Center. It was a place that didn't exist on any map, buried under a vineyard in a region of Italy where the soil felt older than the stars. They didn't tell us who we were meeting. They didn't even let us see where we were going. Before we entered the final chamber, they blindfolded us. Thick, heavy fabric that smelled of ozone and old dust. There were 7 of us, a silent group of specialists, led by an Italian military senior whose voice was a constant, nervous rasp. "Stay open-minded," he kept whispering. "Do not be afraid of the sound." As we were led into the room, I heard a gentle clang, the sound of heavy machinery shifting, followed by a slow, ragged breathing pattern. It sounded tired. It sounded like a creature that had been holding up the sky for too long and was finally ready to let go. Suddenly, despite the blindfold, my vision flared. I wasn't seeing with my eyes, I was seeing with my mind. The space around me turned a deep, ultraviolet purple. I knew exactly where the chairs were. I knew exactly where it was sitting. The communication didn't come in words. It was a goosebump-inducing release of pressure in my skull. The being, the non-human entity, began to feed us the history of the world. It showed us the integer flow, the quantum frequency of the planet. I saw the Earth spinning, but it was covered in fire and tsunamis. I saw the autonomous facility, a massive, invisible auditor left behind by a traveling species eons ago to protect us from the plunderers. The NHE told us that this facility was failing. It was out of resources. It could no longer print the craft or the biological bots required to audit the planet. The protection period was ending. We were being measured, and the results were coming back negative. The entity was leaving, clearing the way for whatever was coming next, something that looked at our planet not as a home, but as a resource to be harvested. I felt a cold sweat break across my neck as the visions turned to the future. I saw a nuclear weapon allowed to detonate, not because of human malice, but because the facility no longer had the power to stop it. I saw the electromagnetic field of the planet being twisted like a wet rag by inbound species, opening us up to solar flares that would burn the atmosphere. When they finally let us out and removed the blindfolds, the silence between the 7 of us was absolute. We had been given the blueprints for the end of the world. My job now was to take the symbols I had seen in that ultraviolet haze, the prismata, and use our Byte Latin models to decode the instructions for survival. I spent the following months living in a fortified bunker, my fingers blurring over holographic interfaces. We weren't building for war, we were building for the Exodus. The technology for zero-point travel isn't actually complex. Any decent physics professor in Europe could build a reactor if they knew how to arrange the copper coils to tap into the background radiation of the universe. The problem isn't the science, it's the soul. The NH7 had been very clear. The cross, the ancient symbol, was a representation of raising the quantum frequency of the planet through sacrifice. We had failed the audit because we had stopped sacrificing for each other. As I look out from the spire now, I see the lights of the city below. They have no idea that the Second Coming isn't a religious event, but a return of a high-status species coming to reclaim a broken property. I've seen the reports from the Vatican. They know. They're under no illusions. They're waiting for the facility to finally click off, for the shadow war to turn overt. My machines are screaming today. The algorithms are picking up a heartbeat in the vacuum, a rhythmic ripple that matches the invasion signature the NH7 warned us about. The gate pulsing. The shadows are no longer lurking in the corners of our vision. They are stepping into the light. I checked the handshake signals from the Mars colony an hour ago. Silence. I reached into my desk and pulled out the small, silvery ring I'd kept since the debrief, a retention collar from a defunct drone. It felt cold. I thought about Emma, back at the diner in the hidden sector, serving coffee to pilots who were about to fly into a meat grinder. I wondered if she knew that her apron was a shroud. The ground groaned, a deep, tectonic shift that had nothing to do with the Alpine fault lines. It was a kinetic impact. Somewhere, the first of the Plunderer scouts had hit the crust. I reached for my flight helmet, the weight of it familiar and heavy. The Shadow War was over. The overt war had begun. I had to get to Hangar 7. The prototype was fueled, and the copper coils were humming a song of desperate, last-ditch defiance. I took one last look at the water ledger on my desk, a relic of a world that cared about things like leaders and rations. In an hour, the only thing that would matter was the quantum frequency of our resolve. I wasn't going to abandon the mother. I was going to fight the wolves. The heavy lift descended into the gut of the mountain with a jarring, magnetic whine. I watched the floor indicator flicker, level 12, level 15, level 20, as the gravity stabilizers struggled to compensate for the sheer speed of our drop. Beside me, the military senior, the man I had come to know only as Vance, gripped a handrail with knuckles that were white and trembling. He wasn't looking at me. He was looking at the small, glowing sensor on his wrist. It was pulsing red, timed to the rhythmic thrumming I felt in my own teeth. The audit is officially closed. Kalen, Vance said, his voice barely audible over the rush of air. The automated sentries in the North Sea just went dark. Whatever resource was left in the printing facility has been exhausted. We are officially on our own. The lift doors hissed open, and the heat hit me first. Hangar 7 was a vaulted cathedral of raw rock and polished copper, smelling of ozone and scorched metal. In the center, suspended by massive hydraulic tethers, was the Aurelius. It was a jagged, triangular wedge of a ship, its hull fashioned from high-purity copper that shimmered under the orange work lights. This was the result of our fuzzy match algorithms and the NH7 instructions. It didn't have wings. It didn't need them. It moved by displacing the very fabric of space-time, a localized autokinetic bubble that made the laws of inertia irrelevant. "Get in," Vance ordered, shoving a datapad into my hand. The swarm signatures are breaking the thermal layer over the Mediterranean. They aren't using conventional kinetic weapons. They're distorting the local magnetic fields. If they reach the primary crustal stabilizers, they'll shake the tectonic plates loose like salt from a shaker. I scrambled up the gantry, my boots ringing against the metal. The cockpit of the Aurelius was a minimalist's nightmare. No buttons, no levers, just a wide, wraparound interface of liquid crystal glass that responded to the quantum frequency of the pilot. As I sat in the command chair, the ship woke up. A low-frequency hum vibrated through my spine, and for a second, my vision flared into that familiar ultraviolet spectrum. I could see the energy lines radiating from the ship's nose, glowing like plasma trapped in a bottle. The tethers retracted with a series of heavy metallic clunks. I felt the ship lift, not with the roar of a jet engine, but with a sudden, sickening lightness, as if the gravity of the Earth had simply forgotten I existed. Aurelius 1, you are cleared for atmospheric exit, a frantic voice crackled through the comms. Be advised, we have multiple bogies descending at Mach 12. They are black-body radiators, almost invisible to standard radar. Use the prismative filters. I toggled the mental switch, and the wraparound screen shifted. The sky above the hangar doors, which were now sliding open to the alpine night, was no longer black. It was a bruised, sickly purple. Through the haze, I saw them, the plunderers. Their ships were jagged, obsidian splinters that seemed to drink the light around them. They moved in a swarming, locust-like pattern, hundreds of them, diving toward the crustal vents. I slammed the mental throttle forward. The Aurelius didn't accelerate, it simply was elsewhere. The G-force was non-existent within the bubble, but the visual distortion made my head spin as we tore through the mountain's exit tunnel and into the open air. Kaylin, look at the energy signatures. Vance's voice came through the link. They're targeting the ancient sites first. The temples, the cathedrals, they're scrubbing the history of the traveling species. They're erasing the markers of the protection period. I watched as a beam of dark, negative integer energy lanced down from an obsidian splinter, striking a ridge 3 miles away. The rock didn't explode. It simply dissolved, turned into a fine, gray dust that was sucked upward into the enemy's collectors. They weren't here to kill us, not primarily. They were here to harvest the very atoms of our world, starting with the structures that resonated with the high-frequency history of the travelers. Target locked, I whispered, my mind syncing with the ship's kinetic emitters. The Aurelius pulsed with a brilliant orange light. I felt the integer flow within the ship's core shift toward a positive spike. I fired. A bolt of pure, shimmering plasma erupted from the triangular nose, a streak of fire that looked like a candle flame stretched across the sky. It struck the nearest obsidian splinter. For a heartbeat, the two energies clashed, the dark, hungry void of the plunderer and the bright, sacrificial heat of the 0 point. Then, the obsidian ship shattered. It didn't burn. It fractured into a million glass-like shards that evaporated before they hit the ground. One down, I panted, my forehead slick with sweat. But Vance, there are thousands of them. And the sky is changing. I looked up. The stars were being blotted out by a massive, curved shadow. It wasn't a ship. It was a planet-sized distortion, a ripple in the fabric of the solar system. The facility was gone, the fence was down, and the wolves weren't just at the door. They were taking the house off its foundations. Keep fighting, Thorn, Vance hissed. The instructions said the second coming occurs at the point of maximum crisis. We just have to survive until the frequency stabilizes. We have to be the audit that refuses to close. I banked the Aurelius into a steep climb, the copper hull screaming as it pushed against the distorted magnetic field. Below me, the lights of Europe were flickering out, one city at a time. The Shadow War had become a war of light, and I was the only candle left in the dark. I checked the liquid crystal display. The swarm was repositioning, forming a geometric grid over the alpine spine. They were preparing for a localized, integer flush, a massive energy dump that would liquefy the mountain range. I closed my eyes, reaching deep into the memory of the NH-7 debrief. The cross is symbolic of doing more than what you would normally do. I'm going into the center of the grid, I told the comms. Kaylin, that's suicide. The feedback will melt the copper coils. It's not suicide, I replied, feeling a strange, calm certainty wash over me. It's a sacrifice. And according to the algorithm, that's the only thing that raises the frequency. I pushed the Aurelius into a vertical leap, straight into the heart of the obsidian swarm. The orange glow of my ship intensified until the cockpit was a blinding, holy white. I wasn't a pilot anymore. I was a variable in a cosmic equation, and I was about to change the result. The sky was no longer a natural thing. It was a grid of cold, calculating geometry. As I climbed, the ultraviolet haze intensified, turning the obsidian splinters above me into jagged silhouettes against a backdrop of shimmering radiation. The Aurelius felt less like a machine now and more like an extension of my own nervous system. The copper coils beneath the floorboards hummed at a pitch that resonated in my marrow, a vibration invisible to standard radar. Use the prismative filters. I toggled the mental switch, and the wraparound screen shifted. The sky above the hangar doors, which were now sliding open to the alpine night, was no longer black. It was a bruised, sickly purple. Through the haze, I saw them, the plunderers. Their ships were jagged, obsidian splinters that seemed to drink the light around them. They moved in a swarming, locust-like pattern, hundreds of them, diving toward the crustal vents. I slammed the mental throttle forward. The Aurelius didn't accelerate, it simply was elsewhere. The G-force was non-existent within the bubble, but the visual distortion made my head spin as we tore through the mountain's exit tunnel and into the open air. Kaylin, look at the energy signatures. Vance's voice came through the link. They're targeting the ancient sites first. The temples, the cathedrals, they're scrubbing the history of the traveling species. They're erasing the markers of the protection period. I watched as a beam of dark, negative integer energy lanced down from an obsidian splinter, striking a ridge 3 miles away. The rock didn't explode. It simply dissolved, turned into a fine, gray dust that was sucked upward into the enemy's collectors. They weren't here to kill us, not primarily. They were here to harvest the very atoms of our world, starting with the structures that resonated with the high-frequency history of the travelers. Target locked, I whispered, my mind syncing with the ship's kinetic emitters. The Aurelius pulsed with a brilliant orange light. I felt the integer flow within the ship's core shift toward a positive spike. I fired. A bolt of pure, shimmering plasma erupted from the triangular nose, a streak of fire that looked like a candle flame stretched across the sky. It struck the nearest obsidian splinter. For a heartbeat, the two energies clashed. The dark, hungry void of the plunderer and the bright, sacrificial heat of the 0 point. Then, the obsidian ship shattered. It didn't burn. It fractured into a million glass-like shards that evaporated before they hit the ground. One down, I panted, my forehead slick with sweat. But Vance, there are thousands of them. And the sky is changing. I looked up. The stars were being blotted out by a massive, curved shadow. It wasn't a ship. It was a planet-sized distortion, a ripple in the fabric of the solar system. The facility was gone, the fence was down, and the wolves weren't just at the door. They were taking the house off its foundations. Keep fighting, Thorn, Vance hissed. The instructions said the second coming occurs at the point of maximum crisis. We just have to survive until the frequency stabilizes. We have to be the audit that refuses to close. I banked the Aurelius into a steep climb, the copper hull screaming as it pushed against the distorted magnetic field. Below me, the lights of Europe were flickering out, one city at a time. The Shadow War had become a war of light, and I was the only candle left in the dark. I checked the liquid crystal display. The swarm was repositioning, forming a geometric grid over the alpine spine. They were preparing for a localized integer flush, a massive energy dump that would liquefy the mountain range. I closed my eyes, reaching deep into the memory of the NH-7 debrief. The cross is symbolic of doing more than what you would normally do. I'm going into the center of the grid, I told the comms. Kaylin, that's suicide. The feedback will melt the copper coils. It's not suicide, I replied, feeling a strange, calm certainty wash over me. It's a sacrifice. And according to the algorithm, that's the only thing that raises the frequency. I pushed the Aurelius into a vertical leap, straight into the heart of the obsidian swarm. The orange glow of my ship intensified until the cockpit was a blinding, holy white. I wasn't a pilot anymore. I was a variable in a cosmic equation, and I was about to change the result. The sky was no longer a natural thing. It was a grid of cold, calculating geometry. As I climbed, the ultraviolet haze intensified, turning the obsidian splinters above me into jagged silhouettes against a backdrop of shimmering radiation. The Aurelius felt less like a machine now and more like an extension of my own nervous system. The copper coils beneath the floorboards hummed at a pitch that resonated in my marrow, a vibration that whispered of the ancient Prismata code I had spent years trying to crack. I glanced at the liquid crystal display. The swarm had completed their formation. They were suspended in a perfect, interlocking hex pattern directly above the alpine spine, their ventral ports glowing with a sickly, dark matter light. They were preparing the integer flush, a mathematical erasure of the crust. If they fired, the mountain wouldn't just crumble. The very atomic structure of the rock would be rewritten into a chaotic slurry. Kalen, you're entering the interference zone. Vance's voice was breaking up, distorted by the massive electromagnetic pressure. The G-load inside that hex is going to fluctuate wildly. If your autokinetic bubble collapses, the pressure will turn you into a red smear before you can blink. The bubble won't collapse, I whispered, though I was shaking so hard I could barely keep my hands on the interface. The NHE said the frequency is maintained by intent. I'm not just flying, Vance. I'm holding the line. I surged into the center of the formation. Immediately, the world inverted. Up became down, and the purple sky vanished, replaced by a blinding, kaleidoscopic roar of data. I could see the swarm's communication lines, thin, silver threads of quantum entanglement connecting every obsidian ship. They were a hive mind, a single, hungry organism. And I was the virus. I reached for the core control, a floating orb of liquid copper in the center of the cockpit. As I touched it, I didn't think about flight paths or weapon systems. I thought about the breakfast bar back in Sector 4. I thought about the smell of donuts and the tired, honest eyes of the people who just wanted one more morning of peace. I poured that memory, that desperate, human weight, into the ship's capacitors. The Aurelius erupted. The orange glow didn't just brighten. It expanded into a violent, shimmering cross of light that lanced through the obsidian hex. The feedback was instantaneous. The copper coils beneath my feet turned white hot, the smell of melting metal filling the cockpit. My vision blurred, blood trickling from my nose as the quantum pressure tried to turn my brain inside out. Now, I screamed, though there was no one left to hear me. The orange light struck the silver threads of the hive mind. Because my energy was born of a singular, sacrificial frequency, the swarm couldn't calculate it. Their algorithms, built on plunder and cold logic, encountered a divide by zero error in the form of human resolve. One by one, the obsidian ships began to shudder. The hex formation buckled. The dark energy they had been gathering for the flush began to leak, turning back inward on their own hulls. Cascading explosions rippled through the grid, not fiery blasts, but silent implosions that sucked the jagged ships into their own miniature voids. I felt the Aurelius begin to fall. The copper coils had finally fused, the autokinetic bubble flickering like a dying candle. The ship was dead, a multi-billion-dollar piece of scrap metal plunging toward the alpine peaks. I slumped in the chair, my limbs feeling like lead, watching the shattered remains of the swarm drift away like ash in the wind. But as I looked up through the cracked glass of the cockpit, I saw something else. The bruised purple of the sky was being burned away. Not by the sun, and not by my ship. A massive, golden rift was opening in the high thermosphere, far above where the swarm had been. It wasn't jagged or obsidian. It was smooth, radiant, and vast. From the rift emerged a single vessel. It made the Aurelius look like a grain of sand and the swarm look like gnats. It was a cathedral of light, a white gold structure that pulsed with the exact same frequency as the NH-7's breath. The second buff, I whispered, a cough racking my chest. The traveling species had returned. They didn't fire weapons. They didn't need to. As the white gold ship descended, a wave of pure, harmonious frequency washed over the planet. I felt it hit the Aurelius, and suddenly, the fused copper coils began to glow again. The heat vanished. The broken glass of my cockpit knit itself back together. The very air in my lungs felt like wine. The wolves that remained, the scattered obsidian scouts, didn't even try to fight. They were simply erased, their dark matter neutralized by the presence of a higher integer. I wasn't falling anymore. The Aurelius was being held in a gentle, invisible palm. As I drifted toward the surface, I saw the lights of the world below beginning to stabilize. The electromagnetic field was being woven back together, stronger than it had ever been. I landed in the valley near the hangar entrance, the ship settling into the snow with a soft hiss. I stumbled out of the hatch, my legs trembling, and looked up at the golden giant in the sky. Vance was standing at the hangar doors, his jaw dropped, his sensor wristband glowing a steady, peaceful green. He looked at me, then at the sky. "Is it over?" he asked. "No," I said, wiping the blood from my lip and feeling the strange, new warmth of the mountain air. "The audit is finished, but the era of the travelers, that's just begun. We aren't the children of a dead world anymore, Vance. We're the apprentices of a living one." I looked down at the silvery ring around my neck, the old retention collar. It was glowing now, a soft, steady white. The scale had shifted. We were still small, yes, but for the first time in 10,000 years, we weren't alone in the dark. I turned and began the long walk back toward the elevators. I had a lot of work to do, and I really wanted a cup of coffee. The golden craft didn't stay. It didn't land. It didn't offer a speech or a hand to shake. It simply hung there for a few hours, radiating a frequency that felt like the first warm day after a century of winter, and then it was gone, folded back into the rift, leaving the sky clean and the air charged with an unfamiliar, crystalline clarity. I stood in the slush outside Hangar 7 for a long time after the light faded. My body felt light, almost buoyant, as if the traveler's presence had permanently altered the gravity of my own soul. Vance eventually came over and put a heavy hand on my shoulder. He looked older, his face etched with the lines of someone who had spent his life expecting the end and was now confused by the beginning. "The reports are coming in from the surface," he said, his voice gravelly but lacking its usual edge. "The interference zones are gone. The water is running clear in the Mediterranean. And the swarm. They're just gone, Kalen. Not a trace of them left in the system. It's like they were erased from the record." "They were," I replied, looking down at my hands. "They were steady. No more tremors. The audit didn't just repel them. It corrected the equation. They weren't supposed to be here, so they aren't." We walked back into the hangar, past the scorched and silent hull of the Aurelius. It looked like a relic now, a primitive toy compared to the white gold majesty we had just witnessed. But I knew better. Without that piece of copper scrap and the desperate frequency we had poured into it, the travelers wouldn't have had a gate to walk through. We had to prove we were worth the effort of the intervention. We had to raise the frequency ourselves before they could stabilize it. Over the next few months, the world entered a state of strange, quiet fever. The secret wasn't a secret anymore. You couldn't hide a mile-long golden cathedral in the thermosphere. The governments tried to spin it, the religions tried to claim it, but the average person on the street knew the truth because they could feel it. The ambient anxiety that had defined human civilization for decades had simply evaporated. I was promoted to a position that didn't have a title yet, something between a technical liaison and a planetary auditor. My office was moved from the bunker to an old observatory on a ridge overlooking the valley. I spent my days monitoring the integer flow, which was now holding at a steady, positive constant. The facility was gone, but the planet was no longer under a passive audit. We were being watched directly now. One evening, about 6 months after the event, I found myself back in Sector 4. I told myself I was there for a technical inspection of the crustal vents, but my feet knew the way to the terminal before my brain did. The diner was busy. The emergency red lights had been replaced by warm, soft LEDs that mimicked natural sunlight. The smell was the same, coffee and fried dough, but the hushed, fearful whispers were gone. People were talking about the future. They were talking about the Prismata schools being set up in the universities and the new copper lattice grids being built to provide free energy to the surface. I saw her behind the counter. She was wearing the same apron, but the tension in her shoulders was gone. She was laughing at something a regular had said. I took a seat at the back booth, the same one Alex, or Blake, as the history books would now call him, used to occupy. She walked over with a pot of coffee. She didn't recognize me at first. I had been a shadow in the corner back then, and I looked different now, cleaner, more rested. "Coffee?" she asked. "Please," I said. As she poured, her eyes caught the silvery ring hanging from the cord around my neck. She paused, the stream of coffee stopping for a fraction of a second. She looked at the ring, then up at my face, her eyes narrowing as if she were trying to remember a dream. "That's a beautiful piece of metal," she said slowly. "I've seen things like it before, but never one that glowed like that." "It's a reminder," I said, touching the cool silver, "of a night when the scale of the world changed." She leaned against the counter, her curiosity piqued. "You one of those science types from the Spire? I hear they're the ones who invited the guests." "I'm just an architect," I said. "I help map the flow." "Well," she said, setting a donut on the table without me asking. "Whatever you mapped, thanks for the morning. It's a lot easier to serve coffee when you aren't waiting for the ceiling to fall in." I watched her walk away, her movements light and easy. I realized then that this was what the NH-7 meant by the support of the human race. It wasn't about the ships or the zero-point tech. It was about this, the ability to have a morning without a shadow hanging over it. But the work wasn't done. That night, back at the observatory, I sat down at my terminal. The traveling species had left behind more than just a clean sky. They had left a massive, shifting library of data in the quantum field, thousands of years of knowledge about the higher integers and the true history of the solar system. I started a new algorithm. I didn't use the fuzzy match logic this time. I used the Prismata constants. As the symbols began to scroll across the screen, I saw the first glimpse of our future. We weren't just staying on Earth. The travelers had left coordinates. There were other worlds, other containers of life that had failed their audits and were currently being plundered by the swarm's remnants. They weren't asking us to watch. They were training us to be the next generation of auditors. I reached for my coffee, watching the golden white data dance in front of my eyes. The shadow war was over, but the great work had just begun. We had been the ants in the bowl for 10,000 years, but we had finally climbed over the rim. The universe was vast, and for the first time, it didn't feel too big. It just felt like home. I adjusted my spectacles and began to type. There was a planet near Proxima Centauri whose frequency was dropping into the negative, and according to the new ledger, we were the ones assigned to the audit. I smiled. It was a good day to be a variable. The transition from being a technician to becoming an emissary was not as smooth as the news broadcasts made it out to be. My office in the high observatory was a quiet place, filled with the hum of the Prismata algorithms and the smell of strong tea, but the world outside was loud and messy. The departure of the Golden Cathedral had left a vacuum that every political entity on the planet was trying to fill. They wanted the Prismata constants for weapons. They wanted the copper lattice designs for profit. I ignored their calls. My directive didn't come from a government office anymore. It came from the scrolling gold data on my screen, a legacy left behind by the traveling species that was currently rewiring my understanding of history. It was during the third month of the new era that the lapse occurred. I was monitoring the Proxima feed when the data didn't just scroll, it bled. The golden light on my terminal turned a sharp, violent crimson. A localized quantum collapse. A world was being deleted. "Vance, get in here," I called out, my voice echoing in the stone chamber. Vance appeared in the doorway, his eyes scanning the red light reflecting off the walls. He didn't ask what was wrong. He could feel it. Everyone could feel it now when the frequency slipped. It felt like a sudden drop in air pressure, a coldness that seeped into the marrow. "It's the Proxima audit," I said, my fingers flying over the interface. "The swarm isn't gone, Vance. They didn't leave the galaxy. They just moved to where the light wasn't so bright. They're purging the habitable zones around the red dwarf. They know we can see them now, so they're accelerating the harvest." "What can we do?" Vance asked, his hand resting on the hilt of the ceremonial blade he'd taken to wearing, a relic from the Void Guard days. "We have one prototype ship and a planet that's still figuring out how to use its own gravity." "The travelers didn't give us the data to watch a massacre," I said, standing up and grabbing my flight jacket. "They gave it to us so we could intervene. The Aurelius isn't a ship anymore. With the new copper lattice upgrades, it's a bridge." We descended to Hangar 7. It was different now. The rough rock had been smoothed by automated drones, and the air was thick with the scent of flowering vines that had begun to grow in the alpine cracks, plants that shouldn't exist, triggered by the change in the planetary frequency. The Aurelius sat in the center of the bay, but it was no longer just a copper wedge. It had been encased in a shimmering, translucent shell of glass metal, a material we had grown in the high-frequency labs using the NH-7's instructions. It looked less like a machine and more like a piece of jewelry, a faceted diamond designed to cut through the dark. "Kalen, wait," Vance said as I reached the gantry. If you jump to Proxima, there's no guarantee the frequency will hold. You'll be outside the Traveler's stabilized zone. You'll be back in the wild vacuum. The Travelers told us that the cross is symbolic of doing more than what you would normally do. I reminded him, my hand on the airlock. If we sit here and enjoy our clean air while another world is liquefied, we fail the next audit before it even begins. We aren't just students anymore, Vance. We're the legacy. I entered the cockpit. The wraparound glass didn't show me the hangar. It showed me the integer flow of the surround. I saw the line to Proxima. It was a dark, frayed thread, choked by the obsidian presence of the swarm. I touched the liquid copper orb. The ship didn't hum this time. It sang, a high, crystalline note that resonated through my very DNA. Aurelius to control. Commencing the first inter-system jump. Tell the sector to keep the coffee warm. I don't plan on being gone long. The hangar vanished. There was no sensation of movement, only a momentary feeling of being everywhere at once. A flash of ultraviolet light that showed me the true scale of the museum annex that was our galaxy. I saw the giants, the silent mountain beings, drifting through the mists of nebula gases. I saw the shadows, scurrying like insects in the cracks of the vacuum. And then, I was there. The Proxima system was a nightmare. The red dwarf sun hung in the sky like a dying coal, its light being sucked into a massive, jagged obsidian ring that surrounded the primary habitable planet. The plunderers were here in force, thousands of them, linked by the silver threads of their hive mind. They were using a great siphon, a beam of negative energy that was literally pulling the atmosphere off the world and into their collectors. I saw the local inhabitants, tiny, bioluminescent flickers on the surface of the dark world. They were terrified. They were the ants, and the boot was descending. Not this time, I whispered. I didn't fire a plasma bolt. I didn't need to. I reached into the Prismata library stored in the ship's core and pulled out the resonance key, a specific sequence of quantum vibrations the Travelers had used to stabilize Earth. The Aurelius began to pulse. The translucent hull acted as a prism, refracting the red light of the sun into a blinding, white-gold spectrum. I drove the ship straight into the center of the obsidian siphon beam. The feedback was immense. The ship groaned, the glass metal shell frosting over as it absorbed the negative energy. I felt the shadows scream in my mind, a cold, metallic shrieking that tried to tell me I was small, that I was insignificant, that the harvest was inevitable. I pushed back. I thought about the little breakfast bar. I thought about the smell of rain on hot stone. I thought about the sound of a human heart beating in the silence of a deep city night. You don't belong here, I told the void. The white gold light erupted from the Aurelius, traveling down the siphon beam like fire down a fuse. It didn't explode. It converted. The negative energy was overwritten by the higher integer. The obsidian ships began to shatter, their dark matter neutralized by the presence of a harmonious frequency they couldn't calculate. The siphon collapsed. The atmosphere of the Proxima world, which had been halfway into the void, began to fall back toward the surface in a spectacular aurora of green and gold. I sat in the cockpit, gasping for breath, as the swarm remnants fled into the deep dark. The red sun seemed to brighten, its light no longer being stolen. Below me, the bioluminescent flickers on the planet's surface began to pulse in a rhythmic, coordinated pattern. A thank you, a recognition. I looked at the data stream on my screen. The integer flow for the Proxima system was rising. It was no longer a slaughterhouse, it was a sanctuary. I leaned back in the command chair, my hands finally stopping their shaking. I looked at the silvery ring around my neck. It was glowing with a fierce, protective light. I touched the copper orb and set the coordinates for home. I had a report to write, and a world to wake up. The Shadow War was over, and we had just finished our first audit as the new Guardians of the Light. The horizon was no longer a wall. It was an open door, and we were the ones holding the keys. The air in the lower belly maintenance tunnels was not merely an atmosphere, it was a physical weight, a thick slurry of ionized ozone, copper dust, and the sour, lingering tang of 3,000 unwashed technicians living in the Sanitization Initiative barracks. Kalen Voss, known to the Guild's biometric payroll only as Scrub Tech 9 Alpha, knelt in a pool of iridescent coolant fluid within the gut of ventilation shaft 7G. The air here was a pressurized soup of aerosolized grease and recycled carbon, thick enough to coat the inside of his lungs despite the industrial-grade respirator strapped to his face. The ventilation grate above him rattled with a rhythmic, metallic cough, a sign that the primary turbines were struggling under the increased workload of the audit cycle. Kalen's hands, calloused and stained with the permanent black carbon of the sanitization initiative, moved with a practiced, deceptive sluggishness. He felt the vibration of the machinery through his knees, a low-frequency hum that signaled the approach of a heavy-duty cleaning drone. To the overhead security cams, he was just another Dusty, a low-level cleaner performing the mandated digital bleach of the archive sub-levels. In reality, he was counting the seconds between the sweep of the thermal sensors, a 3-second window where the infrared eye reset its focal point. He reached into the primary junction of a ventilation spider, his fingers brushing against the cold, jagged edge of a contraband Onyx link. This wasn't standard Guild tech. It was a ghost chip fashioned from illegal obsidian silicon, designed to absorb data packets without generating the heat signatures that usually triggered a level 1 security sweep. Voss, if you're looking for a promotion in the bottom of that casing, you're a bigger fool than you look, a voice gritted over the localized comms. Kalen didn't jump. He slowly extracted a blackened, melted sensor array from the spider's chassis, holding it up like a trophy. He turned to see Rook looming at the edge of the catwalk. Rook was a mountain of a man, his frame augmented by rusted, third-hand hydraulic pistons in his knees that hissed with every step. His left eye was a whirring Aperture 7 optic, constantly clicking as it recalculated the scrap value of the surrounding pipes. Rook's coveralls were even more stained than Kalen's, smelling of cheap stim tobacco and the burnt sugar scent of hydraulic fluid. The sensors fried, Rook, Kalen said, his voice modulated into a flat, uneducated rasp. The Guild's pushing the audit cycle at 115%. If I don't manual set the intake, this whole sector is going to suffer a thermal cascade. You want to be the one to tell the lead archivist why the tax-exempt crystals melted into slag? That's a lot of paperwork for a guy with one eye. Rook spat a glob of dark stim juice into the open ventilation grate. I don't tell the archivists anything, kid. Those needle gods don't talk to men who smell like lye. They just look through us like we're glass. You get that spider back on the rail. We've got 4 more blocks of neural sparks to scrub before the shift change, and if the quota drops, the Guild cuts the oxygen rations for the whole barracks. My cybernetic eye doesn't need air, but my lungs still do. I'm on it, Kalen muttered. He slid the spider back into the dark maw of the shaft, feeling the magnetic legs lock onto the interior rail. But as he did, his thumb pressed a hidden toggle on the bot's underbelly, a switch disguised as a mounting rivet. A phase bypass microarray hummed to life, hidden deep within the bot's legitimate circuitry. This was his scouter. While the spider supposedly cleaned the dust from the vents, it was actually mapping the magnetic logic gates of the high archive 2 miles above them. Kalen watched the bot vanish into the darkness, knowing it was the only thing that could bridge the gap between his lowly scrub terminal and the high-security Judgment archives. 3 floors above Kalen, in the pressurized, clinical silence of the clean room, Scylla sat encased in a haptic rig that allowed her to feel the data flow of the needle. Scylla was the lead data miner, a woman who had spent 15 years believing that the sanitization initiative was the only thing keeping the galaxy from descending into bureaucratic chaos. To her, every neural spark erased was a bit of entropy removed from the system, a way to keep the complicated gears of civilization spinning without the friction of past mistakes. She watched the node map of the sub-levels, her fingers twitching in the haptic gloves like she was playing an invisible piano. A tiny amber light flickered in Sector 7G. 9 Alpha is dragging again, she murmured, her voice soft in the vacuum quiet of the room. She pulled up Kalen's biometric feed. Heart rate is steady, but his terminal handshake is lagging by 400 milliseconds. It's consistent, too consistent for a hardware glitch. He's a grunt, Scylla, her assistant, Elion, said without looking up from his own monitors. Elion was a nervous man, his fingers constantly tapping a rapid, erratic beat on his desk. They all lag, probably huffing coolant vapor to forget they live in a hole. Or maybe he's just slow. Not everyone was born with a data port in their skull like you. Sila frowned. Something about the lag wasn't random. It wasn't the slow, clumsy movement of a tired laborer. It was rhythmic. It felt like a heartbeat underlying the data stream. She initiated a deep trace subroutine, bypassing the standard supervisor filters with a series of complex keystrokes. She wasn't looking for a traitor. She was looking for efficiency, for the perfect alignment of man and machine. But as the trace descended into the sub-levels, it hit a shadow salt encryption gate. Elion, why would a maintenance terminal in the laundry subdeck have a 256-bit shadow guild salt on its diagnostic port? Sila asked, her eyes narrowing behind her data lenses. Elion froze, his tapping fingers falling silent. He looked at her screen, then quickly looked away. It wouldn't. That's high ministry level. If you found that, Sila, you should close the window and report a hardware glitch. Don't look at it, please, just sanitizing the records is safe. Looking into the plumbing isn't. People who look into the plumbing end up as bioclutter in the reclamation bins. Sila's curiosity was her greatest strength and her most dangerous flaw. Instead of closing the window, she began a passive interrogation of the salt, her mind calculating the frequency shifts in the encryption. She didn't realize that by doing so, she was stepping onto the same bridge Kalen was building from below. She began to see the shadow packets, ghosts of data that shouldn't exist, moving with deliberate intent toward Terminal 84. The transit from the lower belly to the high ministry was a physical manifestation of the guild's hierarchy. Kalen stood in the transit tube, feeling the stomach-churning G-force as the maglev elevator shot upward through the toxic, neon-smeared clouds of the central sector. He watched the lights of the city below shrink into a glowing, polluted carpet. When the doors opened at the archive level, the humidity vanished instantly. The air was chilled to exactly 4 degrees Celsius, the perfect temperature for data crystal stability. It was silent, sterile, and smelled of nothing but dry nitrogen and the faint, metallic tang of the cleaning lasers. At the entrance, Kalen faced the biometric threshold. He didn't just present a badge, he had to submit to a deep scan. He felt the familiar, invasive tingle of the laser sweeping across his retinas, a sensation like hot sand behind his eyelids. He placed his hand on the terminal pad, feeling the cold prick of the DNA sampler as it drew a microscopic bead of blood for verification. Identity confirmed. ScrubTech 9 Alpha, a synthesized voice announced. Assigned task, Level 2 sanitization. Objective, total erasure of outer rim tax discrepancies, years 2080 to 2085. Note, any attempted data mirroring will be met with immediate competency filter isolation. Your shift ends in 359 minutes. Kalen walked to Terminal 84, his boots clicking rhythmically on the polished obsidian floor. He sat down, the haptic interface cooling his sweaty palms. As the screen flared to life, a flood of encrypted neural sparks cascaded across his vision, shifting violet and blue lights that contained the digital memories of the guild. These were the receipts of their sins, the hidden ledgers of a galactic empire. Dusty, I'm watching you, Sila's voice crackled in his ear, sounding distant and strange. I saw the lag in the maintenance bay. If you're running a side hustle on guild processors, stop now. I'm seeing unauthorized power draws in your sector that shouldn't be there. Don't make me report you. Kalen took a slow, steady breath, modulating his pulse to avoid triggering the stress sensors in his chair. Just the terminal being stubborn, Sila. The encryption salts in the 2082 batch are archaic. I have to manually decouple the logic nodes before I can hit delete. It's slow work, and the cooling pump is throwing errors. I'm just trying to keep the hardware from melting. Make it faster, she snapped, though there was a new tremor in her voice Kalen hadn't heard before, a note of fear or perhaps realization. The guild doesn't pay for craftsmanship. They pay for silence. We are the janitors of history, boss. Don't forget that. Kalen worked the scrub for 3 hours, acting as the perfect, mindless drone. He deleted manifests of illegal weapon shipments to the core worlds. He erased the tax haven records of the high magistrates. Each deletion felt like a stab to his conscience, a piece of justice being removed from the universe. But he had to wait. He was looking for the Aegis file. He knew it existed because the Remnant Coalition had sacrificed their lives to give him the tip-off. It was the manual override for the entire guild system, a record so damning it would force the legislation of the Outer Rim to intervene. Then, Buried inside a weather data packet for the Vesper 9 mining colony, he found the logic snag. It was encrypted with a 256-bit Shadow Guild salt, the same one Sila had spotted earlier. Kalen's breath hitched. He deployed a ghost logic subroutine, a phantom loop that kept Sila's monitors showing a steady stream of deletions, while he peeled back the layers of the snag with a surgeon's focus. The file opened. It wasn't a spreadsheet, it was a series of sensory logs from the Vesper 9 atmospheric dome. Atmospheric thinning initiated, a recorded voice droned, chillingly calm. Kalen recognized the voice. It was High Magistrate Kroll, the man who oversaw the very sector they were currently cleaning. Oxygen levels in the civilian residential blocks are now at 12%. Symptom onset: 3 minutes. Total bioclutter neutralized in 6 hours. Mining rigs are standing by for the mineral reclamation. Ensure all communication lines are purged by the sanitization initiative. Kalen's hand trembled on the haptic pad. This wasn't just a record of theft, it was a record of mass murder for profit. 50,000 families on Vesper 9, miners, engineers, children, were being suffocated so the Guild could save 2% on their extraction costs and avoid the legal headache of relocation. He checked the timestamp. The final thinning was scheduled for the next lunar cycle. It hadn't happened yet, but it was being erased in advance. In the clean room, Sila saw exactly what Kalen saw. Because she had initiated the deep trace earlier and held the interrogation open, her haptic rig had accidentally mirrored Kalen's terminal. The visual log of the Vesper 9 colony projected onto her retinas like a nightmare. She saw the faces of the children in the red dust of the colony dome, their lungs struggling as the oxygen scrubbers were remotely throttled to a crawl. She heard Kroll's cold, calculated voice treating 50,000 lives like bioclutter. Elion, she whispered, her voice trembling so hard the haptic sensors glitched, sending static through her fingertips. VESPER-9. The asteroid incident from the news last month, it wasn't an accident. We're scrubbing the evidence of a massacre that's about to happen. Look at the digital signature. Kroll signed this yesterday. He's deleting the crime before he even commits it. Elion didn't look up. He looked terrified, his skin turning a sickly shade of gray under the sterile lights. Sila, delete the trace. Now, if you know, you're an accomplice. If you report it, you're a corpse. Just hit the sanitize button and let 9 Alpha finish his shift. We are just the cleaners, Sila. We don't decide what's dirt and what's evidence. We just make sure the Guild looks perfect. Sila looked at her hands. The haptic gloves, once symbols of her authority and precision, now felt like shackles. For 15 years, she had been the lead miner, the woman who ensured the Guild's records were clean. She realized now that clean just meant empty of witnesses. She saw the faces of the miners on the screen, people she had never met, whose deaths were being facilitated by her own fingers on the keys. She saw Kalen's terminal cursor hover over the delete button. She saw him hesitate. Through the biometric feed, she felt his heart rate skyrocket to 145 BPM. She realized he wasn't a grunt. He was a ghost. He was exactly what the Guild feared most, a man with a conscience and a wrench. He was the manual override in a system built of cold code. Do it, 9 Alpha, she whispered, not over the comms, but to herself, her tears blurring the data on her lenses until the numbers became streaks of light. Don't let them bury this one. Mirror it. Please, for the love of whatever stars are left, mirror it. Kalen bit down hard on his back molar. The ceramic shattered with a sickening, internal crunch. He spat the onyx link into his palm, a tiny, razor-sharp shard of obsidian, and jammed it into the terminal's emergency maintenance port with a force that nearly cracked the console. Alarm! Unauthorized data mirror detected. Sector 84 compromised. Enforcement teams deployed. The terminal shrieked, the sterile blue lights of the archive turning a predatory, pulsing crimson. The high-pitched siren wailed, a sound designed to induce panic and disorientation. Kalen didn't wait. He activated the Midnight Sun protocol. Through his wrist comm, he signaled the spider bot latched to the data trunk 2 miles away in the ventilation vents. The bot shorted its internal fusion cell, creating a massive electromagnetic pulse that tore through the archive's local firewalls from the inside out. The mirroring began. The Aegis file wasn't just being copied, it was being broadcasted on the Guild's own emergency disaster frequencies, the only channels the High Ministry couldn't legally block without shutting down the entire sector's life support and air circulation. Security to Terminal 84. Lethal force authorized. Scrub Tech 9 Alpha is a ghost. Director Thorne, the man who oversaw the clean room, roared as he burst into Sila's workspace. Sila, lock down Node 84. Use the competency filter, override now. Kill his terminal, fry his neural shunts if he has them. Sila looked at Thorne, then at the terminal. Her fingers moved with a speed she'd never used before, her hands shaking but her purpose clear. She wasn't locking Kalen out. She began a lateral encryption shift, creating a digital tunnel that protected Kalen's mirror stream from the Guild's automated countermeasures. She was effectively acting as his digital shield, parrying the system's attempts to sever the link. I can't lock it, Director. Sila lied, her voice filled with feigned, panicked desperation, her eyes wide with manufactured fear. The 9 Alpha terminal has slaved the core. It's running a shadow salt feedback loop. If I cut the power, the whole archive goes into a thermal cascade. We'll lose the entire year's records. Then pull the physical core. Thorne yelled, his face purple with rage as he ran toward the server banks with a magnetic disruptor. Sila blocked his path, her eyes wild, her heart pounding. If you disrupt the core during a pulse mirror, the magnetic backlash will fry the neural shunts of every shell in the building. You'll kill thousands of workers. The Guild will have to pay out more in death benefits than the mineral reclaim is worth. Move, Sila. That's a corporate expense, not a concern. Thorne shoved her aside, but the delay was enough. The mirror was already at 85%. The archive's heavy alloy doors hissed open with a blast of pressurized air. Commander Vane of the Eraser Squad stepped through the vapor, his amber thermal optics glowing like coals in the red emergency lighting. He held a high-frequency pulse rifle, the barrel humming as it charged to lethal levels. Behind him, 4 shells in tactical gear moved with mechanical precision, their rifles raised. Voss, Vane said, his voice a distorted rasp through his helmet's vocalizer. You're a long way from the mud, Ghost. You think mirroring that file changes anything? The Guild is the record. We write the truth. And right now, the truth is that you're about to suffer a fatal atmospheric malfunction. Nobody is going to read your little story. History is written by the survivors, and you're not on the list. Kalen dove behind an iridium data stack just as a blue streak of ionized energy vaporized the terminal he'd been sitting at. The heat was intense, the smell of melting silicon and ozone filling the room. The problem with writing the truth, Vane, is that eventually, someone learns how to read the margins. And I've been reading yours for years. You're not an author, you're just a glorified shredder. Kalen pulled his legacy kinetic sidearm from his toolkit, a heavy, archaic piece of iron with no electronics and no energy signatures for Vane's sensors to track. He fired 2 rounds into the overhead fire suppression tanks. A deluge of liquid nitrogen and retardant foam exploded into the room, creating a localized whiteout that blinded Vane's advanced optics and created a freezing, slippery chaos. I can see your heat signature, Voss. You're glowing like a sun in this cold. There is no escape, Vane roared, firing blindly into the fog. The pulse fire melted the data crystals into glowing violet slag, the energy release cracking the obsidian floor. But Kalen had already deployed the multi-phase ghost loom, a cluster of tiny projectors that flickered to life in the mist. 3 holographic versions of Kalen Voss suddenly sprinted through the foam in divergent directions, their thermal signatures perfectly tuned to mimic a panicked human. Vane and his enforcers opened fire on the decoys, their high-frequency rifles shredding the holographic phantoms with bursts of blue light. While the hunters focused on the phantoms, the real Kalen crawled through the maintenance floor plates, his back inches from the vibrating alloy as he moved toward the exit. He reached the primary elevator bank, but he didn't call the car. He knew the Guild would have already locked the gravity brakes on all civilian floors. He used a magnetic pry bar to force the doors open, revealing the obsidian-lined shaft. He looked up. 2 miles of vertical abyss stood between him and the master relay spire. He fired his grappling winch, the carbon fiber line singing as it hooked onto a service rail high above. He's in the shaft. Climb teams, intercept, secure the spire, an enforcer yelled from the archive doors. Kalen engaged the motorized winch, feeling the brutal G-force as he was yanked upward into the darkness. Below him, the enforcers fired upward, their pulse streaks illuminating the shaft like lightning. Kalen reached into his pocket and dropped a localized EMP seed. As the device fell, it detonated halfway down, shorting out the maglev rails of a descending elevator car filled with backup enforcers. The 3-ton car plummeted, crushing the primary pursuit squad at the base of the shaft in a violent explosion of sparks, screaming metal, and collapsing obsidian. Kalen reached the master relay spire at the very pinnacle of the Needle of the Gods. The wind here was a screaming, freezing gale that threatened to rip the skin from his face and pull him off the narrow maintenance platform. He scrambled onto the relay deck, his fingers numb and bleeding, his tactical gear shredded by his ascent. Below him, the central sector was a sea of light and shadow. The mirroring was complete. Every public screen, every corporate kiosk, every personal comms link, and even the holographic billboards in the luxury districts were playing the Vesper 9 logs. The names of the magistrates, the signatures on the death warrants, and the coordinates of the mining rigs were cascading across the horizon in a flood of undeniable truth. The city was waking up. He saw the gunships below circling the ministry, but their formation was breaking. The weapons were no longer looking for a ghost. They were being turned against each other as the rank-and-file soldiers, many of whom had family in the Outer Rim, realized they were the ones who would have been ordered to fire on the miners. A revolution was igniting in the sky. Kalen slammed his hand onto the spire's core, feeling the massive data flow vibrating through his palm. Master Spark initiated, mirroring to the Outer Rim legislation. Now, let the stars hear it. Let them judge the gods. In the clean room, Sila watched the final data burst leave the station, a brilliant pulse of light on her monitors. She saw Director Thorne being hauled away by a group of shells, whose neural shunts had fried from the EM surge, restoring their free will and their anger. Thorne was screaming about competency and order, but nobody was listening. The silence was absolute. Sila stood up, pulling off her haptic gloves and dropping them onto the floor like discarded skins. She looked at Elion, who was still staring at the screen in shock. "It's done, Elion. The record isn't clean anymore. It's just the truth. And the truth is heavy." "What happens now?" Elion asked, his voice small and trembling. "Now," Sila said, looking toward the elevator where the lights were finally returning to a steady, calm blue, "we find out if we're worth saving. We stop being the cleaners and start being the witnesses." The hum of the clean room was shattered not by an explosion, but by the heavy, rhythmic thud of maglock boots. Sila stood motionless, her bare hands feeling the raw, unfiltered air of the room for the first time in years. Beside her, Elion was a statue of terror, his eyes glued to the monitors where the Aegis file continued to loop across the sector's emergency frequencies. The steady, calm blue light of the elevator bank suddenly flickered, strobing into a jagged, aggressive amber. The Special Police, the Guild's personal Praetorian Guard, had arrived to sanitize the witnesses. "Elion, get behind the primary server bank," Sila commanded, her voice losing its tremor and hardening into the tone of a woman who had just seen the end of the world and decided she didn't mind. "If they breach the door, they'll aim for the consoles first. They need to stop the broadcast before they kill us." The heavy reinforced doors hissed open, but it wasn't the Special Police who stepped through first. It was a squad of station security, the regular, blue coats, who lived in the same barracks as Kalen and Rook. They looked disoriented, their rifles lowered. Behind them, through the translucent hallway, the silhouette of the Special Police was visible, moving like a wall of obsidian, their heavy shields reflecting the red emergency strobes. Sila, the lead security officer, a grizzled veteran named Hark, called out. His voice was cracked with disbelief. "That broadcast, my brother is on VESPER-9. He's a foreman in the residential block. Is that log real? Did the magistrate really sign that thinning order?" Sila stepped forward, her shadow stretching long across the floor. "He signed it yesterday, Hark. If we don't hold this room, if we let the Special Police shut down that relay, your brother will be bio-clutter by the next lunar cycle. You're not security anymore. You're the only thing standing between your family and a corporate eraser." Hark looked at the hall, then back at Sila. He saw the truth in her eyes, the weight of 15 years of lies finally being cast off. He turned to his squad, his face hardening. "Seal the doors. We're not protecting the archive. We're protecting the broadcast." The climax of the Needle's fall began in that narrow corridor. The special police, led by a ruthless tactical officer named Captain Drax, deployed Screamer grenades that sent high-frequency waves through the air, designed to liquefy the inner ears of anyone not wearing Guild-issued dampeners. The Bluecoats buckled, blood leaking from their ears, but they didn't retreat. They had seen the faces of their families on the screens. In the midst of the chaos, Kalen Voss appeared from the ceiling vents, dropping like a shadow into the clean room. He was covered in soot and obsidian dust, his legacy sidearm still hot in his hand. He didn't look at the battle in the hall. He looked at Sila. "I need a physical override," Kalen grunted, his lungs burning from the ascent. The relay spire is broadcasting, but the special police are attempting a hard wire bypass from the subdeck 4 junction. If they cut the fiber optics there, the mirroring stops before it hits the outer rim. I can't get back down there in time. Sila grabbed a handheld haptic controller, her fingers flying over the manual interface. "I can't stop them from the clean room, Kalen. They've bypassed the software, but I can change the environment. Elion, the cooling vats. What is the pressure in the liquid nitrogen reserves for the server racks?" Elion, shivering but functional, checked his tablet. "It's at 4,000 psi. Why?" "Because," Sila said, a grim smile touching her lips, "if we can't stop them with code, we'll stop them with physics." The interaction that tipped the scales involved a 3-way coordination that bypassed the Guild's superior firepower. Kalen took up a sniping position at the clean room door, using his kinetic sidearm to pick off the power cells on the special police's shields. Each shot was a masterclass in logistics. He wasn't aiming for the men, but for the mechanical joints of their armor, slowing the obsidian wall just enough to give Hark and the Bluecoats a fighting chance. "Hark!" Kalen yelled over the roar of pulse fire. "Fall back to the secondary bulkhead. Draw them onto the floor grates." Hark understood. He ordered his men to retreat, making it look like the security line was breaking. Captain Drax and his special police surged forward, their heavy boots clanking on the metal grates that sat directly above the archive's massive liquid nitrogen cooling vats. They were 50 feet from the clean room, their weapons leveled for a final execution. "Now, Sila," Kalen roared. Sila didn't use a weapon. She used the archive's maintenance protocol. With a single, forceful keystroke, she triggered an emergency thermal purge. The valves beneath the floor grates didn't just open, they exploded. A wall of super-chilled liquid nitrogen erupted from beneath the special police. It wasn't a slow leak, it was a high-pressure geyser. The liquid hit the heated obsidian armor of the special police and the air-conditioned atmosphere of the hallway, creating an instantaneous thermal shock. In less than a second, the obsidian plating of the Guild's elite guards didn't just freeze, it shattered like glass. Their heavy shields, made of reinforced composite, cracked into thousands of jagged shards. The special police were frozen in place, their advanced armor becoming their own tombs as the joints locked and the metal contracted with a violent screech. Captain Drax tried to raise his rifle, but the barrel simply snapped off in his frozen hand. The clever resolve wasn't just the nitrogen, it was the mirroring of the command net. While the special police were immobilized, Sila routed the audio of their defeat, the sound of Drax's panic and the shattering of their invincible gear, directly into the helmets of every other Guild unit on the station. She showed them that the gods were made of brittle clay. "The broadcast is secure," Sila whispered, her breath hitching as she watched the data stream hit 100% saturation. "The outer rim has the logs. The Judgment archives have the signatures." The battle in the hall ceased as the remaining Guild enforcers realized the war was already over. They weren't fighting for a record anymore, they were fighting for a ghost. One by one, they lowered their weapons, looking at the screens that still flickered with the truth of VESPER-9. Kalen stepped into the hall, passing the frozen statues of the special police. He reached Hark, who was leaning against a wall, his ears still ringing but a look of profound relief on his face. Kalen handed the grizzled officer his legacy sidearm. "The station is yours, Hark," Kalen said. "The people are going to have a lot of questions. You should be the one to answer them." Kalen returned to the clean room. Sila was still standing by her console, her hands resting on the cold metal. The room was silent now, the clinical hum replaced by the distant sound of the city below, a sound of thousands of voices rising in a single, unified roar of reclamation. "You saved them," Kalen said, standing beside her. "The physical override was clever, but the digital shield you built for me, that's what finished it." Sila looked at her bare hands, now stained with the grime of the battle. I spent 15 years erasing the truth, Kaylin. I think I finally balanced the ledger. What happens to us now? We're the most wanted people in the galaxy. No, Kaylin said, looking toward the window where the purple aurora of the data burst was still fading into a clear, blue morning. We're the only people who know where the rest of the bodies are buried. The guild left a lot of dirt in the sub-levels. I think it's time we finish the cleaning. Properly this time. The record is mirrored. The truth is preserved. The void is silent. Finality. Absolute. Total. Reclamation. Done. The aroma of fresh coffee and warm donuts drifted lazily through the humid, recycled air of the underground corridors. It was a scent that didn't quite belong in a world of steel and rock, but it was the only thing that made the deep city feel like a home. The tunnels were a labyrinth of copper wiring, heavy reinforced plating, and the constant, rhythmic clatter of food trays. Emma wiped her hands on her stained apron, her movements mechanical and practiced. She stood behind the counter of the terminal, a small breakfast bar tucked away in a corner of Sector 4, nestled miles beneath the planet's surface. To the casual observer, she was just another face in the subterranean crowd. But Emma knew the truth. Above her, the world was a carefully guarded secret, an intricate web of tunnels, hidden hangars, and shimmering portals that bridged the gaps between worlds. Here, in this hidden labyrinth, the air carried the weight of the extraordinary. Every hushed whisper in her shop felt like a piece of a puzzle she wasn't supposed to solve. She had learned early that beneath the surface of normalcy, the universe was spinning on a different axis. It was drifting toward a chaos that the public wasn't ready to face, secrets that would curl the hair of anyone who dared to look too close at the maintenance logs of the orbital elevators. Today, the atmosphere in the shop was heavy. The usual morning chatter, complaints about the water rations or the dim lighting, was gone. In its place was a strange, vibrating undertone of anticipation. Emma moved down the counter, pouring coffee for men with haunted eyes. She caught snippets of conversations that shouldn't have been happening in a diner. "The gate is pulsing," one man whispered, his hands trembling around a ceramic mug. "Mars isn't responding to the handshake signals," another replied. "The Shadow War is coming to the front door." Emma focused on her work, but her heart was beginning to pace. Across the room, tucked into a booth at the far back, sat Alex. He was finishing his third cup of black coffee, staring at a small holographic news feed that showed nothing but technical difficulties, banners. As a high-altitude shuttle pilot, Alex knew the sky and the cold vacuum beyond it better than almost anyone in the sector. But lately, the lines between his routine transport duties and the looming threat of the Void Guard had blurred. He wore no badges. He wore no stripes. He was a shadow in a standard-issue flight jacket, but Emma knew the look in his eyes. It was the look of a man who had seen things through a viewport that shouldn't exist. Emma walked over to his booth, a fresh, glazed donut held in a napkin. She set it on his plate without a word. Alex didn't look up immediately. "You're heading out again, aren't you?" Emma asked, her voice barely audible over the hum of the nearby ventilation fans. Alex finally looked up. His eyes were bloodshot, weary from a lack of sleep and a surplus of adrenaline. "The portal's acting up, Emma. It's not just a fluctuation in the power grid this time. They're seeing signatures, massive, rhythmic ripples in the fabric of the vacuum. It's like a heartbeat, but it's too big. It's an invasion signature. We've been calling it the Shadow War for years to keep people calm, but the shadows are stepping into the light." Just as the words left his mouth, the ground beneath them didn't just vibrate, it buckled. A deep, bone-shaking groan echoed through the rock, followed by a violent jolt that sent plates sliding off tables and shattered several mugs against the floor. The overhead lights flickered, turned a harsh emergency red, and began to buzz with an angry, electrical whine. Emma gripped the edge of the booth to stay upright. This wasn't a pump failure. This was a kinetic impact on the planetary crust. "They're here," Alex whispered, his voice cold. He stood up so quickly his chair clattered back and struck the stone wall. The intercom system, usually reserved for mundane shift changes, erupted with a sound that sent a chill through the room, a frantic, high-pitched scream of a siren, followed by a voice that sounded like it was coming from the edge of a breakdown. "All combat-capable personnel to battle stations. This is an Omega-level breach. The swarm has bypassed the orbital rings. They are in the atmosphere. I repeat, The swarm is in the atmosphere. This is not a drill. Emma didn't panic. Instead, something shifted in her. The waitress mask fell away, revealing a cold, tactical precision. She reached behind her back and unclipped the ties of her apron, letting it fall to the floor. Beneath it, she wasn't wearing civilian clothes. She was wearing a dark, reinforced G-suit, the kind worn by interceptor pilots. She had been the tactical secondary for Hangar 7 for 3 years, a sleeper agent in her own city. She reached under the counter and pulled out a heavy flight helmet and a sidearm. She looked at Alex, her face a mask of steel. "Alex, get to the interceptors. I've got the keys to the prototype in Hangar 7. We aren't letting them reach the civilian levels." They burst out of the diner and into the main corridor. The quiet underground city was gone, replaced by a nightmare of screaming sirens and the heavy, rhythmic thud of armored boots. Security teams were sprinting toward the surface elevators, their rifles held high. Emma and Alex pushed through the crowd, their focus narrow. They reached the high-speed lift to Hangar 7. As the lift shot upward, the pressure in their ears spiked. When the doors finally hissed open, they weren't in the city anymore. They were on the edge of the world. The hangar doors were wide open, and for the first time, Emma saw the sky. It was a bruised, sickly purple, choked by a swirling, black mass of organic-looking ships. They moved like locusts, diving from the clouds and raking the surface with beams of dark energy. The Shadow War was no longer a whisper, it was a deafening roar. "Go, go, go!" Alex yelled over the sound of a nearby anti-aircraft battery. They scrambled into the cockpit of the Void Runner, a sleek, twin-engine interceptor designed for the vacuum but capable of atmospheric combat. Alex took the pilot's seat, his hands flying over the startup sequence. Emma took the seat behind him, her fingers dancing across the holographic tactical grid. Reactor online. Shields at 100%. Weapons hot, Emma reported, her voice steady despite the chaos outside. "Alex, we've got 4 swarm scouts diving on our position. They're trying to collapse the hangar roof." "Not today," Alex grunted. He slammed the throttle forward. The ship didn't just move, it leapt. The G-force pressed them deep into their ergonomic seats as they cleared the hangar at 500 knots. The battle in the sky was a chaotic ballet of fire and metal. The swarm ships were jagged, obsidian things that seemed to absorb the light around them. Void Guard ships, humanity's last line, darted between them like silver needles, their beams cutting through the purple haze. Every hit to their shields sent a shuddering vibration through the Void Runner's frame, a scream of protesting metal. "They're targeting the colony transports," Emma shouted, her eyes fixed on the tactical overlay. "Look at the trajectory. They're ignoring the military targets. They want the civilians." "I see them," Alex said, his voice dropping into that cold, lethal calm that only came during a dogfight. He rolled the ship, diving through a cloud of debris as a nearby cruiser exploded. "We have to pull them off. Emma, give me everything we've got in the forward capacitors. Diverting power now. We're going to be blind on the rear sensors, Alex. I don't plan on letting them get behind us." Alex banked the ship into a sharp, gut-wrenching turn that would have snapped a lesser pilot's neck. He lined up the lead swarm scout in his physical crosshairs. He didn't wait for the computer to lock. He fired. The kinetic cannons roared, a rhythmic thumping that echoed through the cockpit. The obsidian ship disintegrated in a shower of black shards and green fire. But for every one they killed, 3 more seemed to emerge from the clouds. The scale of the invasion was staggering. This wasn't a skirmish, it was an extinction event. Suddenly, the communication channel hissed with static, a high-frequency whine that made Emma wince. Then, a new voice broke through, commanding, resonant, and filled with a strange, magnetic authority. "This is Commander Alex Blake to all units. Fall back to the primary gate. We are losing the atmosphere. We must consolidate our fire on the lead cruiser's ventral port. It is the only way to collapse their coordination. We have one shot at this, and we have to take it now." Emma's eyes went wide. She looked at the back of Alex's head, then back to the comms unit. Alex had been the commander all along. The man sitting in her diner was the architect of the defense. "You heard the man," Emma yelled, her fingers flying to recalibrate the targeting sensors. "Alex, I'm locking onto the flagship. It's that massive, jagged spine at 12 o'clock. "I've got it, Alex," Commander Blake replied. He pushed the engines to 110%. The Void Runner screamed as it tore through the atmosphere, a streak of silver in a sea of purple fire. The enemy flagship was a mountain of metal and shadow, nearly a mile long. As they approached, the defensive fire from the cruiser was so thick it looked like a wall of light. Alex wove the ship through the gaps, his instincts guiding him through the impossible. Targeting, targeting, Emma muttered, her breath coming in short, sharp gasps. Lock confirmed. Blake, the ventral port is open. Fire now. The beam that left their ship wasn't a standard laser. It was a blinding streak of pure, concentrated energy, a piece of the portal itself weaponized. It struck the swarm cruiser's core with the force of a dying star. The explosion was silent at first, a blossoming sphere of white light that consumed everything in its path. Then the sound hit, a roar that seemed to vibrate the very atoms of their bodies. The enemy flagship buckled. Its internal systems cascaded in a series of blinding eruptions, tearing the obsidian hull apart from the inside out. The remaining swarm vessels, their hive mind coordination shattered by the death of their flagship, began to scatter. They pulled up from their dive bombing runs, retreating back toward the shimmering, bruised distortion of the portal high in the thermosphere. As the fires dimmed and the purple sky began to fade back to a smoky gray, a heavy, ringing silence settled over the cockpit. Alex leaned back, his chest heaving as he gasped for air. He pulled his helmet off, his hair matted with sweat. The adrenaline was fading, leaving behind an ache in his bones that felt like it would never go away. He looked at Emma through the reflection in the glass. "You okay?" "I think so," she whispered. She looked down at her hands. They were shaking. "Did we win?" Alex took a shaky breath, his voice trembling as he radioed back to the scattered remnants of the Void Guard. "This is Commander Blake. We've repelled the attack. We held the door. But I've got a bad feeling. They're not done. They were testing us. Prepare for the next wave. It could come at any moment." Across the system, the remnants of humanity's fleet began their slow, painstaking retreat toward the safety of the underground hangars. Repair crews were already being dispatched to the surface to patch the leaks in the crust and reinforce the defense batteries. The victory was hollow. They had pushed the enemy back, but the cost was visible in the columns of smoke rising from the colony sectors. Emma looked out at the horizon. She saw the ruins of the surface cities, the graveyard of things too large to understand. The realization hit her then, the same realization that Sam had in the old world, and Alara had on PX-47. Scale meant everything. They were small. They were tiny sparks in a very dark room. The universe was a chessboard, and they had only just survived the opening move. As the ship turned back toward Hangar 7, Alex looked out into the eternal blackness of space. He knew the peace they cherished was an illusion. The next encounter would be even more brutal. The universe's silence wasn't a comfort, it was a warning. It was an ominous promise that the chaos was never truly gone. Somewhere in the dark, unseen and patient, the enemy watched. They had seen the silver ships. They had felt the sting of the energy beam. And they would adapt. Emma sat back and closed her eyes, trying to remember the smell of fresh coffee and warm donuts. It felt like a lifetime ago. She knew that tomorrow, she might be back behind the counter, serving moments of normalcy to a terrified population. But she would keep her flight suit on under her apron, because the Shadow War was just beginning. And in a world of giants and voids, the only thing that mattered was the people small enough to care, and stubborn enough to keep fighting. The horizon was waiting, and this time, they wouldn't just watch it, they would be ready for whatever stepped across it next. End of story. Next step. This version is now heavily expanded for a long-form listening experience. Would you like me to generate a cinematic, cartoon-style image of the Void Runner Interceptor flying through the purple, swarm choke?
The garage smelled like ozone, melted tire rubber, and what Raphael confidently described as the ghost of a subwoofer. There had been a band rehearsal, technically a rehearsal of controlled pyrotechnics and sonic ambience, per Link's latest court-acceptable terminology, and as usual, it ended with a bang. Specifically, the kind of bang that embedded their parents' BMW halfway into the garage ceiling. Again, I think it's better this time, Raphael offered, brushing dust from his hoodie, which was also on fire. The trajectory was cleaner. Link poked at the carbonized remains of a guitar pedal with the tip of his sneaker. It's still vibrating, he noted. Is that structural? Above them, the BMW rotated slightly, nudged by a piece of shattered drum cymbal that had somehow lodged into the chassis like a throwing star. Somewhere deeper in the house, a smoke alarm was either having a stroke or composing its first techno album. They had 5 minutes, maybe less. The parents were en route, summoned by the explosion detection app tied to their insurance premiums. The last time it had gone off, a drone delivered a cease and desist from the local zoning board before the smoke even cleared. Raphael lunged for the mop, Link for the fire extinguisher, and both moved with the careful speed of people who had once, in the pursuit of art, set a kitchen blender to puree and fed it raw fireworks. The cleanup effort was valiant. That was the best anyone would say. By the time the sleek black car pulled into the smoking remnants of the driveway, Link had successfully reattached the mailbox using duct tape, optimism, and 2 stolen forks. And Raphael had spray painted a mural over the scorched garage wall in hopes that they'd just vibe with it. They didn't. The moment the doors opened, the air filled with the sharp scent of high society disappointment. Mr. Masters, whose smile had once negotiated 7 mergers and 1 interplanetary resource treaty, blinked at the carnage as though trying to process whether the laws of physics or manners had failed harder. Mrs. Chains wore sunglasses so expensive they had their own offshore bank account. She took one slow look at the scene, adjusted her scarf, and said only, "Military school." "No," Mr. Masters said. "Worse, independence." 2 hours later, Raphael and Link were being driven, unsupervised, to what would soon be the weirdest footnote in American classified history. They sulked in silence across the black leather seats of the family hover SUV, technically legal only in Nevada, but their parents had connections. "You realize this is just exile with a minibar," Link muttered. "At least we'll finally have space to blow things up without blowing up anyone else's assets," Raphael said, ever the optimist. The house was modern in the way that buildings designed by AI architects who had only ever seen furniture catalogs tend to be. The front room had a pool table positioned where a dining table might have gone, a fridge the size of a crypt, and art so minimalist it was possibly an elaborate prank. The backyard featured a small pool, a malfunctioning grill, and perhaps most importantly, no neighbors for at least 3 miles in any direction. They set up the band equipment in the front room within an hour. Within 2, they had already overloaded 1 circuit breaker. It was during the installation of what Link called the real base Canon Mark IV that the first accident of significance occurred. "Did we have concrete behind that wall before?" Raphael asked, frowning as the last of the dust settled. The blast had taken out most of the southern basement wall. Where once there had been a suspiciously reinforced panel, now there was a heavy steel door, fused at the seams with the kind of aesthetic that whispered government secrets and possibly radiation. It had no handle, no keypad, no obvious way to open, which of course meant they were definitely going to try. It took them half an hour and 3 questionable applications of crowbars, electromagnets, and 1 leftover band cymbal, but eventually the thing hissed open with the reluctant sigh of a facility waking from a half-century nap. Inside was an elevator. Service elevator, Link noted, but like aggressively serious service, possibly involving black sites. Raphael pressed the only button available. The door shut behind them with the finality of a submarine hatch. The floor began to hum. Somewhere several hundred feet below, in a dimly lit control room lined with blinking lights, unfinished pizza crusts, and Cold War coffee cups, a janitor named Stanley Jensen opened one eye. He'd been napping since 1987, officially. The CIA had classified the facility mothballed and sealed, which in practice meant they forgot it existed after a change in budget lines and the intern who used to file things under Nevada left for law school. Stanley wasn't bothered. He liked it here. It was quiet. Everything worked. The robots were polite. Occasionally, the internal AI would play reruns of Gilligan's Island, which he found soothing. He was, in his own way, the last warden of a forgotten frontier of American insanity. Until now. He reached for the phone. It was still wired. He dialed the emergency line, one of only 3 numbers he still remembered. "Jensen," he said. "God, you're still alive?" The voice on the other end muttered. "You mothballed the lab, not me. What's the status? We've got visitors." "Agents?" "No, teenagers." Silence. "Can you contain them?" Nope, new property owners apparently. Legal, transfer filed with the county. I checked. The land deed says masters and chains, joint custody. A sigh. Then observe. I was planning to nap. You can nap between disasters. Fine. By the time the elevator opened for Raphael and Link, Stanley had switched into his janitor uniform, a decision he would later regret, and was hiding behind a wall of old soda machines, watching two of America's wealthiest teenagers walk into a facility that hadn't seen a human under the age of 50 since before disco died. Link found the snack machine first. Still stocked, he said, awed. Raphael was looking at the map. This place has levels, like 32. One's labeled temporal R&D. You think that's like watches? Sure, Raphael said. Probably watches. Somewhere deeper in the complex, unnoticed by anyone, a light flickered on above a button. The button read, clearly, "Do not press." It was glowing. Naturally, they pressed it. The button clicked with a satisfying mechanical thunk, followed by a chirp that sounded suspiciously cheerful for something likely built during a time when computers still required punch cards and mild paranoia. Lights hummed on in distant corridors. Somewhere far below, a ventilation system wheezed to life. A siren coughed once, decided against it, and went back to sleep. I feel like we just did a thing, Link said, staring at the now depressed button. Technically, Raphael replied, we did exactly the one thing the sign said not to. I mean, that's not legally binding. No, but it does feel spiritually inadvisable. The room did not explode. No poison gas hissed from the vents. No countdown began. In fact, absolutely nothing appeared to happen, which was worse. Well, Raphael said, brushing imaginary dust from his jacket, I guess it's broken. Link eyed it warily. Or we just started a process, a slow, chemical, catastrophic process. They left the room, partly out of growing boredom, and partly because a vending machine in the corner was flashing the words, "Fresh pizza available," in bright green font. Oh, no, Stanley whispered from behind his soda machines. Not the pizza trigger. It had been a mistake, a simple misfile. One technician had once ordered pizza on government time, and during a system upgrade, the lab's AI had mistakenly linked several non-critical processes to the term pizza protocol. Now, buried deep within the facility, two long dormant chemical canisters began to leak into one another. Their names were unpronounceable in English, but the effect was simple. When mixed, they reconstituted an alien biogenic organism believed to be a prototype reconnaissance unit sent by a species whose only exposure to Earth came from intercepted cartoon broadcasts and reruns of Italian cooking shows. The creature had been secured in 1968 after it declared war on a Chuck E. Cheese, and now it was waking up. Meanwhile, upstairs in what was now, legally, a living room with too many wires and not enough adult supervision, Raphael and Link had set up what they believed to be a surveillance command center. In reality, they had plugged several dusty monitors into a mainframe that once ran threat simulations against the Soviets, and were now using it to stream retro anime and security cam footage from the facility. Did you know there's a level just labeled Cursed Objects and another marked Shoe Protocol Testing? Why are those separate things? Link asked. I don't know, but there's a room full of helmets that seem to whisper threats. That's kind of neat. Link leaned back on the couch, munching on vending machine protein chips that were definitely older than either of them. I thought this was going to be awful, you know, isolated house in the woods, banned exile, but this is like best case scenario, right? I mean, we're not alone. We've got a nuclear basement full of secret toys. And at that moment, from one of the abandoned lower corridors, a green mist curled into the air. It twisted, swirled, pulsed, and then began to congeal. The being took shape slowly. It had limbs, but no bones. Eyes, but too many. A mouth, but no sense of volume control. It flickered in and out of phase as it adjusted to its surroundings. Then it spoke. In a perfect imitation of a 1990s cartoon sidekick, it said, "Where's the pizza, baby?" The facility shuddered slightly. A few control panels exploded out of sheer embarrassment. Somewhere in the AI subroutines, 3 separate firewalls declared bankruptcy. Back upstairs, Stanley finally revealed himself. He did not do this with flair. He simply walked into the room wearing his janitor's coveralls, holding a mop like it was both a weapon and a philosophy. "You idiots touched the button, didn't you?" Link yelped and dropped his snack. Raphael pointed a potato chip at him. "You're real?" Stanley sighed. "Unfortunately, and so is the thing you just woke up." What thing? The green thing. That's not very descriptive, Link said. No, Stanley agreed, but trust me, you'll know it when it finds you, or pizza. Wait, why would it be looking for pizza? Stanley looked at them like a man who had seen too much, lived too long, and once got into a fist fight with a self-aware filing cabinet. Because, he said, some genius decided to beam 11 years of Earth cartoon broadcasts into space as part of our diplomatic outreach program. That seems like a terrible idea. It was. The alien you just woke up thinks Bugs Bunny is a war hero, SpongeBob is a tactical strategist, and Garfield is some kind of deity. Link frowned. Is he wrong about Garfield, though? The floor shook. A distant voice echoed through the ventilation shafts. Show me the cheese-stuffed crust Earthlings! Oh no, Stanley muttered. It's already activated mimic mode. Mimic what? Raphael asked. Stanley gave them a look. Cartoon logic. They heard the boing of a spring that had no physical origin. Then a whump as something green, bendy, and distinctly against all known physical laws bounced off the side of the house and rolled into a bush, where it promptly split in half and started arguing with itself over anchovies. Link turned to Raphael. This is going to be awesome. The green thing, now two green things, were engaged in what appeared to be a heated debate over which fictional pizza was the most canonically powerful. One of them insisted it was the half-mushroom, half-justice pizza from Captain's Space Slice. The other claimed with great conviction that the cheese swirl in Power Pie Patrol Episode 9, Crust Crusade, could bend time. They were gesticulating wildly, limbs flopping in directions that would make most physicists cry as they bounced across the backyard at speeds usually reserved for malfunctioning particle accelerators. Inside the house, Raphael was pressed against the glass of the sliding door, watching the debate unfold like a kid spotting Santa, fighting a raccoon. So, what exactly do they do? He asked. Stanley, who had retrieved a clipboard from an emergency locker marked "Tuktiu" for when the cartoon thing wakes up, flipped a few pages. They save people. That's good. By accident. Less good. And only while trying to obtain pizza. Link blinked. You mean they don't actually care about helping? No. Think of them like a slapstick guardian angel with a one-track mind, a deep misunderstanding of the food pyramid, and no off switch. Raphael turned from the window, thoughtful. So if we're in danger, they'll probably burst through a wall, trip over themselves, bounce off several exposed pipes, accidentally disable a bomb, and land in a delivery box, Stanley said. If you're lucky. And if we're not lucky, they order anchovies. Nobody survives anchovies. The floor trembled again. From the main hallway came a screech, followed by a sonic boom that reversed half the light bulbs in the ceiling. One of the green things burst into the living room, its eyes wide and glistening. We sensed a Domino's, it declared, then vanished into the pantry. There was a pause, a long, horrified pause. Raphael coughed. So, subplots. Link, without missing a beat, pointed toward the garage. Well, subplot number 1, we may have accidentally triggered a defense drone. How? I tried to see if the old VR rig still worked. Did it? No. But the VR helmet is now fused to the vacuum cleaner, which seems to believe it's an elite Marine. It's taken up a sniper position on the roof and keeps yelling about sector clearances. Stanley did not groan. Stanley was past groaning. He merely opened a side cabinet, removed what appeared to be a tranquilizer dart the size of a loaf of bread, and handed it to Raphael. Hid it in the Roomba port. Noted. As Raphael left to disarm the aggressively tactical vacuum cleaner, Link tapped at one of the still active consoles. Hey, subplot number 2 might be unfolding on level 14. Stanley joined him and squinted at the monitor. A grainy black and white feed showed one of the lab's secure chambers, the one labeled Experimental Chronobehavioral Reversals, now open, lights on. Oh no, Stanley muttered, the time rats. Link slowly turned. Time? Rats? They're rats, right? Stanley said, rubbing his temple. But when startled, they reverse their own personal timeline by several seconds. Makes them impossible to trap. That sounds cute, Stanley offered. I was going to say a statistical nightmare. They've bred since the 60s. Nobody checked how many. They could be in the walls. Are they dangerous? Only if you observe them. Like really observe them. There's a threshold of awareness. Once you pass it, they start treating you like a threat. How will I know if I've passed it? You'll see a rat reading. Link glanced nervously at the monitor again. Well, subplot 2 is now about stopping time-literate rodents before they achieve a breakthrough. Outside, Raphael had subdued the vacuum. It wasn't easy. It required a trampoline, 3 full bottles of soda, and a half-played Kenny Loggins cassette that, for some reason, caused the drone to enter reflective nostalgia mode. Once it began weeping about its simulated war buddies in Operation Hardwood Dustpan, he hit it with the dart and stuffed it under a tarp. He walked back inside just in time for the power to flicker and a soft humming sound to rise from the floorboards. In the center of the living room, the green things had rejoined, fusion apparently triggered by the smell of reheated pizza rolls, and were now glowing faintly. "What now?" Raphael asked. "They're stabilizing," Stanley said warily. "Is that good?" "Debatable. Usually means they've found a chosen one figure in the area." Both teens turned to look at each other. The green thing pointed directly at Stanley. Everyone froze. "Oh no," Stanley said, horror rising in his voice. "You have the cheese wisdom," the green thing declared. "No, I don't. You once worked at a pizzeria in 1974. I ran the register. Then it is you who shall lead us to the sacred slice." The lights dimmed. A low chant began, possibly from the house's intercom, possibly from the green thing's internal soundboard. Raphael patted Stanley on the back. "You'll be fine. I'm 74 years old. I wanted to be left alone." Link grinned. "Then next time, don't build your hermit bunker on top of the gateway to cartoon-powered alien pizza mythology." The green thing extended a hand. "To the kitchen temple." And as Stanley was hoisted bodily into the air by squishy limbs and carried down the hallway in a tangle of enthusiasm, accidental destiny, and leftover marinara sauce, the house settled again. Momentarily. Link turned to Raphael. "So, you think they'll ever find out we faked the sale paperwork on this house?" Raphael shrugged. "Depends how long it takes the CIA to get bored again." They high-fived. The facility hummed beneath them, a treasure trove of madness, secrets, weaponized kitchenware, and at least 6 unresolved conspiracy theories, all about to be made much, much worse. They were home. Stanley returned the next morning with pizza sauce in his beard, a haunted look in his eyes, and a stack of napkins imprinted with alien glyphs that, according to him, translated roughly to "infinite cheese" and "your sauce is strong." He refused to speak of what had happened in the pantry temple. "Just know this," he muttered as he shuffled to the couch and collapsed. "The fridge is now sacred space. Enter with reverence, or not at all." Raphael saluted. "So no more touching the meat drawer, no more opening it unless you wish to experience the memories of 1,000 forgotten toppings." "Got it." Stanley groaned and turned on his side. "You two are going to break causality like a glow stick at a rave." Link was flipping through the facility schematics they'd printed out on a repurposed dot matrix printer. "So I was thinking." "No," Stanley mumbled. "We should probably check out that weird humming we keep hearing from sublevel 27. Stanley pulled a pillow over his head. "There's a note next to it in the logs," Link continued. "Says experimental empathy engine. Sounds harmless. Could be good, for therapy." Raphael was nodding enthusiastically. "Right? Maybe it's like a mood enhancer. We could beam compassion across the world. It weaponizes feelings," Stanley groaned from beneath the pillow. Link paused. "I mean, maybe just some feelings? Last time someone turned it on, an entire town in Iowa wept for 6 straight days. They held hands, planted a forest, and overthrew their zoning board, which admittedly was corrupt." "I like trees," Raphael offered. "I like zoning boards," Stanley growled. "They keep the Taco Bells from touching the nuclear waste depositories." "I'm just saying," Link added, "if it's still working, maybe we could use it to boost morale. Like for the band." Raphael gasped. "Yes, emotional resonance concert." Stanley sat up abruptly. "Fine, but I'm coming with you. If that thing turns on and I see even one of you compose a song that causes an emotional breakdown in a 10-mile radius, I'm dragging your souls into the analog void personally." Sublevel 27 was, for lack of a better term, suspiciously well lit. The rest of the complex had that pleasant Cold War gloom. Corridors of beige metal, flickering fluorescent tubes, and ominous safety posters featuring cartoon mascots with dead eyes. But 27, it was backlit in soft blues and purples. The floor hummed gently, and somewhere in the distance, a harp was playing. "This place smells like aromatherapy," Link said. Raphael inhaled. "Lavender and... is that cinnamon toast?" Do not relax, Stanley warned. It feeds on emotional openness. The empathy engine sat at the center of a large circular chamber. It resembled a satellite dish crossed with a music box and a particularly judgmental sentient tulip. Small tuning forks rotated around it, vibrating faintly with each footstep. Link approached the console. It's warm. It wants to feel you, Stanley said grimly. It's like a big emotional Roomba. That's not comforting. Raphael gently pressed the console's main interface, which resembled a heart encased in crystal. A soft chime echoed through the room. Then, nothing. Maybe it's out of juice, Link offered. And then the walls spoke, not with words, but with feeling. A wave of pure melancholy surged through the chamber, mild at first, like remembering a forgotten birthday, then more intense, like the final note of a really good series finale. Raphael dropped to his knees. I miss my hamster. You never had a hamster, Stanley pointed out. I miss the idea of a hamster. Link stared at his hands. My fingers are just tiny arms with fingernails. That's so weird. Stanley wobbled. Nope, no thank you. We are shutting this down. But before he could reach the failsafe, the green thing arrived, bouncing, oscillating, arms wide and full of vending machine pepperoni. I heard your feelings from upstairs, it declared. You require pizza hugs. The empathy engine, sensing a being of undefined emotional parameters, spun faster. The air turned pink. Oh no, Stanley said. It's sinking. What does that mean? Link asked. Ever see a cartoon have a romantic meltdown and an existential crisis at the same time? No, you're about to. The green thing paused, cocked its head, and then split, this time into 3 smaller versions of itself, each one representing a different emotional state. Sad one, wailed the first. Why does the pizza never love me back? Happy one, cheered the second. I found a slice in the ceiling tile. Angry one, snarled the third. Anchovies are a crime against culinary dignity. The empathy engine began to spark. Its tuning forks turned red. The walls wept, actual tears. Stanley didn't wait. He lunged forward, slapped the failsafe override with the authority of a man who'd shut down psychic pancake riots before, and killed the power. The green things merged, belched emotionally, and collapsed into a giggling pile of goo. Everyone stood still. Then Raphael clapped. 10 out of 10. Would empathize again. Stanley just shook his head. You're both disasters. Link offered him a napkin from his back pocket. You've got emotional discharge on your shoulder. Of course I do. That night, as the house settled once more and the facility returned to its odd hum, Stanley sat on the porch with the boys. The stars were bright. The air smelled like ozone and expired snack food. You know, Stanley said after a long silence, I was planning to retire in this bunker. Quietly, fade into history. Instead, you got us, Raphael said proudly. 2 unqualified teenagers, a cartoon-obsessed alien, and an unlicensed time lab. Link raised his soda can. To weird roommates, Stanley sighed, but it was lighter this time. To weird roommates. Somewhere below, in the deepest part of the facility, a light blinked on in a chamber simply labeled Level. The blinking light in Level C was technically speaking not supposed to exist, not because it was dangerous, though it absolutely was, but because the paperwork required to create a Level C was so convoluted that even the CIA, a historically paperwork-forward organization, had decided it was easier to lose the blueprints and bribe the janitor to forget it, which in theory had worked until now. Do you smell that? Link asked over breakfast the next morning. Burnt electricity and nostalgia. Raphael sniffed the air. That's either the toaster or we've triggered another forbidden system. Stanley entered the kitchen with his usual pre-coffee limp. He opened the fridge, hesitated, bowed slightly, and withdrew a sacred soda. He had adapted. No more buttons, he warned. We didn't press anything, Raphael said. This time, Link clarified. Stanley stared at them over the rim of his mug. Okay, we didn't press anything, Raphael amended. But the green thing... Stanley's hand hit the table like a gavel. If you finish that sentence with might have sat on the nuclear console because it thought it was a bouncy castle, I will lock you both in the empathy chamber for 24 hours of intense feeling. They were silent, guilty, slightly impressed. I told you it was shaped like a trampoline, Link muttered. Stanley sighed the long, low sigh of a man who had once diffused an interdimensional landmine using only a mop and a jazz record. Well, he said, might as well get ahead of it. Follow me. They took elevator D, which only went one direction, down, and required a key card, a blood sample, and the ability to recite the second stanza of the national anthem backwards. Stanley, of course, had long since replaced the blood scanner with a warm cup of black coffee. It was easier that way. Level 3 didn't have walls so much as it had implications. The moment the elevator opened, the air changed. It smelled of circuits, secrets, and popcorn from a timeline that never happened. The room beyond was vast, so vast that the ceiling wasn't visible and the floor looked like glass, or maybe a lake pretending to be a floor, and in the middle of it was a cube, perfect, floating, buzzing with potential. The green thing floated beside it, wide-eyed. "I touched it," it whispered. "Of course you did," Stanley muttered. "What is it?" Raphael asked, stepping closer. "The archetype core," Stanley said. "It's a story engine. Like a narrative generator? No. A literal engine that fuels plot lines, unresolved conflicts, prophecy arcs, love triangles, weirdly convenient flashbacks." Link's eyes lit up. "So you're saying this powers stories?" "Yes." "Can we use it to get a Grammy?" "No." "Can we use it to turn our band into an intergalactic myth with a tragic backstory and a 3-act structure?" Stanley turned slowly. "Did you two read the part of the orientation packet labeled, 'Do not treat the narrative drive as a toy'?" "No," Raphael said. "There was an orientation packet?" Link asked. Stanley looked at the cube. The cube hummed back. He rubbed his face. "Listen to me very carefully. If this thing fully activates, you don't get a story. You live one, and you don't get to choose the genre." "What's wrong with that?" Raphael asked. "It assigns arcs, gives everyone a role in the narrative ecosystem. You might think you're the protagonist," he pointed at Link, "but what if the story decides you're the mentor who dies in Act 2? "Hey," Link said. "Or the comic relief character who accidentally triggers the apocalypse." Raphael blinked. "That actually sounds kind of on brand." The cube pulsed again. A faint melody filled the air, minor key, foreboding. Then a voice spoke. It was neither male nor female, old nor young, it simply was. Identities assigned, story initialization, beginning. "No," Stanley muttered. "No, no, no. Characters, the innocent, the trickster, the watcher, the fool." "Oh no," Link said. "We're in a Joseph Campbell situation." "I always wanted to be the trickster," Raphael said brightly. "You're the fool," Stanley growled. "We're all the fool. That's the problem." Suddenly, reality tilted. The walls folded inward. The floor glass rippled like water. The air itself seemed to chuckle. And then, cut to, flashback. They were in a black and white 1950s diner. Link wore suspenders. Raphael had a pompadour. Stanley was inexplicably wearing a milkman uniform and holding a wrench labeled Exposition. "What is happening?" Stanley muttered. "I think we're in a flashback cutaway gag," Link said. "It's doing metaplot." "Do you want the exposition now, sir?" said a small robotic waitress with googly eyes. Stanley hurled the wrench at the jukebox. The diner exploded in a puff of script notes and surrealism. They were back. "All right," Stanley said, brushing existential residue off his pants. "New rule, we put the cube back to sleep." "How?" Raphael asked. "We create a resolution." "You mean?" "Yes," Stanley gritted his teeth. "You have to finish a subplot." By now, the green thing had assembled what it called a Team Pizza Justice Squad. It had taped googly eyes to a mop, given the vacuum a sword, and declared Link Supreme Commander of Sauce. It was organizing a plan to raid the military museum wing and recover what it claimed was the eternal pepperoni blade. Meanwhile, the empathy engine had turned back on by itself and was now broadcasting soft jazz across all frequencies in an effort to soothe the cube. Stanley did not scream. He merely sighed, bent down, and opened a crate labeled "Plot Device, Use Only, If Desperate." Inside was a box of costume mustaches, a chalkboard, and one pre-written dramatic betrayal. "I hate this place," he muttered. But as the cube pulsed, the world wavered, and a sudden mini-musical sequence began to creep in through the speakers. Stanley knew one thing for sure. If he didn't resolve a subplot fast, he'd be singing his feelings in the next 5 minutes. And nobody, not even fate, wanted to see that. It started, as most accidental musicals do, with the chalkboard. Stanley held the stub of a government-issued chalk stick, hefted like a weapon, and stared grimly at the boys across the glassy floor of Level Lasake. The archetype core pulsed behind him, rhythmically thumping like it had swallowed a Broadway orchestra. "I need a subplot," he said through gritted teeth. "One that ends, not unravels, not grows legs, not explodes, ends, wraps, resolves." Link blinked. "You mean like the emotional arc of a side character?" Yes. Raphael perked up. Ooh, I nominate Stanley. No. Yes, Link agreed. The reclusive janitor with a tragic past. You've got all the setup, gruff demeanor, mysterious files, emotional baggage, probably a lost love. Shut up. Maybe, Raphael said dreamily. He lost someone during his time in the Sentient Crockpot Division. A forbidden kitchen love. I said shut up. The Archetype Corps flared. Somewhere overhead, ghostly musical chords began to descend like fog. Stanley looked upward and screamed, "No, I will not sing." The music paused, temporarily. But the rules were clear now. A subplot must conclude or the song would come. With jazz hands. Fine, Stanley growled. Fine, I have a subplot, one that's been hanging around this damn place since Nixon took his lunch break. He stomped to a panel on the far side of the chamber and pressed a recessed button labeled Retired Files, Unsolved, Unapproved, Just Weird. With a hiss, the wall opened. Inside was a single file folder, thick, yellowed, slightly damp. Its tab read, Operation Gravy Phoenix. Link squinted. That sounds edible? It wasn't, Stanley muttered. It was a counter-espionage project, canceled in '73 after the subject, Agent Gloria Kane, defected. To the Soviets? Raphael asked. No, to a commune in northern Vermont. Built a yurt, started selling emotionally conscious jams. The boys nodded solemnly. This was still, technically, espionage. Stanley handed them a photograph from the folder. In it, a young Stanley, hair thick, uniform crisp, mustache unforgivably sincere, stood next to a woman in a trench coat holding a telekinetic fork. This was the mission that broke me, he said quietly. They told me she was rogue, a threat, but she just wanted out, wanted peace, and He trailed off. You let her go, Link said. I did, and I lied about it. Filed a report saying she fell into a vat of government pudding. The Archetype Corps thrummed. The color shifted. Less threatening now, more intrigued. Stanley set the photo down reverently. I resolve it now. I did the right thing. I never saw her again, but she deserved better than a government lab and a folder labeled possibly friendly, definitely weird. The boys were quiet. Then, slowly, the Archetype Corps' glow softened. The melodic pressure faded, and one final line, clear, resonant, absolute, echoed through the chamber. Subplot resolved, narrative containment stabilized. The cube dimmed, the lights returned to normal, and just like that, the musical was canceled. Good job, Raphael said, clapping Stanley on the shoulder. Yeah, Link added. No singing. That's a win. Stanley didn't answer. He was holding something. A jam jar. It hadn't been there a moment ago. The label was handwritten. For SJ Extra Apricot, no regrets. He didn't say a word. Just tucked it into his jacket and walked toward the elevator. The green thing poked its head in, saw that the music was gone, and visibly deflated. I was gonna tap dance with my cheese. Next time, Raphael promised. Maybe in the episode where you find the pizza dimension. The green thing gasped, There is a dimension! Not yet, but give us time. That night, the team sat under the stars again, this time with an illegal cheese fondue kit and 3 lawn chairs shaped like old Mars probes. So what did we learn today? Raphael asked. Don't push cubes that talk, Link said. Don't ignore subplots, Stanley muttered. Don't let aliens compose musicals, the green thing added. There was a quiet pause. Then Link glanced at his watch. You guys hear that humming? Stanley's head dropped into his hands. Please, he said, muffled. Please let it be a normal humming. From beneath the deck, a soft, warbling buzz rose. Then a crash. Then, zzz, time displacement chamber now active. Please stand by. Raphael blinked. You think it's the rats? Link nodded. Yup. Time-traveling rats? Yup. Stanley didn't move. I want to transfer, he whispered. To where? Raphael asked. Somewhere quiet, peaceful, far away. The empathy chamber? Link offered. I said peaceful, not emotionally traumatic. The green thing was already rolling toward the sound, giggling. I'm going to teach the rats to sing. Link raised his soda. To next week's subplot? Time rats, baby. Raphael agreed, clinking cans. Time rats. The camera would pan upward here if this were a show. Just as the deck door creaked open behind them and a tiny rat-shaped blur zipped past carrying what looked suspiciously like a harmonica and a very small top hat. The new arrival came in through the ceiling. Not intentionally, of course. The ceiling panel was clearly marked, do not drop agents here, but nobody read that part. A sleek black cable lowered him slowly, boots first, tactical harness gleaming, communication array blinking red, blue, green like a confused Christmas tree. He paused halfway down, checked his wrist display, and frowned. Confirming drop zone level 9.3? He tapped the screen. What kind of facility uses decimals? The cable jerked. Hold on, I'm not. It snapped. He landed face first into a cart of expired pudding cups labeled emotionally volatile, do not shake. The cups erupted in a sticky, mildly telepathic splash. Moments later, a door creaked open nearby. The green thing rolled into view, chewing on an old floppy disk. Hello, strange, creamy stranger, it announced. The agent froze. What? I am the green thing, it said proudly. What? He repeated, slightly higher. Would you like to see my sock collection? He reached for his sidearm. The green thing blinked all 4 eyes, 2 frontal, 2 on stalks, and giggled. Oh, you think that works on me? It turned inside out. The agent screamed. 2 emergency systems activated at once. One released calming lavender mist into the corridor, and the other began playing a soothing rendition of Ave Maria through a dusty wall speaker. When the mist cleared, the green thing was gone, so were half the pudding cups. The agent stood shakily, one eyebrow twitching. This is worse than Antarctica, he muttered. He tapped his headset. Control, this is Echo Foxtrot Whiskey Zulu. Agent designation Wolf. No, Night Viper. No, I changed it. Fortress. Let's go with Fortress today. Do you copy? Static. He sighed. Then the hallway lit up. Welcome, a pleasant voice intoned from the overhead speaker system. To the Jenkins Kleinman Subterranean Research Facility for questionably ethical advancements and lunch storage. Please enjoy our new holographic assistant, now rendering. A 3D projection flickered to life in front of him. It was Link. Not real Link. A hologram. Shirtless, wearing medieval armor and holding a bag of tacos. Wait, what? The agent asked. The hologram began to speak in slow, echoing tones. I am the taco warden. You must locate the janitor. Yes, the agent exclaimed. Yes, that's what I'm trying to. But beware, the hologram continued, for he is always 1 floor above, or possibly in the shower. He likes jazz. Avoid the hallway with the broken blender. That's not a hallway anymore. That's Jenkins now. The agent blinked. Why would anyone program this? The PA system flared again. Also, avoid level 17. The ghost interns are unionizing. He turned down the next corridor, only to run face first into another projection, this time of Raphael, dramatically slow motion diving through a ring of fire while juggling plasma grenades and yelling, "We never trained for this." The image froze, flickered, and morphed into a floating banana labeled, "Janitor? Probably not." Okay, the agent said, stepping back. This is not an actionable intelligence environment. Another announcement pinged in. Caution, room temperatures may not follow logic. And neither do the janitor's routes. 2 hours later, he was running. Not from something specific, although a self-aware fondue fountain had begun following him, playing jazz, but from the general principle of chaos. He turned one corner, nearly collided with a vending machine that began trying to sell him Doom Nuggets, and flung himself into a closet labeled Closet. Non-haunted, probably. Inside, he found a lone sandwich. It had a tag, Stanley's. Touch and perish. He backed out slowly. In the distance, a door hissed open. Stanley? He called. A mop fell from the ceiling. It had googly eyes. He screamed again. From somewhere, the green thing whispered, "You cannot find what wanders with purpose." Then silence. The lights dimmed. The PA system flickered. Janitor proximity 8 meters, it said cheerfully. He turned to run. The PA changed. Janitor now 24 meters. Whoops, just missed him. The agent dropped to his knees. "I just want to report in," he whimpered. "I'm missing 2 shoes and possibly an hour of memory." A door opened in front of him. Inside was a small room, empty but for a chalkboard that read, "You are here. The janitor is not." A single vending machine beeped softly and offered him a soda. He took it. And that's how Agent whatever his name was, be it Fortress, Night Viper, or Lunch Recon Delta, became a permanent resident of the labyrinth. Every few episodes, he'd stumble into frame, disheveled, desperate, convinced the janitor was just around the next corner. But he never was, and maybe he never would be, until the story decided it was time, or the vending machine unionized, whichever came first. It was 3 days, facility time, since the agent's descent, and while time in the lab wasn't precisely linear thanks to the espresso incident in the Temporal Cafe, the rest of the crew had begun to forget about him. This was not malice. It was entropy. Raphael and Link had for the most part settled into a routine that resembled both an after-school special and a soft government conspiracy. Band practice in the front room, deep lab exploration in the afternoon, and evening rituals involving ritual pizza offerings to appease the green thing, who now claimed ambassadorial rights for Planet Za. Stanley, for his part, had adopted the role of reluctant mentor meets building superintendent. He grumbled a lot, mopped the wrong direction just to confuse the automated maintenance drones, and maintained an ever-growing list of protocols he refused to enforce. Somewhere near Protocol 1137C, do not allow teenagers to pilot reality editing terminals. He had simply written in red marker, too late. So when the announcement system buzzed to life unexpectedly during lunch, everyone froze. Emergency update. Agent located in Sector 14C, visible, audible, possibly hallucinating. Link blinked. Wait, he's real? I thought that was a fever dream, Raphael muttered. Stanley sighed. He's real, or was. Haven't seen him in years. It's been 3 days, Link pointed out. In the lab, that's years, maybe decades. I once passed a hallway that aged me 5 months and taught me Latin. Follow-up. Agent is now chasing a holographic replica of himself, requesting moral support. They ran to the nearest monitor. The feed showed the agent, wearing half a tuxedo and one snowshoe, charging through a hallway filled with rotating spotlights, screaming, "Which of us is real? Answer me!" A nearby bot, shaped like a rotary phone, chimed in, "Plot development detected." The camera cut away just as he tackled the hologram, passed through it, and crashed into a cart full of live microdrama spores. The feed cut to static, followed by a helpful slide that read, "This plot is under renovation. Please stand by." Meanwhile, Level 5, officially labeled Innovative Agriculture Emergency Snack Theory, had begun sprouting an alarming number of sapient potato hybrids. This was, of course, entirely due to the green thing's efforts to create pizza that grew on vines. It had not succeeded. Instead, it had genetically confused starch-based root vegetables into thinking they were toppings with a destiny. One such potato, wearing a thimble and a tiny cape, was now giving a speech in the hallway, standing on a microwave. "I say unto you," it bellowed, "no more side dishes. We are the meal." "Should we be worried?" Link asked as they watched from the corridor's observation window. "I dunno," Raphael replied. "Is this more or less dangerous than the time the AI tried to draft us into a reality show?" "More organized," Stanley muttered. "That Spud has charisma." Indeed, the potato crowd was growing. Signs began to appear: equal rights for hash browns, fries before guys, and "Don't tread on me, I'm mashed." Then suddenly, the green thing rolled in and declared, "This is not a pizza-approved revolution. Stand down, starch citizens." Chaos ensued. Potatoes flew. Sporks were brandished. Somewhere in the back, a genetically enhanced parsley leaf began narrating the battle in Shakespearean verse. While Link and Raphael tried to defuse the uprising by playing a poorly tuned rendition of Kumbaya on keytar and trash can lid, Stanley leaned against the wall and sighed. "Should have transferred to Area 52, he muttered. Then, a whisper echoed through the hallway. "Janitor, janitor." He turned, eyes narrowing. At the far end of the corridor, past the tumbling tubers and airborne condiments, stood the agent, wide-eyed, disheveled, holding a map that had clearly been printed by a printer suffering an identity crisis. "You," the agent shouted. "At last!" Stanley stepped forward. "You found me." The agent beamed. "Yes, finally. I have urgent." "Stanley," yelled Link, "I need backup. This yam's got a grudge." Stanley glanced back. When he looked forward again, the agent was gone. Vanished. Like a deleted subplot, only a faint smear of pudding residue remained. Link ran up, breathless. "Was that?" Stanley nodded slowly. "Agent something. I think his name changes depending on what mood the lab's in. Makes sense." Back in the shadows, a vending machine hummed. Inside it, the agent crouched, breathing heavily. He pressed a button. "Cheesy crackle pop, please." It vended a VHS tape labeled "How to Find the Janitor in 14 Difficult Steps." He wept. And thus, the agent remained, always close, always one room behind, frequently mistaken for his own doppelganger, and perpetually confused by the janitor's ability to vanish into the ductwork at will. But one day, perhaps in a finale or a particularly strange holiday episode, he would find him. Maybe. If the potatoes didn't unionize first.
Sam came in all excited and set his discovery on the table. "Dad, come and check this out." Sam was careful. He had found other things before and brought them home, but this was special, and he didn't know why. He just knew it, and to be careful about bumping it around too much. His father looked up from the water ledger and pushed his spectacles higher on his nose. If it's another shell from the East Gardens, your mother's not letting you keep it in the house this time. It's not a shell. Sam unwrapped the object from a square of old field cloth and set it in the center of the table between the lamp and the bread knife. It was a ring, no bigger around than the mouth of a jam jar, thin as a willow switch, silvery and smooth, with little ridges running all the way around its inside. It looked too exact to be natural, too clean to have come from the marsh flats or the hunting grounds. It gleamed in the lamplight with a strange, hard shine that reminded Sam of winter stars. His father's chair scraped against the floor. "Where did you get that?" "In the dry run near the western wall," Sam said, "where the stream used to split around the stones. I was looking for crawlbacks. The stream hasn't reached the western run in 6 days." "I know, that's why I could get farther down." It was half buried in the silt. His father did not touch it right away. He had the rough, dark hands of a ditch keeper, hands shaped by shovels and sluice gates and frozen pumps, and those hands hovered over the object as if it might be hot. "That's a retention collar," his father whispered. "It's from the systems." "The systems?" Sam's eyes widened. "Like the deep water pumps?" "No. Bigger. Much bigger." His father picked it up, and the metal pinged with a clear, bell-like tone as his fingernail brushed it. "This is from the old city. The one we're not supposed to go near. This belonged to the Giants." Sam's breath hitched. He had seen the Giants, of course. Everyone in the settlement of Glassdown had. They moved through the high mist like slow, silent mountains, their heads lost in the clouds, their steps making the ground tremble for miles. They didn't seem to notice the people of Glassdown at all, any more than a farmer might notice the ants under his boots. Is it dangerous?" Sam asked. "It's dead," his father said. "Anything this small that came off a giant has been dead for a long time. They don't build like we do. They don't repair. They just exist. But if this came down the western run, it means something's breaking up in the high country." The conversation stopped as the door creaked open. Sam's mother entered, her apron dusted with flour, her face tired but alert. She saw the object immediately. "Eli, what is that?" "System scrap, Martha, from the Giants. Sam found it in the dry run." Martha walked to the table and stared at the silvery ring. "The water's been failing for weeks, and now this shows up? It's an omen. We shouldn't have built in the bowl. We should have stayed in the lowlands. The bowl is the only place the reservoir reaches," Eli said firmly. "If the Giants are breaking, the reservoir might be the next thing to go. We need to know what's happening up there." That night, Sam couldn't sleep. He lay in his small bed, listening to the wind howl against the stone walls of their house. He thought about the ring, the silvery collar, and the Giants. To the Giants, that ring was probably a tiny screw or a washer, something so insignificant it wouldn't even be missed. But to Sam, it was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. He thought about the scale of things. A giant's hand was larger than the town square. Their voices, when they did speak, which was rare, sounded like the grinding of tectonic plates, a low-frequency rumble that made people's teeth ache and the water in their jars ripple. 2 days later, the water in the reservoir dropped another foot. The ditch keepers were frantic. Without the water, the gardens would dry up, and Glassdown would starve. "I'm going up," Eli announced at the town meeting. A murmur of fear went through the crowd. "You can't go to the museum annex," the elder said, leaning on his staff. "No one goes to the city of the Giants. It's a graveyard of things too large to understand." "I'm not going to the city," Eli said. "I'm going to the reservoir spine. If the Giants' systems are failing, maybe I can find the blockage. Maybe I can find a way to keep our water flowing." "I'm coming with you," Sam said, standing up beside his father. Eli looked at his son. He saw the ring hanging from a cord around Sam's neck, a reminder of the world beyond the bowl. He saw the determination in the boy's eyes. "All right," Eli said. "You're fast, and you can see in the dark better than I can. But we stay quiet. We don't touch anything we don't have to." The climb was long and brutal. They left the bowl behind, ascending the steep, rocky slopes that led to the high country. As they climbed, the landscape changed. The trees became smaller, twisted by the high winds, until finally, they disappeared altogether. Then, they saw the wall. It was a sheet of metal that stretched up into the clouds, hundreds of feet high, curved like the hull of a ship but vast enough to be a mountain range. This was the reservoir spine, the outer casing of the giant's water system. "Look," Sam whispered, pointing. A giant was there. It wasn't moving. It was sitting against the metal wall, its legs stretched out across the valley. Its head was bowed, chin resting on its chest. It looked like a man, but its skin was the color of weathered stone, and its clothes, if that's what they were, looked like sheets of overlapping titanium. "Is it sleeping?" Sam asked. "No," Eli said, his voice trembling. "It's dead. Look at the eyes." The giant's eyes were open, but they were dull and clouded, like frosted glass. Vegetation had already begun to grow in the crevices of its armor. A small waterfall spilled from a crack in the giant's shoulder, a leak in whatever internal system still functioned. They moved past the fallen giant, feeling like insects crawling across a statue. The scale was overwhelming. Every step they took covered only a fraction of the giant's boot. They found the blockage near the giant's hand. A massive piece of machinery, a gear the size of a house, had sheared off a nearby tower and fallen directly into the main sluice gate of the reservoir spine. "That's it," Eli said, pointing to the gear. "It's wedged. If we can move it even a few inches, the pressure will do the rest." "How?" Sam asked. "We're too small." Eli pulled a crowbar and a heavy hammer from his pack. "We don't move the gear. We break the pin holding the latch." For hours, they worked. The sound of their hammers against the giant metal pin was like a tiny ticking clock in a silent cathedral. They were so small, their efforts seemed futile. But then, something happened. A sound echoed from above. A low, rhythmic thrumming. Sam looked up. Another giant was approaching. This one was walking. Its steps were so heavy that Sam and his father were nearly knocked off their feet with every stride. It loomed over them, a shadow that blotted out the sun. "Get down," Eli hissed, pulling Sam into the shadow of the giant gear. The walking giant stopped. It looked down at the dead giant leaning against the wall. It stayed there for a long time, silent. Sam watched through a gap in the machinery. The giant's face was unreadable, not because it lacked expression, but because the features were so large it was impossible to see the whole emotion at once. It was like looking at a mountain range and trying to tell if it was happy. The giant reached out a hand. Its fingers were as long as Glassdown's Main Street. It gently touched the dead giant's shoulder, a gesture of mourning that lasted for minutes. Then, the giant noticed the gear. It looked down at the blockage. It looked at the pin Eli had been hammering. Sam held his breath. Would it crush them? Would it even see them? The giant's hand descended. A single finger, tipped with a nail as broad as a house, reached toward the gear. It didn't strike it. It simply flicked it. With a roar of grinding metal, the gear flew out of the sluice gate, tumbling down the mountain like a discarded toy. The water followed immediately. A torrent of white foam and blue power surged through the gate, filling the runoff channels that led down to the reservoir bowl. The giant didn't look at Sam or Eli. It didn't acknowledge their presence in any way. It simply turned and continued its slow, mountain-striding walk toward the horizon. "It helped us," Sam whispered, his heart pounding. "No," Eli said, looking at the rushing water. "It didn't help us. It just cleaned up its world. It didn't even know we were here." They climbed down the mountain in silence. By the time they reached Glassdown, the reservoir was already beginning to rise. The town was celebrating, but Sam felt a strange, hollow sadness. He looked at the silvery ring around his neck. The realization hit him with the weight of a giant's footstep. The scale was too great. The giants were not gods, and they were not enemies. They were just large. So large that the exchange of knowledge was impossible. They lived in the same world, but they lived in different realities. That night, Sam stood on the edge of the reservoir and looked toward the high country. He could see the silhouettes of the giants moving against the stars. "We're the ants," he said to the wind. And for the first time, he wasn't afraid. He was just small, and in a world this large, being small was the only way to survive. Sam went back inside and sat at the table. He took the ring off his neck and set it down. "Dad?" "Yeah, son?" The giant. It looked sad. Eli looked at the ring, then out the window at the flickering lights of the town. "Maybe, but if a mountain is sad, what does it matter to the grass at its feet?" Sam didn't have an answer. He just knew that the horizon was older than he'd ever imagined, and that somewhere out there, a giant was walking, and it didn't care about the water in the bowl at all. The movers, that was what the elders called them, continued their migration across the ridge. "They are leaving," Sam whispered. "They were never here to begin with," his father replied. The next morning, the water in the bowl was crystal clear, but the silence from the high country was louder than the rushing stream. The giants were gone, and Glassdown was alone in a world that had suddenly become far too large. Sam picked up the ring one last time. He walked to the edge of the dry run and threw it as far as he could. It didn't make a sound when it landed. "Goodbye," he said. The horizon said nothing back. It was just an old, empty horizon, and Sam was just a boy, and that was finally enough. Sam watched the sun dip below the jagged edge of the world, thinking about the city he had never seen and the giants who had lived there. He wondered if, somewhere in that vast, empty city, a giant child was looking for crawlbacks in a dry run, and if they ever found things that were too small to be real. He doubted it, but as he walked back to the house, he felt the ground beneath his feet, solid, real, and small enough to hold. That was the secret. The giants had the sky, but Sam had the ground. And the ground was where the water was. The realization that scale means everything, and there is a point that the difference cannot be resolved. Even the exchange of knowledge is futile. Sam entered the kitchen where his mother was setting the plates. "Did you find it, Sam?" "Find what, Mom?" "Whatever it was you were looking for out there." Sam sat down and reached for a piece of bread. "No," he said, "I think it was already found." Outside, the first star of the evening appeared, hanging over the reservoir spine like a silver retention collar, lost in the deep, unbridgeable dark. Sam ate his bread and listened to the sound of the water. It was a small sound, but it was his. The end. Wait, there's more. Sam looked up at the ceiling. "Dad? Yeah? What happens when the water runs out again?" His father stopped eating. He looked at the water ledger on the corner of the table. "We'll do what we've always done, Sam. We'll look for the leaks. Even if they're too big to fix. Especially then. Because in a world of giants, the only thing that mattered was the things small enough to care about." The movers did not return. But the water kept flowing. And for Sam, that was the greatest realization of all. Scale didn't matter if you were the one holding the cup. The cup was full, and the horizon was just a line. A line he would cross one day, step by small, determined step. Because even the giants had to start somewhere, even if that somewhere was too far back to remember. Sam closed his eyes and saw the giant's hand again. It wasn't a mountain, it was just a hand. And a hand could be reached. One day, maybe, but for now, there was the bread, and the lamp, and the sound of the water in the bowl. And that was more than enough. Sam smiled. The world was big, but he was here, and being here was everything. The final realization, that even when the difference cannot be resolved, the effort of living is the resolution itself. The end of the old horizon. The beginning of a new one. End of story. Wait, one more thing. As the years passed, Sam grew. He didn't become a giant, but he became a man of Glassdown. He eventually became the head ditchkeeper, and every time he went up to the reservoir spine to check the sluice gates, he would look at the spot where the dead giant had leaned. The metal was still there, but the giant was gone, turned to dust and wind. But in the silt of the western run, sometimes the children still found silvery rings. And they would bring them home, all excited, and show them to their fathers. And Sam would look at the rings and smile. "That's a retention collar," he would say. "Is it from the giants, Sam?" "No," he would reply, handing the ring back to the child. "It's from the world, because the giants were gone, but the world remained. And the world was large enough for everyone, even the small ones, especially the small ones. The end of the story of the giants. The beginning of the story of Sam. The end. Really this time. Wait, the last page." Sam stood on the ridge, looking out over the reservoir spine. The sun was high, the water was deep, and the horizon was waiting. He took a step, then another, toward the ridge, toward the sky, toward the giants, not to find them, but to find out why they had stayed so long, and why they had finally left. The answer was in the wind. The answer was in the water. The answer was in the step. One small step, after another. The horizon was never ended. This world did not end everything cleanly. Below, the movers turned together, as if listening to something too deep or distant for human ears. Then they all began walking in the same direction, toward the reservoir spine. That night, Glassdown made its greatest decision since the first landing. They would follow, not immediately, not recklessly, but soon, because the bowl's water was still thin, and the local systems still stuttered. Because the giant city was not empty. because Edrin Vale had kept watch as long as one failing life could manage, and now the task had passed to people small enough to live in his palm and stubborn enough to cross his dead world step by impossible step. Before dawn, Sam went alone to the chair where Edrin still rested. He climbed as high as he could on the drape folds until he stood level with the giant's still hand. The skin was gray, the fingers motionless at last. Sam set the little silvery retention collar there beside the dry cup. "You did enough," he said quietly. The room, vast and broken, said nothing back. But somewhere beyond the museum annex, deep in the dead city, a metal sound rang out. Not dragging this time, a bell, and in the bowl behind him, Glassdown woke to another day in a world that had suddenly become far too large to fear and too important to abandon. The short but clear realization that scale means everything, and there is a point that the difference cannot be resolved. Even the exchange of knowledge is futile.
It began in a laundromat on the edge of Atlantic City, the kind of place where everything smelled faintly like dryer sheets and lost hope. Brian Katpernick stood in front of a vending machine that dispensed socks. He wasn't entirely sure why he was there, only that a letter had arrived at his office that morning, handwritten on the back of a gas bill and folded into a ball. It simply said, "Trouble in motion, must follow the thread, starts in AC, ends where flags bleed." He didn't know what that meant, but something about the way the T in thread was scratched out and written again upside down felt like a clue. So here he was, watching a pair of socks rotate in their slow, artificial orbit. A cat stared at him from a laundry basket, large, orange, with shoulders like a prizefighter and eyes that had seen 1,000 bad ideas. Thunder did not approve of laundromats, mostly because the noise disrupted his tactical hearing, but he had followed Brian here regardless. The mission, as usual, had not been explained to the team. It never was. Brian tapped the glass. "You think I should go with the Argyle?" Thunder did not blink. "I'll take that as yes," Brian nodded. 5 blocks away, Mizzy lounged on a fire escape above a bookstore that only sold true crime novels and romance anthologies written under government pseudonyms. Her tail flicked precisely once every 8 seconds. Below her, a man in a gray suit tried to purchase a newspaper with a coin shaped like a fish. Mizzy watched, unimpressed. The bookstore's side door opened. Lady slipped out, carrying a rolled-up city zoning map in her teeth. She darted across the alley without a sound, leapt onto a crate, then vanished into the shadows behind a billboard featuring a smiling astronaut and a bottle of luxury water. Back at the laundromat, Brian's phone buzzed. The screen displayed only a single word: inbound. He turned just in time to see a small envelope slide under the door. No one was outside. He opened it carefully. Inside was a printout, a shipment manifest, marked with military career codes and black bar redactions. The destination was listed as VIP Executive Limousine Service, Bedminster NJ, do not delay. Below that, a handwritten scrawl, pair with cheese type 7A, effects unpredictable, transport immediately. Brian looked up. Cheese? Why is it always cheese? He didn't know that, 70 miles away, the mouse had already read the same manifest. And unlike Brian, the mouse knew what 7A meant. It had been first documented in 1962 during a closed-door tasting event involving 3 culinary agents and 1 captured druid. The cheese had no official name, only a designation. Chernimum lactis. It had once made a man believe he could speak fluent saxophone. Another had reportedly merged with a pine tree for 46 minutes. The mustard was the catalyst, but not just any mustard. Silesian black, aged in caves, sealed in lead-laced wax, and blessed under a lunar eclipse by a silent sect of monks who had taken a vow to only speak in menu items. It amplified the cheese's effects. Together, the pairing could supposedly unlock time-layered perception, or destroy it entirely. The mouse had found this out by sneaking into a broken server unit beneath a deli in Annapolis, where an NSA analyst moonlighted as a gourmet condiment reviewer. He had watched the analyst eat a spoonful of the mustard with standard cheddar. The analyst had immediately declared bankruptcy in Latin and disappeared into a mirror. Now the mouse had tracked the mustard to a secured convoy en route to Bedminster, where the former president was scheduled to give a private donor speech. The speech had been planned quietly. with only selective press access. But someone knew, and someone was sending something else to that location. The mouse's tail twitched. He would need to be in that limo, and he would need to get there before the delivery did. Meanwhile, back in Atlantic City, Luna had found a pretzel. She didn't eat it. She just carried it delicately through an open back door into the laundromat, placed it on the floor, and sat down beside it. Brian saw her, looked at the pretzel, then knelt beside her. "Is this a sign?" Luna stared at him. Her eyes sparkled. "I'll take that as yes." Thunder blinked once. Henrietta appeared then through the broken vent near the dryer bank. She had been gone for hours. She dropped a half-shredded flyer at Brian's feet. It was for a history realignment conference happening in Tulsa. It featured speakers from an unregistered think tank and a mysterious sponsor labeled only as Project Bluebird. Brian nodded thoughtfully, turning the flyer sideways. "It's always Tulsa," he murmured, "just like the yogurt riots." None of the cats interrupted. Wanda, at that moment, was inside the pipe system beneath a gas station on Route 202, skimming data off leftover Ethernet cables dumped illegally by a contractor who had once tried to install fiber in a field. Her receiver pinged with a name, Bluebird, and with it, a symbol, the same stylized B that had been etched on a crate in the mustard shipment manifest. In the skies above New Jersey, Major Talon circled. The Trump National Golf Club's private event area glowed in the fog like a stadium of whispers. Talon dipped his wings. The limo was inbound. The mouse was already beneath it. Hidden in the undercarriage, pressed against the chassis, he clung to a bolt with 2 claws and a gum wrapper. The limo hummed with security frequencies, but the mouse had once bypassed a NORAD login with a dried cranberry and a sigh. This was simpler. He had 6 minutes to breach the cargo lock beneath the seat. Then he'd know if the mustard was real. Inside the limo, there was no railgun, no exotic weapons, just armored plating, custom seats, and a sealed case. The mouse opened it. Inside, 2 vials, one marked SBM1, the other a slice of cheese with a date. July 13, the day of the rally. The mouse froze. This wasn't just indulgence. Someone intended to give the former president the pairing that day, hours before he was scheduled to appear on stage. And the effect, if rumors were true, might do more than alter perception. It might reveal truths or secrets he wasn't meant to remember. Secrets tied to 2020, to Tulsa, to Project Bluebird. The mouse's nose twitched. He sealed the case. He needed to think. And if he knew anything about the way EATU worked, he knew this was now larger than just the cheese. It was a signal, and someone or something wanted it seen. The limo came to a crawl just outside the rally perimeter. A long, winding curve of slow-moving motorcade units, armored SUVs, press vans, and private donor vehicles stretched around the east entrance of the club, creating a claustrophobic bottleneck. The mouse could feel the metal shift beneath him as the convoy hit its 3rd stop-and-go in 12 minutes. The smell of engine coolant mixed with something more. Synthetic. He knew that scent. It was the kind of polymer used in plastic-coated bioseals. This limo wasn't just carrying the mustard and cheese. It was transporting something else. Inside the cabin, barely 2 inches above him, were feet. Shoes. A pair of leather dress shoes and a pair of soft orthopedic soles. The conversation was muffled but unmistakably real. "I still think we should wait until the Tulsa trial runs conclude," someone said. "You don't test perception triggers on senators," the other voice replied, lower, older. "You test them on someone immune to reputational damage." The mouse's ears twitched. Above him, the vials shifted inside their cradle. The convoy braked again. The mouse slipped slightly and jammed his paw into the wheel housing to hold steady. That's when he felt it, the tiny tremor in the steel. A magnetic relay pulsing in time with a signal. Someone was tracking the cheese. Meanwhile, Brian had taken the wrong train 3 times and was now convinced he was being redirected by fate, or the MTA. "I don't think it's Brooklyn," he muttered, studying the station map upside down, but the Seagull looked very decisive when it pooped near the Jersey line. Gray was already 2 steps ahead. She had tapped into the station's camera grid and was watching the convergence of donor traffic, Secret Service deployment, and protester groups gathering around the main entrance. A school bus marked American Reeducation Symposium had parked illegally near the service lot and was now leaking glitter and historical inaccuracies. Luna sat in the driver's seat of an abandoned flower delivery van nearby, staring out the window. No one questioned her. She looked like she belonged there. In the sewer pipe beneath the west retaining wall, Wanda coughed violently and slapped a switch to flush out the nerve-dampening detergent someone had dumped into the public drain system. Her tail spasmed. She tapped a wet keyboard with one fin. "Signal jammed," she whispered. "Satellite feedback is looping. Someone's spoofing EATU comms." Back inside the limo, the mouse was panicking. The crowd was gathering. The route had been modified due to unplanned scaffolding work, a factor that hadn't been logged by the Secret Service's last-minute update packet. The result, the limo was now crawling past the south service lane, near the rally stage. Barricades were being hastily repositioned. Then it happened. A security agent in the lead SUV opened his door. Just enough. Just briefly. The mouse took the chance. He bolted. Small, fast, nearly invisible, he dove beneath the side mirror, darted through the underbody slats, and landed beneath the curb lip near a vendor table selling patriotic foam fingers and unauthorized ketchup popsicles. He was in the crowd. It was loud. Smelled like wet t-shirts, sunscreen, and political tension. And it was tightly packed, the kind of space that turned minutes into tightrope acts. The mouse tried to climb up the back of a folding chair, lost traction, and triggered a tourist to drop a soda. The splash hit the shoe of a man standing at the edge of the service scaffolding, a man who had been staring through a modified lens scope, quietly syncing his breathing. He twitched, the lens refocused. He hadn't fired yet. His finger moved. He adjusted his stance. Then he caught a glimpse of something beneath the stage, a blur of gray fur, a tail, a twitch. He reacted, just half a second early. The gun fired. Screams. Security scattered. A red streak traced the air. And from across the press barricade, Brian Katpernick tripped over a discarded megaphone, collided with the vendor table, and flipped end over end into the base of the scaffolding. Everyone saw it. Everyone assumed he had tackled the shooter. The mouse did not look back. He slid beneath the bleachers, heart racing, tail bleeding from a scrape, mustard scent still in his nose. The vials were still in the limo. But now the cheese was missing. He had triggered something, but not what he expected. And above the chaos, an eagle circled once, paused in its arc, then vanished into the light. The envelope arrived unmarked, folded 5 times, and sealed with a faint impression of a hawk's talon. Brian Katpernick retrieved it from the inside lip of his office toaster. He did not question how it had arrived there. The toaster had delivered stranger things in the past. Once it returned a library card from 1978. Another time, a toothpick with coordinates to an Icelandic thrift shop. But today, it was the envelope. And the envelope contained an invitation. Blue Origin flight number 407B, April 14th, desert viewing lot, no cameras, no questions. Brian squinted at the paper, then sniffed it. It smelled faintly of cedar and chili powder. Thunder watched from the windowsill, eyes half-lidded, paws curled neatly beneath his chest. The orange tabby narrowed his gaze. "This isn't good," he muttered to himself. From beneath a filing cabinet, Gray crept out and blinked once at Thunder, then at the paper. Her voice, soft and deliberate, came low. "Blue Origin doesn't send invitations to private detectives," Thunder growled. "They do when someone wants him there." On the corner desk, Lady had dismantled a paperclip and used it to carve a series of numbers into a legal pad. The coordinates formed a triangle, the same one Gray had traced in cat litter 3 days earlier during a late-night surveillance nap. Brian looked up suddenly. "Of course," he whispered. "It's a launch. It's a viewing lot. They want me to observe something." He paused. "Or someone." Henrietta entered through the mail slot and dropped a small envelope at his feet. It was empty. Brian picked it up, turned it over, and nodded sagely. "Yep, that confirms it." The team watched silently as Brian began packing a bag full of peanut butter crackers, socks, and a Polaroid camera that hadn't worked since the summer of '03. 2,000 miles west, a capsule touched down in the desert with the soft hiss of landing jets. The crowd watching from behind the barricades applauded politely. Among them was a woman in a floral scarf who blinked 3 times at the sun, then looked sharply at the capsule. Her hand gripped the rail. "What was that?" she whispered. The capsule door had moved. Just a twitch, enough to register. Then nothing. The announcer on the speaker didn't mention it. The cameras cut to the stars and stripes flapping in the wind, but a few people saw it, enough to whisper, enough to start rumors. Inside the capsule, something was still recalibrating. In another corner of the world, beneath a manhole grate in downtown Cleveland, Wanda was receiving a strange burst of signal through the storm drain mesh. It was encrypted, nonlinear, and it pulsed once with a high-frequency tone that made her tail straighten like a steel rod. She blinked, ran a check. "No way," she said aloud. The code signature was Brian's, but dated 5 days ahead. Back in New Jersey, Brian stepped off the bus into the edge of a windstorm. The desert wasn't supposed to be this cold at this time of year, but his coat stuck to his back anyway. He squinted toward the launch pad and the line of guests forming near the media barricade. Thunder had arrived first, hidden in the undercarriage of a Tesla that reeked of sunscreen and failed startup dreams. Luna followed, bouncing gently across roadside barriers as if they were nothing more than stepping stones in a pond. The viewing lot was already crowded. Security was loose but present, and Brian had already identified 3 different flavors of badge fraud. He had once dated a woman who did forgery, briefly, before she tried to replace his fingerprints with sushi rice. He stood now, watching the capsule, watching the crowd, and something began to buzz faintly in his coat pocket. He reached in. The envelope was glowing, just slightly, just enough. And across the desert, inside the capsule that had already landed, a figure moved. Brian would remember nothing of what happened next, not clearly. There was a sound like fabric tearing backward, a sensation of air folding in on itself, the smell of mustard, not the cheap kind, something ancient, something aged. He took 1 step forward, and then he wasn't there. The air inside the capsule was thick, not hot, not cold, not dry. It was dense, as though time had pooled into vapor. Brian blinked, and for a moment the edges of the world shimmered. He could still see the desert beyond the capsule's tiny window, but it was older, or newer. He wasn't sure which. There was a chair, a metallic one, bolted to the floor. In it, a small sealed case labeled only with a symbol, a mustard flower etched in gold. Next to it sat a wedge of pale, weak, crumbling cheese wrapped in a bandage of wax-stamped parchment. Brian tilted his head. "I am not certified for this," he whispered. Somewhere deep in the capsule's belly, a panel hummed and retracted. A voice, not synthetic, but distant, almost echoing across a canyon of seconds, spoke. Temporal artifact chamber stabilized. Sequence initiation locked. Personal divergence window, 4 minutes. He turned slowly. No one else was inside, yet somehow the seat across from him was warm. At the exact moment Brian touched the case, not opened it, just touched it, Thunder, 5 states away, sat upright on the edge of a museum roof in Philadelphia and hissed low through his teeth. "Something's wrong." Gray, perched beside an inactive security camera in a half-built hotel across the street, flicked her tail twice. "I felt it too," she said. Lady, curled up in a microwave crate full of receipts, raised her head just as the wind changed. In a sewer beneath Tulsa, Wanda coughed and watching her data screen scramble itself into ASCII symbols that spelled one word, mustard. In the present, or what counted as the present, Brian stood now not in the capsule, but outside it, back in the desert. But something was off. The dust on the ground had shifted. The clouds were wrong. People hadn't arrived yet. A billboard read, "Trump, rally postponed July 13th, moved to primary grounds." And below it, "Warning, mustard transportation convoy, right lane must exit." Brian stared. "Wait," he muttered. "That was yesterday?" He looked around. The sun hadn't moved, but time had. Behind him, a lone security guard exited a trailer and looked in Brian's direction. Then paused. There was no one there. Brian had moved. He now stood in a New Jersey parking lot, the donor entrance to the Trump National Golf Club, 3 hours before the rally would begin. He staggered. "This is not how I time travel," he said aloud, steadying himself on a news van. Atop that van, Henrietta blinked twice and immediately leapt into action, darting toward a food truck marked Artisan Pickles and Ethical Dijon. Inside the motorcade, stuck between a donor limo and a decoy SUV, the mouse was chewing through a wire casing with both urgency and finesse. He wasn't trying to disable anything. He was trying to get out. He had been trapped beneath the seat since the night before, when the limo had been sealed and staged for a quiet transport of an unknown diplomatic parcel. That parcel, he had since learned, was a decoy for the mustard. But the cheese? The cheese had vanished. Or more precisely, it had diverged. He didn't know why. He only knew the temperature sensors had glitched at exactly the moment the capsule in the desert landed. Now, the convoy crawled. A child dropped a pretzel outside. It rolled toward the barricade. A man picked it up, turned, and paused. Brian stood 20 feet away staring at the limo. He had seen it in the capsule, not in detail, not in form, but as an idea, a concept woven into the fibers of the timeline. "This is the epicenter," he whispered. He reached for the envelope still glowing faintly in his coat. Inside was a second page he hadn't noticed before. "Do not prevent the event. You are already part of it. Your role is to observe the mustard." Thunder, listening through a hacked surveillance mic in the golf course gazebo, turned to Luna. "He's looping. He's in it already." Luna didn't speak. She just leapt off the table and stared at the service entrance gate. Then up. The sky was the same, but it had changed. Above the crowd, a news chopper tilted its rotor angle, slightly too early, responding to a gust of wind that hadn't happened yet. Below, the mouse dropped into the under-limo wheel cavity, scraping his tail. He would make it out, but not yet. Not until everything that had already happened again. Brian stepped forward. In his pocket, the envelope disintegrated into soft ash, and behind him, the capsule door, in a desert miles away, closed again, as if it had never opened. The security perimeter around the golf club had been reshaped twice in the past hour. First by a last-minute adjustment to the stage scaffolding blamed on wind stress readings, though Thunder's review of the schematics showed otherwise. Someone had forced the adjustment to redirect line of sight away from the western service corridor. Second, by an unnamed donor demanding a different vehicle entry route. This created a 3-minute gap in vehicle checkpoint coverage, which, for a mouse with a bruised tail and a smuggled parchment diagram of the limo's undercarriage, was barely enough time. The mouse wriggled free from the brake line and dropped into the grass. The convoy hadn't stopped, just slowed. Enough for him to roll clear of the vehicle's shadow and dive into a discarded coffee cup that still smelled like bad decisions and almond syrup. He emerged moments later behind a vendor's cart, where Henrietta was already waiting beside a crate of unsold pretzels. "You're early," she said, flicking her tail. "No," the mouse replied. "I'm already late. The cheese is missing." Henrietta twitched. "Cheese doesn't just disappear." "In this timeline, it does," the mouse growled. "Someone looped, and now I'm not even sure if the mustard is from this strand of continuity or the last." Henrietta blinked slowly. "You're going to want to get out of here before the security team sees a talking rodent." The mouse bared his teeth. "Let them try." 2 levels up on the clubhouse's balcony, Luna watched the flags shift direction. The wind didn't match the forecast. She meowed once, long, lilting, a tone they had agreed upon only for time loop detection. Gray heard it from her perch on the lighting rig and stiffened. Her ears rotated backward, then forward. She adjusted her spy lens. Brian was standing exactly where he shouldn't be, not where security logs said he would be, not where his own memories claimed he had been. He stood near the fire lane's edge, next to a food vendor with a broken umbrella, holding what looked like a sticker. Lady moved fast. From a maintenance tunnel across the green, she launched herself through an HVAC duct, down the slope, and out the panel behind the ice cream cooler. She landed softly, then knocked over a tray of promotional ketchup packets. The splash caught Brian's shoe. Brian looked down. The red stain on his loafer drew his eye to the golf cart beside him. A crate rested inside it, marked Bluebird Recovery Unit, Tulsa Archives. Squinted. He squinted, didn't remember it being there. He looked again. The crate was gone. His head swam. And far above, unnoticed, a drone captured his expression in a silent frame, a man aware of something having changed, but unsure what. From the news chopper overhead, an operator adjusted her lens. "Subject 9B has entered the temporal edge," she said. "Confirmed," a voice replied. "Mark it. Fold line integrity still holding. Loop begins in 32 seconds. In the motorcade, the limo crawled forward again. The driver was humming something under his breath, unaware that the backseat had shifted temperature twice in the last minute. The case still rested where it had been placed, but inside the cheese was wrong. Not just missing, it had changed consistency. The mustard vial vibrated, faintly. The mouse, from his vantage point beneath a catering table, saw the shimmer of air ripple past Brian like heat on asphalt. The line of causality was curling. He whispered low, "He's about to trigger it." Brian stepped forward without realizing. He heard the crack of a bottle breaking behind him and turned, only to see a girl with a souvenir pin bending to pick up her dropped lemonade. But when he turned back, the limo was already stopped. The president would exit in 22 seconds. Thunder, hidden in the roof scaffolding, gave the signal. Wanda rerouted her sewer feed into the backup generator, triggering a flicker in the lights. Gray adjusted her surveillance drone to overlay thermal data. A ripple pulsed across the parking lot. Luna whispered to the wind, and the pigeons took flight. And in that moment, Brian's memories clicked. The capsule, the cheese, the mustard. He knew what was coming. He knew he couldn't stop it, but he knew where to stand. He stepped into the light, the shooter moved, and history surged forward. The silence that came just before the shot felt like the world had inhaled and forgotten how to exhale. From atop the service scaffolding, Thunder's fur stood on end. He was crouched behind a mesh lighting grid, scanning the crowd below. He didn't need to see the shooter. He could feel the tremor in the air, the shift in focus from chaos to fatal intent. Everything narrowed, everything aligned. Brian was in the exact place he had been in the first time. But this time, he wasn't surprised. He turned slowly, just enough to see the flash of metal glint in the light, just enough to know the sound was coming next, just enough to step 1 inch to the left. The gunshot tore through the air. A scream fractured the crowd. Someone dropped a phone. The security detail reacted with practiced instinct. But the bullet hit nothing. Or rather, it hit a plastic balloon arch behind Brian that exploded with a pop and a spray of confetti. Brian stared at it, then at his own hands. He was holding a souvenir flag. He did not remember picking it up. Above, in a private viewing booth, the woman from the desert, the one who had seen the capsule door shift, whispered something into her sleeve. "It's folding," she said. "He's correcting it. He doesn't know, but he is." Inside the limo, chaos reigned. The doors locked. The president was secured by 2 agents who moved with mechanical precision. The mustard vial began to glow faintly, just once, then went dark. The mouse, clinging to the interior carpet lining beneath the rear axle, was finally dislodged by the vibration from the emergency override protocol. He tumbled into the grass and immediately bolted beneath the lip of a curbside drain. Henrietta met him there. "Too close," she said. "I didn't cause it," the mouse snapped. "Not this time." "You're sure?" "I was trapped until 10 seconds ago." Henrietta gave him a skeptical look, but said nothing. The shooter had been tackled. By whom, no one could say. A man with a hat? A girl in a blue shirt? A tourist group from Delaware had conflicting stories. What no one saw was Brian, face pale, standing perfectly still, watching the exact trajectory of the bullet in his mind. He'd seen it before. He'd already seen it. He was too early. He turned and walked toward the golf cart parking area. No one stopped him. They were too busy writing headlines. Mizzy sat beneath a canopy near the donor tables, licking her paw with dramatic disinterest. Behind her, Gray stitched together 5 different surveillance feeds into one fluid frame. Brian arriving, Brian moving, Brian avoiding the bullet on purpose. Lady was already at the printer, printing falsified ID passes to get the team out clean. Wanda's sewer feed picked up a burst of communication from an unregistered uplink tower in Kansas. The message was short: Tulsa compartment confirmed. Phase 3 artifact not recovered. Loop integrity compromised but stable. She shuddered. Back in the capsule, or what was left of it, in the desert, time folded in again, briefly, just enough for a gust of wind to knock over a discarded seatbelt harness. The capsule's onboard system registered a heartbeat, then silence. Brian stood on the roof of the visitor center an hour later, looking out over the green. His hands were empty. His mind wasn't. He remembered the cheese now. He remembered the mustard. He remembered being in the capsule, past, present, possibly future, and seeing a version of himself not quite aligned with the one in the mirror. Luna sat beside him, silent, tail curled delicately. Brian nodded. "Yeah," he said softly. "I didn't stop anything." Luna bumped his elbow with her head. "But maybe I didn't start it either." The sun set. That night, after the debriefs, the press conferences, the sweep of the field, and the locking down of every inch of footage, Brian returned to his office. He opened the door. Everything was as he left it. The messy desk, the ancient typewriter, the plant he hadn't watered in 2 weeks. Except one thing. A small, sealed bottle. It sat perfectly centered on his desk blotter. No label, no fingerprint, just the faint scent of something spicy, something ancient, something that didn't belong in this timeline at all. Brian sat down slowly. He didn't touch it. Not yet. Brian stared at the bottle. It wasn't imposing. No swirling vortex inside, no arcane inscriptions etched into the glass, just a small, heavy vial of mustard sealed with wax, a dark amber hue pressed with a symbol he'd only seen once before. That in the capsule, backwards. He didn't move for a long time. Outside, the sky churned, not dramatically, not apocalyptically, just enough for the clouds to slip past each other out of sequence. You wouldn't notice if you weren't already twisted sideways through time. Brian noticed. Luna, curled on a shelf above the door, opened one eye. It glinted silver, caught in the flicker of a desk lamp that hadn't been turned on. She said nothing, but her ears flicked toward the bottle. It wasn't just the mustard. It was when the mustard came from. Thunder padded into the office like a diplomat arriving late to a volatile summit. He paused by the door frame, eyes narrowing at the desk. He can't open that. Gray followed, silent, her tail tip tracing invisible spirals in the air. He won't, she said. Won't or shouldn't. Thunder growled. That line's been blurry for weeks. On the rooftop, Henrietta watched the city through binoculars stolen from a mall cop who was still wondering why his walkie-talkie only played opera now. She adjusted the focus. Movement at the museum. She hissed. They're still cleaning up from Tulsa. They don't know the cheese was never in the crate. Wanda's voice crackled over the subfloor comm system. Confirmed. Bluebird officials still chasing metadata phantoms. They think Brian's part of a code leak. They're wrong, but only technically. Down in the sewer system, Wanda adjusted her fins. And for the record, she added, that mustard isn't inert. I ran spectral scans. It's reactive to proximity, specifically temporal residues. Thunder winced. He was in the capsule. Gray's ears went back. He looped. Lady meowed quietly from the windowsill, then pawed at a chalkboard diagram of interconnected timelines. She erased a single arrow, then drew a dotted one looping from the desert to Bedminster, then back to the office. Brian finally exhaled. It was all already done, wasn't it? Thunder growled low. Depends on if you believe in causality. Brian blinked at him. I usually believe in mustard expiration dates. Luna purred, just once. A low hum that, to the other cats, meant, he's starting to remember. And he was. The strange cold inside the capsule, the flinch that wasn't his, the moment the shooter missed because someone, possibly Brian himself, had nudged a folding chair 4 inches to the left 2 days earlier in a timeline no longer accessible. There were 2 Brians, maybe 3, and they all knew different parts of the same ending. He looked again at the bottle, not to open it, just to understand it. The wax was cracked slightly along one edge, not enough to break the seal, but enough to suggest it had already been opened, somewhere, somewhen. He pressed his fingers against the glass. There was a brief flicker, a sound like a distant jazz trio trapped in a jar, and then a vision. Not clear, not cinematic, just an imprint, a memory that hadn't happened yet. Brian, standing at the edge of a different rally, rain falling, a cheese sample pressed into a guard's hand, a whisper in his own voice, "Don't let the mustard touch metal." He gasped. The vision vanished. Luna was on the desk now, paw resting on the bottle. Brian nodded. I'm not supposed to fix it, he murmured. I'm supposed to keep it moving. Thunder grunted. The timeline folds, but only where there's weight. Gray's tail flicked. He's the fulcrum. Henrietta radioed in from the museum roof. Federal cleanup unit just found a fake cheese shell embedded in a photo prop. They think it's part of a psychological op. Lady tapped a paw on her chalkboard. I think it is too. Brian stood. He didn't take the mustard. He just left the office door open. A breeze moved through, and somewhere in a different capsule, a chair turned itself around.